it's not a great matchup already. And then you get this Alchemist that never really had a gold advantage. I don't think that's Snowy's fault.
No.
But the Alchemist has not been the top tier meta hero. I think at regional quals we're seeing it banned out a couple of times, but it has kind of faded away as the months have gone by here.
Yeah, absolutely. It was I think we both agreed the drafting stage was where things may have gone a little bit awry here for the side of L1, and I don't know how you fix it, because Aurora, they just drafted very well. They've got the legendary KP there with them, of course, coaching them, and they just did a fantastic job. Obviously, all their players pretty versatile.
Yep.
No hero puddles, as far as I'm concerned, here on the side of Aurora. So things could get quite tough going into our draft number 2. I want to see L1 come out with something a little bit stronger this time, John, because I like competitive matches.
Yeah.
That was a little bit too dominant for my liking.
And it was. And it was.
I just don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the one thing they can take away from that is Mirage on Ember is super stable.
Yeah.
Even against the Monkey King, and he had a pretty decent lane. So Mirage on Ember, you could kind of keep that idea. You really want a strong win condition for Snowy. I don't know what they could have gone for there, because it felt like all the big ones were banned out. But again, there could have been a Luna instead. There could have been maybe some like Jug, although, again, laning-wise, maybe a bit awkward. Might have had a little bit more impact. So I just want to see, again, almost the same story as what we were talking about in the first series, where I want a little bit more tempo from Safe as well. Like, not something that just sits back, farms for like 25 minutes.
Do you like the Ench? Oh, you and I, we were kind of like question marking the support. I don't think it was bad.
I don't think it was bad.
Just whatever.
The impact on mid was less than I'd expect, and I think that's where my disappointment is. Because again, there's been a de-emphasis on like 4-minute water rune, 6-minute power rune, 8-minute power rune. It's all kind of de-emphasized. So the mid lane doesn't get that rotation. So maybe in that sense, because the mid lane rotations don't happen as much, you don't need the Enchantress.
Right.
So I think that's something to consider as well. Ench itself is a good hero, but if you're not playing around the potential rotations and area denial, you don't really get the value from it.
Right. Well, there you have it, Jonathan. Well, we'll have to, again, we're going to get into that draft rather soon, and we'll get to see what the idea is going to be here for game number 2. I hope it's something exciting. You know, I always say, I've been saying this for 2 days now, if you're going to go up against a stronger team, just think about the cheese.
Yeah.
How do we cheese these guys?
Yeah.
What do we do, John?
Because there's an option for like a Husker cheese.
Sure.
Right? Like you could have gone that direction if you wanted to, instead of prioritizing. I mean, you already prioritized the Axe. You left Monkey King in the pool. And you did pick Ember, and then the Monkey King. Oh no, they picked Ember into Monkey, did they not?
They did.
You could have just picked Husker.
No. In fact, they did choose Ember first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you have to watch out for his stuff in the draft. But again, if you want the cheese, you know, Husker is a pretty good piece of cheese.
Yeah. It is hard though, because it's like you said, at least for them, the Ember is extremely stable. Right? So it's like, yeah, prioritize the Ember. It's a good hero right now anyway. Problem is you have to be a little bit wary that Makoto, he does play Monkey.
Yeah.
Plays a mid laner. There's a lot of heroes Makoto can run. The Invoker can be very annoying. Yeah. He's got the options. There's no lack of options.
Yeah. And we should be able to see what those options are, as we will get into our draft relatively soon here. Already have the initial bans on hand. We've got the SF actually getting the respect ban out from L1 team, along with the Doom and Tiny. Aurora take care of the Treant, the Lone Druid, and the Puck. So nothing off standard here. And we'll have to see what their first pick or what their next bans will be, or their first pick will be here overall. So curious to see what the priority is. As you are seeing the side of Aurora, nice and relaxed, just going along with the draft. Drow is the next ban, as you really should not have to play against that hero. It's unbelievable that the Drow has just not been nerfed with some sub-patches, I swear to goodness.
And they're going to prioritize the Axe once again. I don't think that's a bad thing. This time, at least, they're not going to give the SF, so they've paid the respect towards Nightfall's SF. I just think that those blink calls into the run back, it was just so hard to watch.
Yeah.
So at least this time, maybe you don't have to be worried about that.
Mayhaps. I'm curious what Nightfall will pick up now. Because this tournament, at the very least, Mikey, you'll be pleased to hear, outside of Shadow Fiend, the only hero Nightfall has played is Wind Ranger.
Wow.
So, I don't know about that. Into Axe, that's not the most fantastic time here, but get the Largo to start things off first for the side of Aurora. This should be our WS hero on the offlane. I mean, it's really early for a WS hero, I feel like. So, they could hold on to the flex value of this Largo overall. They could just look to, you know, maybe give it to Mira, try to get some aura items up, try to get some utility up with the hero instead of just committing it onto the off. We'll see what bans you'd want from L1. I mean, if you're thinking about Mikado mids, Monkey is still there. Maybe you even have to think about Storm, Invoker, like you said. Lena as a weird consideration. Heck, even Zeus. Although it's not so much Mikado as much as other C mids, but certainly still in their repertoire if they want.
Yeah. Well, there's your Wind Ranger patch, Jonathan,
Oh,
so we're
thank
not going to have to
goodness.
experience that. I also appreciate the Ursa ban, even though we haven't seen much of it. Nightfall likes playing Ursa quite a lot, does well into the Axe. Wouldn't recommend.
No. It's so strange that it's not a top tier pick when you could just easily rip an Axe apart as well. I suppose can be a little bit annoying.
I always
to
feel
play.
that way about the Ursa. I genuinely don't think Ursa's in a bad place. There's a lot of matchups where I think to myself, why not? Why not just pick up?
Yeah. It's it does feel good. You know, there's an argument for like a troll there as well, right? With Diffusal, I suppose that could work. You know, lots of things happening here at the Esports World Cup, Mikey, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Here we go. More picks to come.
How are they eating so much into their... How is this not reserve time, actually?
Are you bothered by it, John? We talked about this, right? When
Yeah.
you're on the panel, the time goes slow. If you're in the game, the time is currently going 10 times as fast.
Yeah, but I'll say my base take again. I feel like the draft should be half the time.
I agree.
I think so. I think you guys have had so much time to scrim and practice that you should be able, on instinct, to just know what you want to play. You know,
I agree.
There's too much time to dilly-dally and think around and disconnect your mouse and ask your manager about how to fix your hotkeys
Send a complaint
and,
in,
you know,
John.
bring the papers around.
Send a complaint in.
No one ever listens to those complaints, Mikey.
No.
What
There's
do
a
you...
winter wine.
All right.
Does well against the Axe. We saw this before. Even with the Battle Hunger spam that was being made, didn't really matter. Just
No.
Cold embraces himself, completely resets.
Yeah, it's. I was gonna say maybe if you had the Largo in the Axe lane, it'd be nice. But again, if that is a Largo off lane, you are not facing up against the Axe. So we've seen this before. Literally last game, it does manage well. I am curious. The Ringmaster is to pick up with the Earth Spirit. So I like this change up from L1 team. Again, we've seen a lot of really impactful Earth Spirit plays. That should be a Mirage mid, but actually no, it's more of a Zayat's 4. So that should be our Zayat, our support duo on hand. A Ringmaster 5 coming out as well. I think the Earth Spirit Axe lane is actually very interesting. It's super tanky. You can just run in. It has a lot of pressure at like level 3. So there's some pretty good kill threats here on the side of L1. That opens up the lane a lot more, but Aurora should be able to read that. Like, they should know, all right, Zayat is pulling out the Earth Spirit. We need something that can kind of manage that. We can swing the Largo onto maybe pause 4, pause 5. That is a possibility here. We'll have to see what they'd want to do, as they should start to hammer in their draft, digging into reserve time just a tad bit while conversations happen or ruminations happen, as they're all staring at their screens, not talking.
Absolutely. Spectre
Okay.
is going to make its appearance.
I will say Spectre with the current rework does feel honestly pretty obnoxious.
Okay.
Like, the hero is an actual pain in the butt to play up against. You get the Lion out as well, so that should be Largo off lane. I want to say something crazy like Lion mid.
No, hold on.
Hey,
Calm
Lion
down.
mid? No. Lion mid. Actually legit, they had to nerf. They nerfed finger damage from kills because of it. I swear to God.
Okay.
It's actually obnoxious. You play against that once or twice, you get kind of angry. Lifestealer comes out for L1 team. This is where I'm like kind of doubting the draft. I'm not the biggest Lifestealer fan. It hasn't felt great. Mind you, you have Axe and Earth Spirit to infest, so maybe it's okay, but the last time we saw the Lifestealer earlier today as well, you had so many infest vehicles and it still felt lackluster. So I'm not completely sure. I can see it working. Having inbuilt debuff immunity is huge up against this lineup. It's just that Lifestealer has not been a hot topic for a while.
It has not. It has not. And we saw it a couple games. It just didn't feel amazing.
No.
We'll see if they can make it work here for L1. Bans to come. L1 having a think about their final ban outs now, looking for arguably the Makoto bans, unless he wants to run Lion mid again. Which would make you very happy.
I mean, it would be pretty sick if Mikado did it. I think he did it when we played together at least once or twice when he was trolling. He had fun with it. No, he was doing Lycan mid, and he won. But it's Mikado.
Yeah, it's
so
Mikado,
It's
you know.
whatever. You know, it's like, it's not even impressive.
Why did he play mid Lycan with you?
We had Brando on, you know, old Boom manager, back in the day, old Talon manager. So, played a match, the Turbo.
Why is he try-harding with Lycan?
He wasn't trying. He was like, let me try it. You know, not try-harding, but, you know, he wanted to test it out. And, yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah.
It was very funny to watch.
Excellent.
Let's say 40 seconds in reserve.
Nothing funny about this, Jonathan.
No, nothing funny about this. Storm Spirit ban. So there's like Ember, Void Spirit. They banned Viper on the side of Aurora. So again, also expecting the mids. Like
Yeah,
it's an
Seems like they're a little bit worried about that Croak of Genius combo with the mid laners.
mid line though.
That's true. I mean, you could just run the mid line.
See the monkey band out. So you have the option for Ember pickup here on L1. And for the side of Aurora, it's going to be a little bit harder to suppress like the Ember. Unless you pick it yourself, or you go for Alina. Or you ban it. So, wondering which way Aurora will go. Will you ban Ember? Will you pick something like Alina? Honestly, this is a pretty good Zeus game, is it not? I mean, maybe not in terms of being caught out by Earth Spirit. But with Spectre on hand, with Ags up, should be easy pickings. Of course, you do not want to end up in the position where you buy Divine Rapiers and Zeus, but
No.
at least with a Spectre, theoretically someone will die.
Well, here comes another ban. Eventually. Stop watching the timer, Jonathan. The more you watch it, the slower it goes.
DJ's on point again.
He is.
Do you ever wonder if the players should be able to hear the music as well? I feel like there'd be a lot of complaints.
They should be able to hear us.
There'd be a lot of complaints if they could hear us. They were like, please mute this. Please.
There should be a tournament where they can just listen to the casters.
And they all fail every time. They're like,
Didn't Midas Mode do that once?
I think so. Yeah, there at some point there was.
There's your
Hoodwink band out. So just for the potential that the Earth Spirit does get flexed to mid, which again I doubt. I think Zayats is stuck to that hero. So what Mirage here do you want? I mean, Ember is there, and it is the Ember. So more vehicles in. This draft is rather interesting from L1 because there's a lack of like ultra hard control at the same time. There's enough control that it's fine. You have a lot of good infest vehicles. You have a save in the Ringmaster. Laning wise, it's looking solid enough. Like Axe Earth Spirit's fine. Ringmaster Lifestealer maybe is the more passive lane. That doesn't sound ultra threatening. I see a little bit of a discussion with KP and WS. It's so funny to see WS talking so much nowadays.
It is.
Remember the first time we saw him when he came back into the pro scene in big ways. They do pick up the Necrophos. He was a very quiet boy in that restaurant. Now he's all talky and all grown up. Like,
well, did you ever assume he just didn't like us, John?
That's
Maybe
impossible.
Can't be that.
That's impossible.
Can't be that. No.
No.
Those were lovely dumplings that day, by the way.
Who is playing the Spectre? I mean, okay, Nightfall. Mikado is on the Necrophos mid.
Yeah?
It's all right against the Ember. There is, again, the save in the escape tack, so it's maybe not as clear-cut. I will say this, and we've said this a lot of times when you've seen Mikado on like non-flashy heroes. There is potential where this can fall flat, just because, well, if he doesn't have a good lane, if he does get shut down here, the recovery process for Necros really is non-existent.
That is true, but in fairness, it isn't that easy to lose as Necro.
Yeah, it's not that easy.
It's not that easy.
No.
Right.
Is it not that easy or not? Oh, yeah, it's not that easy.
What are you trying to do? You trying to correct me? Don't go on.
No. I was going to say it's not that hard. It's like, no, that's the wrong word. It's not that easy.
That's
You're
correct, Jonathan. I am
lane. Yes.
I am an English speaker, Jonathan. My first language is English.
Yes. Mine is, I don't know what it is. It's something.
Yeah.
It's close to English.
Yeah.
Not quite it.
You're American, John, I think is what you were saying.
Ah.
See?
I love freedom.
Yeah.
I do enjoy it.
So don't we all, John?
It's a lot of freedom. We're going to have a pretty big day soon. 14 Juillet, July 14 coming up.
Oh.
Bastille Day.
Very nice.
So a lot of the celebration of the French Revolution, Mikey.
Excellent.
Lots of freedom.
Thank you for that,
Yes.
Jonathan.
Yeah, it's
History
relevant.
lessons with John X5.
Do you know the history of Bastille? Why that happened?
I'd rather not ask.
Why?
Do you want to talk? Is it appropriate?
It's historical.
I don't know what you're talking. Go on. What is it?
It's like a revolution at a French prison, French fort prison Basti. That's when they kind of... That's where, after that event, they started with the, you know, like the new parliamentary house where you had the left wing and the right wing, where those terms came from as well. Like, it's very historical. It's very fascinating.
That's very nice.
Actually,
thank you for that.
If you knew your history.
So that's where all our problems come from these days, is it? That's how
in
all
terms
this
of
started.
in terms of describing our politics, yes.
Okay.
But not the politics itself, I don't think.
Thank you. As we are looking at a
yeah,
lovely...
that discussion was so horrible. We went to
Yeah, I just we apologize. I apologize to the production
Hey, I'm
team.
excited for 14 Juillet. You know,
Please,
Seb said there would be some good
alt
fireworks.
Don't do that to us. You know, we need the game.
Maybe some fireworks in this game as well, as we do go in. A little bit disappointed we don't get the Mikoto Lion, but this is a game.
John, stop.
I'm not going to
Hey,
stop.
you say it with a serious face. That's what gets me. Like, you don't even smirk when you say it. You're 100% serious in what you wanted.
Yeah, it's good.
And you tell me I'm hard to please. Which I am, in
easy
fairness.
to please. You just pick Lion mid. How is that hard?
Because they want to win, John.
You can win with Lion mid.
I doubt it.
You can.
Aurora.
It's hard, but you can.
They're going to wrap around. Smoke on smoke scenario. Snowy's going to break one smoke here. Makoto going to be spotted.
That sound is horrific.
Oh, the frog. I forgot about that.
I hope WS spams it as much as he can. Who is that sneaking behind? You've got the ringmaster kind of on standby on the side.
Is it a frog or a toad?
I don't know the technical differences.
I think toads are bigger.
He's a big frog, so maybe he's a toad. Okay, toads are bigger, but would a big frog be a toad or a frog?
I don't know, John. Good question. Snowy? Gonna take a water rune. It looks like it was a
2 for 2
bounty rune. Excuse me, I'm saying water rune now. That's why they pay us the big bucks, John.
You're just so excited for 14 Juillet, man.
Makoto vs Mirage. Stop saying that damn word. Makoto vs Mirage is going to be where we're looking, John. This should be a Makoto favorite matchup, right? Like the Necrophos, things could go wrong, but odds are they shouldn't go too wrong.
No. I think where things can go wrong is when you drag in the supports, but it's way too early and you're already seeing a lot of damage onto Mirage. Mikoto just needs a couple of CS and then he gets the mana back and then he gets to spam out the Death Pulse, and it's such involved gameplay. Mirage, he's going to have to go for actually maxing out Flame Guard. They do clear off Corrupted, and that's another fun time here for Axe. I mean, it's even rougher now because Axe into Spectre is not amazing, right? You're never going to find Spectre. She's always going to initiate first.
Respect. Not being too respected here by Mira. Respect still able to walk his way out. You were saying, Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated game for Corrupted because this is not going to be a great Axe game. You know, you want to blink and call the pause 1. That's literally all you can call, by the way. Because if you call Lion, if you call Largo, if you call Winter Wyvern, who cares? Necrophos you call? Well, what does that do? Bit of a chase?
Another chase being on here. And it's so hard. The Spectral Dagger plus the Arctic Burn. It's just so much slow. It's not really something we talked about, but this Nightfall Cowrie combination of Winter Wyvern Spectre, it is devastating for this bottom lane of 2 melee. The Axe and the Earth Spirit. It's going to be a rough laning stage.
That it is. And I just don't see where the light is for that lane. And that's going to play into mid, right? Because Zayat's lane is so slow, can he really rotate mid at 4 minutes, 6 minutes in? Chances are he's not going to be able to. Top lane is probably the most favorable lane so far for the side of L1 team. And there's only so much WS can do with Largo. He does have 3 gauntlets up, so he can start to get the bracers and Soul Ring as respect.
Yeah, they're going to catch him. Respect. Fairy Fire and the Tame the Beasts, but they do have the Blood Grenade plus the right click. Happy days for Mira. Meanwhile, Mirage, this is not happy days for him. It's a miserable time on the Ember. He has still managed to keep farm parity quite nicely, but this is where things get challenging now. Do you go for the runes or not? Denied by Makoto. Mirage, he will continue to run and does make it out. But you'd rather just die in this instance. Get a reset or something. It's just so miserable.
It is. There's not much he can really do to alleviate that either. He does have some wand charges. So have some mana to play with, I guess. Well, that's on Mikado, actually, as we're switching around.
Yeah. Sorry to make it worse for you, John.
Yeah, it's not a lot of positives. And again, Zayats is not going to be able to rotate considering how bad that bot lane is. A very strong start for Aurora early on here. At the least, again, you're getting some farm out.
And there's Mirage going down. Eventually it was going to happen. He couldn't just stand there looking at the creeps, thinking about it. Tries to make his way in, does get punished. He'll have to come back and hope the reset is going to be enough, but it's just so tough against a hero like Necrophos.
No.
The hero's never out of regen.
No.
Never really ends.
It's just so self-sustaining. And I think the curious thing now for L1 team is, can they identify the moment where Mikado is going to be a liability? Right? Because the moment where Necrophos starts to become more manageable is around the time when he's farming for Radiance. Right? It doesn't seem like it, but at that point, you should be a little bit more with damage. You know, you should have your level 6s up. It's still a ways off because of how far ahead Mikado is. But there will be a moment of weakness there that they can abuse.
Oh, Snowy. Snowy's going to drop. I was not anticipating that. Meanwhile, mid though, Makoto, he tried to go for the Aurora Rune. It looks like they're going to try and punish him with Zayats, but Makoto, he had one charge as he's trying to turn for at least one kill, but can't get it. Mirage, going to be so happy to see that darn Necrophos go down. And this is the Zayats rotation really paying off this time. You needed it. Like, these water runes just too important for the Ember in this laning matchup.
That it is. And one thing as well, Mikado, he's going for the more greedy build of the 3-0-2. So no Ghost Shroud, no flash healing potential. It's not as big as it normally would be if you have the Ghost Shroud up with the amplification. So again, that's one of those moments of weakness as they are looking onto Mira just a tad.
Mira, nice little catchy lick. Still, the Tame the Beast is going to land, but that catchy lick proving to be a little bit too good will allow Mira to get away. As now we are looking once again at the life of Mirage. It's even with that kill, and it was a great kill, John, it does not make this lane any easier.
It really doesn't. Doesn't make it easy enough for you to manage him.
Nice Tame the Beast. Does cancel at least a Clarity. It doesn't quite get the kill, unfortunately.
No. Still, you know, you're letting Largo go solo for a little. I can't believe Mira's still hanging here.
Yeah, he wants to give at least the mana away. Respect. Trying to set up. Zayats going to be spotted anyway. WS is kind of in an awkward position, but does duke out the roll. Impalment Art's going to be there, but they might turn on to Respect. Respect using the Healing Lotus. Mira's still alive.
Oh my goodness.
And he's actually going to walk out of there.
Oh, no.
And now he may go back to the fountain.
Yeah, that is crazy timing there for Mira. I mean, that ward they dropped down, giving full value on that rotation from Zayats. Regen Rune as well going to Mikado.
Mirage?
Maybe you find his kill.
It's a dangerous jump. You've got Kaori with the Cold Embrace. He's not going to die that easily. Makoto will be there to try and heal him up as well. Props to Mirage for trying, but again, it's just proving to be just so challenging against what Aurora are offering in the mid lane. At least you've hit the level 6, so you can go for those quick resets in the fountain, and they will try. Kaori going to get hit by the roll of Zayats, does go down, but now a double Earth Spike out from Mira into the Hex and the Reapers, but the Escape Act going to save the day for Mirage, and now he'll chase for a little bit more, knowing they're out of gas on the side of Aurora. No spells to throw out. Nice attempt with the Reapers, but not quite nice enough.
That's the one ace in the hole you have here for the side of L1 team. That Escape Pack save, lots of value so far. A little bit of a chase from Snowy.
WS gonna be okay, but they really just want the Shrine of Wisdom. They'll get both of them this time around for L1, which is something I couldn't say last game, because every single shrine went to Aurora last game around, as WS is going to die. Funny thing, by the way, John, you mentioned to me that WS didn't have a flashy hero last game, played Undying.
Yeah.
Now he's playing an even less flashy hero in Largo. Is Makoto now being chased down? Makoto, in a fair bit of danger, will survive, but Mirage still looking to play around with this Necrophos. Respect. Just zipping right through.
Gotta love that. Unicycle pro games now.
Very
Always
nice.
fun to watch. What a hero. What an event. That is a disgusting set on him.
Yeah.
Do not like seeing that.
It's nice.
No, it's not.
You don't like this hero, do you, John?
I really don't.
Makoto. Nice kick from Zayats, but nobody's really there to follow up. And now Nightfall's TP'd in, rather haunted in, I should say. Mira almost dropping. Cold Embrace will save a little bit, but not for long as they do dunk him up. Somehow Zayat's actually made it out of there. Though it seems like he should be dying. The Death Pulse will follow him.
Come on.
There is a Death Pulse coming. Zayat
Yeah.
can't make it. W is trying so hard to steal the kill. Can't do it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Makoto going for
Body
more,
blocks.
has found respect, has the Reapers as well, and this time there's no escape back to try and save Mirage if they do commit it, that they haven't quite yet. They want the bonus from this. Mirage trying to run. Can he make it out? The answer should just be a no, but they can't get the bonus.
Oh, the mass
Makoto,
TPs.
Cold Embrace, he's going to survive. How is
Oh,
Mirage
no.
alive? How is he
the
alive?
dunk. Oh, God.
And they dunk him. He
So-
actually makes it out. Carry ran out of mana for the Arctic Burn attack range as well, so he couldn't secure the
No.
final bit of right click.
Oh, boy.
That's a pretty big loss here for Aurora. But if you're L1, you're really happy.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Aurora. They've been very aggressive, and they're really not finding much with his Necrophos. I mean, Mikado is trying to dive so far in to make something happen, and all it's doing is just putting Reaper Sight on cooldown without finding any kill. It's a level 1 sight at this point. It's just not high damage enough. Right, level 1 sight, the kill threshold's just awkward, right? It's like the scaling on Axe, where level 1 dunk is pretty annoyingly small. It does get easier as you level up with the % damage increases, but you just need more output. And your supports are still pretty low level. I mean, it's to be expected with how often you're moving around the map here. You just need some time, and L1 team, they're happy with the time that they've been given by Aurora. You have a game here for Mirage, as he is starting to be a menace with
Mira
Zayats.
will get rolled on. Boulder Smash is going to connect. And Mira doesn't feel like he should be able to get away with this. Courier even getting caught out here for poor old Mira. You do have WS around to try and help, and in fact that is going to be enough. They won't go too deep for this. Bottom, Corrupted, is a lot tankier than he was in the laning stage, so you're not going to see any kind of chase from Nightfall. Of course, Nightfall trying to pick up the Radiance build up here for the Spectre. And that'll be about when he wants to get interested in these team fights.
Yep. Starts to get a little bit more threatening once you've got that up. I would like to see maybe even a nullifier here as well, just to remove the escape deck as a factor. I think it's going to be pretty important for Nightfall down the line. Just to ensure there's no saves that these supports can do to keep you away from your kills. Few stacks being made up here by Mira. Triple stack from the Ancients. Same thing going here for the side of L1 team in the triangle. Getting some stacks out from Respect. And the game has slowed down. Look, Aurora 8-5, 1k lead for them. It's not really the lead you're looking for. Right? You want this Necrophos to be above a little bit more. Snowy's got a game to play, also going for the Radiance build. And is relatively close to it now as well. And this kind of game, fighting a Radiance with a Radiance is a pretty fair call. Like, I actually don't mind it as much here. Just a lot of damage you can kind of pump out. Smoke out Zayats and Mirage again, the dynamic duo looking for something.
They love Nightfall. They're going to know he's down bottom somewhere. But no, instead they're going to head back towards the mid lane because they see Makoto. Makoto, the target they really like to pick on here in this Necrophos, and it has been a bit of a tougher start for Makoto considering how good of a start he did have earlier. Makoto caught once again. The Will of Wonder will slow him up and lock him down, though he does get the Ghost Shred off in time, and now the Reaper's Scythe, but no, the Escape Act again. Going to make sure they cannot secure the kill. He does at least get away here on the Necrophos as Nightfall begins to get to work onto the Ember, but can't hold him down, so instead they'll move onto the Ringmaster. And Respect is going to be the one to fall. Surprisingly, that's all that comes out of this thus far. We will see a Life Stealer on the back end of things, but a quick Rage TP away will not be able to be stopped.
Huh. Am I seeing this right, or is Mikoto and Nightfall both going for Radiance? I mean, I suppose it makes sense. It's just, it doesn't feel great, but it does make sense. You're playing in different parts of the fight, ideally. So you can still get max value out from these multiple Radiances. I will say the timing is, again, not ideal considering just that rougher start now for Mikado. You will be slightly behind compared to the Life Stealer. as he has had a pretty free time about it here on the side of L1 team. 9-5, less than 1k advantage. Again, a very even game so far. The ace in the hole has to be how you execute here as they chase Nightfall.
Oh, this will be a big one. Nightfall needs some help ASAP, but it doesn't seem like it's coming. Nightfall to go down, Corrupted now able to find another dunk on this axe. And L1 looking pretty damn great thus far in this game too. I think it was, we were talking to Seb about it earlier in the green room as well. This Necrophos, it really doesn't like playing from behind.
No.
Sure, you've got that Radiance up soon, but yeah, it's kind of like you said, you're stacking Radiance. It's not bad per se. You do have 2 Radiance heroes. It's just the item build they like to go for.
Yeah.
And they are going to be doing different things on different sides of the map, but yeah, this Necrophos, it just needs more.
Needs way more for Mikado. I'd say it's actually less so Mikado and more so that they need a Dispel for
Escape Act.
Escape Act, right? Like the Nullifier, perhaps, once that's up, if you farm that up on Nightfall, your game starts to simplify a hell lot. And again, it's a natural build-up on Spectre anyhow as they catch 1.
Oh, it's a big one, but the Escape Act again going to kick in right in the nick of time, and Snowy, he can get to work now. Moving on to Mira. Takes down 1. WS trying, but can't continue his Respect. Going to be infested now, and the chase will continue. Meanwhile, Zayat's on the side. Actually, Reaper's not going to be enough again. No bonuses here for Makoto, unfortunately. And so 1 for 1, but it just feels a bit rough seeing those Reapers. That's the 3rd one now that should have probably ended up, but just doesn't.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Reaper side should have a grace window like Finger. Like Finger, if you get the kill after 3 seconds of using it, you have a buff. You do get it. It feels so unforgiving to Necrophos because your spell is such long cooldown. It's something that you rely on a lot. Like you really need those bonus HP and mana regen to maximize your innate and your Ghost Shroud. So maybe still nice catch.
Again, this will be a great catch if they can get him. Hex was out. They've got so much damage here on Snowy. And he just picked up his Radiance as well. It's a bit of unfortunate death for Snowy. Losing the power spike of that Radiance here as Aurora immediately punishing. Though L1 look like they want to go fight again. They'll head up north with the smoke. They are fighting into the Radiance build-up of Makoto as well. Even another one now for Nightfall coming out. But that's just the Sacred Relic. He hasn't got the Talisman of Evasion yet.
Oh.
Call committed. They do find themselves a line, but Mira's still barely alive. Carry trying to retreat as well. Looks like nobody's dead quite yet, but Corrupted is dropping very low, and so is Zayat. And now both of those two will fall down. Is Respect the only man left standing, and unfortunately he's not going to be standing for long as they'll break his legs. Nightfall with a double kill. Mirage trying to at least push down the tier 1 mid tower, but the Reapers!
Oh.
All right, well, I mean, that one worked.
It does, and I'm surprised Mirage plays so greedy, right? Like, he's getting tower hits onto himself. He's copying all of these free right clicks coming out from Mikado. He's just so desperate to get this tier 1 mid. And he actually gives a charge out to Mikado. I'm like, I'm sure Mikado is not going to be, you know, he's not going to ask any questions. He'll take the freebie where he can. And L1 team, after what looked like a very solid start, it feels like we're starting to see some of those issues come out here again. Right? Like you're hitting your timings on Aurora. You're starting to have more ways to really take control in this game. Very soon, the sustained game coming out from Aurora will be a massive problem. Because you've got this Largo that can just keep healing up. You've got this Winter Wyvern as well.
You jump in onto the Wyvern. Carry. Immediately bursted down, Corrupted. A nice great kill for him on the axe. They'll get the middle tier 1 tower as well while they're at it. It was still standing. Makoto now working onto the shards of the Necrophos. That Death Seeker just so annoying to play up against. It looks like he'll rejoin his team because they have spotted out Corrupted. The Corrupted with a quick blink out. Still sticking around. Mira's going to go for the Hex, but Mirage is going to intervene to boot. They'll try to chase down the line. Zayat's going to be there as well, landing a very nice stun, but no, the Winter's Curse. Corrupted, caught. Will of Wonder as well to try and help just a little bit, but they've already lost the axe. They're probably set to lose Zayat, so a nice roll away from the Earth Spirit, but the chase is continuing. The Reaper scythe him. Makoto will find another. And it looked like, oh, and another one on top, a third kill now, Nightfall. Able to find the Haunt onto Respect. It seemed like a decent start, but a crazy Winter's Curse out from Cowrie. Just stopping them in their tracks.
Just way too much. Really, most of that damage coming out there from that Winter's Curse in terms of setting up. And L1 team, again, also a little bit surprising they opt for that because you saw the position that they had to go from. They had to run from mid in the entrance into the bot jungle, and all of Aurora was already kind of setting up for that fight. Like, it's such a forced position to do it, and your team's not even entirely together for that kind of play. Pretty big risk. We'll see what they can get up to here, as there is still a hold from Aurora up top. Zayat seems to have some idea that something's going on. Reaper's Sight, still a ways off from being off cooldown at the least, so you have some opportunities here if you'd want. They'll play it a little bit safe, although did show with the D wards, but again, you kind of need to get the farm up here, or at least get the map control. Look at that. Isn't it great? Isn't it great?
He crashed into a sentry wall, did he?
It looked like it.
No,
I don't know if it has the duration, or the duration time was just right, or
okay.
collided with this. Can you imagine you don't even see the damn thing? It's an enemy sentry. You're just suddenly off, and you're like, what?
No, it must have just expired. Well, we have it. I mean, 18 to 9. Aurora once again in a pretty strong position. 5k advantage sitting their way. Both top cores, the Necrophos and the Spectre at the moment. WS. Call. Going to be found onto the Frog. He's got help coming in, though. He's actually alive.
What?
WS! He's not going to die yet. Reaper's Scythe not going to work out. Here's the escape deck, saving Corrupted another time, but he's still going to fall eventually as WS walks away from all of this. Chase now onto the Lifestealer. Winter's Curse onto our Ember Mirage. At least buying the space to allow their carry out of there. And he will also leave. Snowy will eventually run the old-fashioned way back to the fountain. Poor Corrupted. Fortunately left behind, and it seems like Zayat's not really out of the woods yet either. Vision's going to be on him. He's okay. They won't have any stun.
No. Insane amount of damage coming out there, though. And again, like we were saying maybe 5 minutes earlier here, Mikey, the sustain is a problem for the side of L1 team. Like, WS has a lot of sustain. Mikado has sustain. Cowrie has sustain. Just have so many ways of keeping your front line alive, and you don't have any way of reducing that healing. I say this every time we see a lot of heals in game, but Krellis Crozier could be a good item here. It's just a matter of when do you pick that up? Or are you satisfied enough with just the urn? Because there's so much. The urn Spirit Vessel, there's just so much healing here for you to hope to look for that burst play. Tormentor taken by Aurora now. Free shard coming out from Mira, so, you know, going back to the good old Reddit thread, just buy a plate mail now and you're indestructible, right?
Oh yeah, I miss those times.
That was an amazing thread.
That was amazing.
I think about it sometimes, you know.
I know you do, John.
I think about a lot of things, Mike.
Do you, John?
Sometimes.
I wouldn't have guessed that of you.
Sometimes. I always forget what I think about, but I do think.
Does that mean if you forget, did you really think in the first place, John?
Well,
I mean, I guess you have to think to forget, wouldn't you?
Yes, you would.
Or you'd have to have a thought. It's not necessarily thinking, is it?
Yeah.
Or is it? Is a thought thinking, John? Is this philosophy class 101?
Oh, yeah, this is a call.
Top lane, that is a call. They've got the Wyvern. Carrie's gone, no dunk. Doesn't matter. Makoto, now on the chase. Not gonna find the axe. And in fact, Respect will also go through the Twin Gates, and looks like he's going to be a little bit too challenging to catch. WS down at bottom has been caught by Zayat. Now the call in from Corrupt, and Snowy's going to be there to boot, and Corrupt at this time will find himself another dunk on the axe. And L1, I mean, still successfully fighting back. It still doesn't look like the easiest game in the world here for Aurora, at least when you compare it to Game 1.
For sure. It's a lot more challenging. I think they do have to be careful about bleeding out all these kills to L1, because now you've got a whole bunch of armor in this axe. You're managing to bleed quite a fair bit of gold away. It's going to be the BKB pickup for Corrupted next. And keeping control on the axe is going to be easier said than done. You could maybe Winter's Curse him, but really depends on your priority target here in the middle of these engagements for Aurora. 7k lead still stands, but you are seeing play in L1. Still, Aurora already in Roshan. Not going to take too long to find this objective for themselves. Their own BKB on Mikado, just about one part away. So they're going to get a little bit of tempo coming out here. Secondary light for probably Nightfall. No real need for Mikado to have it, as he is durable enough. You can afford to take the risks now on that spec. It's a matter of how much can you get out? Are we going to be seeing a 2k gold swing off of Aegis? Are we going to be seeing a 3k gold swing off of the Aegis to catch one?
They are respect. Disrespected by WS. Zayat hanging around mid lane, hoping for a power rune to spawn, but it is going to spawn top instead. We found out by Cowrie. 8k advantage standing. Aegis is up on Nightfall, so chances they want to go. Maybe once the BKB is completed on Makoto, though, in fairness. He's not too far off, it just needs a recipe. Just ensure it's pretty much impossible to kill the Necrophos once that's up.
Yeah.
Almost has level 18 as well.
Yeah. Start to get the full damage of the Reaper's Sight out. I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing a Nullifier here anytime soon from anyone. It looks like an Orchid build-up for Nightfall. Look at the pesky Spectre illusions just chasing away.
So annoying.
They really are. It's like, why? Why did we make Spectre like this?
I don't know.
Did she have to have a laning spell that just chases you like 1,000 units away? Did she?
Bottom? Well, there you go. Not much Corrupt could have done about that. He's just gone. And in fact, Zayat's now also caught. Zayat's trying for the roll, can't make it out. They'll hold on to the Reapers as well. And this is where things start to get very hard, I think, for the side of L1. The draft just completely aligned for Aurora. They've gotten all the items they could ask for now. And you're playing with a lifesteal that it just doesn't seem like the kind of game where he's going to be able to stand there and actually hit people for long enough. There's so much to be worried about. Snowy. Chase down again. Makoto going to force the TP away. With the Rage, he's going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah. I was just trying to think of what ways L1 team has to come back in, and really the big question is, what are you expecting your lifestealers to do at this point? Right? Because it can do damage. You have Infest vehicles on hand. It's going to be the Scotty build-up is pretty smart. I wouldn't mind that as you finish up the S and Y first. It just feels like you're such a long time away from hitting these key milestones on the lifestealer. It hasn't been as good of a game for Mirage as well. Again, which is so weird to say when it felt like, you know, he did defy odds with a Monkey King matchup last time. The Necrophos just felt like a much harder wall to try to find any sort of opening for. At the least, some BKBs getting formed up. You've got some opportunities now, some windows of opportunity to play with. But you're losing a lot of map space to get to that point. One outer tower left for the side of L1 team. And Aurora, pretty happy days. Maybe just about, 2 minutes left in the Aegis. Not the longest in the world. Orchid fully done now on Nightfall. So a little bit more control and definitely a lot more burst potential with Haunts. If you find a good target here. Side of L1. I mean, again, they've had some really good moments, but it's just lifestealer at this point. I'm not sure what you're expecting. You are kind of playing 4v5.
Mira.
That is crazy.
It is. Corrupted. He can't... It feels like he can't even walk away from this. Makoto, he's thinking about it.
That is crazy.
He won't type 2 teeth.
What? That is insane.
I mean, he's got his BKB up. He probably could think about just going in.
But that's such an unhinged play. Like, you blink and you stun, and the travels 2 in to try to get...
That's right. Because you can. Just because you can.
Just because you can. Oh my goodness. Smoke, this could be a good flank. The lines drawn look like a good route. Catching the back line. WS is the one presenting. Maybe you swing forward. Nightfall, you could waste the Aegis here.
He could. It's still not the easiest kill to hope for, though. He's going to back his way out of there. L1 not quite able to find the Spectre. Instead, maybe looking back towards the mid lane, but Aurora's the one setting up now. They're the one smoked up. Looking at Snowy. If you can land that initial Hex, it could be pretty easy to burst him down, but it seems as though WS is going to drag the creep wave away instead. Down towards the south. They're going to find Carry with the chains, but it'll be dispelled off as Corrupted. He blinked in.
Oh,
it's
boy.
an awkward initiation, though. He completely whiffed it. But he's going to be saved by Zayats for now, as Mira now jumping in with the Hex onto Zayats, the Reaper's sight. No,
The
it's not going to
Infest.
be enough. The Infest does save the day. Meanwhile, the
Oh.
Ember. Mirage is down. Nightfall, he'll find Respect to boot. It's a double kill for the Spectre. Such a shame. They threw everything to save the Ringmaster. Mirage got caught in the middle of Valor. And even Corrupted, he could still die. They won't see him, thankfully.
Yeah, does bail out in the end, but man, you have to be so careful about who you prioritize, because that was a good idea out from the side of Aurora, right? Like, this Ringmaster and the escape deck has been kind of ruining Mikado's game, so you just take it out of the picture, force the Infest out, but man, you were isolated away on Mirage. Now you're going to be losing your last outer tower here in L1 team. And Aurora, they don't have Aegis, so a high ground threat isn't really feasible. I'll just sit back, farm, control the lanes. There's Zayats. That's so much damage.
It's kind of ridiculous just how much damage they deal. Mira's going to be there with the stun. And there you have it. Not much Zayats can do about it. Unfortunately, he will be going down. Snowy might run into a couple as well if he's not too careful. And I say he's not too careful because I don't think he can actually contest anyone right now in this Lifestealer. I think it's probably just advised to continue the farm game, but I'm not sure what exactly we're looking for this hero to actually feel like a problem.
Yeah, it just takes so long for Lifestealer to have a purpose, right? Like, I don't know, like the Scotty timing's gonna be nice. It's just, it feels like it's gonna be a little bit too late at that point. Again, it's this Radiance timing that kind of slows you down just a tad bit. But it just feels like it's always necessary, so you have to kind of go that direction as well. I don't know, like maybe this game is on Mirage. Like if Mirage can get big with some good initiations from Corrupted, yeah, I could feasibly still see some counterplay, but it's getting easier said than done here. Look at Mikado's build, just straight to heart, pad out that HP, increase that regen. Pop Ghost Shroud, gonna be full HP, no problems. And there's so much you have to think about here. And again, no one's going Crowd's Crozier, which is fair. You at least have the Spirit Vessel to try to mitigate, but hasn't felt like it's been enough here.
No line being drawn out towards the bottom lane. Nobody really around the area, but it seems like Aurora, they will at least check that dire triangle. They'll see someone mid instead. Who have they found? It's gonna be the Lifestealer. That's not the one you want to lose, but the Reaper Scythe gets the job done instantaneously. And now Mirage, between a rock and a hard place, just trying to get back towards the fountain, is gonna make it. But you've lost your Lifestealer. You almost lose Zayats in the fountain
Jeez.
to these damn Spectre illusions. And that's 50 seconds without that Lifestealer. I don't know what you do with him anyway.
Not much. It really isn't doing much at all. And that's two series in a row where we've seen the Lifestealer coming in and having a little bit of a rougher time. Mid-rack set to fall. L1 team, they're smoked up. They could get a rear flank here. Maybe if you get some good magnetized, good calls, could kind of salvage something out of this situation. But the smoke does reveal itself. You did slide a fist around here on Mirage. They saw that on the map with the pings. Did they just back off? They play it safe? No. I mean, again, maybe it's down to what you were saying as well, Mikey, where you want to wait for the Lifestealer at the same time. What is the Lifestealer really doing? And the answer is really not much at this point.
No.
So, safe play for Aurora up. Roshan set to fall. Nice free kill to take. Heart already up in Mikado. 3.3k HP with 52 HP per second regen. You love to see that.
You do. There's your BKB now on Nightfall as well. L1, they're trying to rush towards the pit. It's all too late though. It's not really going to pan out for him. In fact, Makoto's already in the hunt. See if you can find somebody. In fact, I think they have The fight will break out. They're trying for Nightfall, but this is very desperate plays. Corrupted will go down. He's going to buy back. This could be the last-ditch effort to try and save this game, but Snowy is just deleted.
Oh, no.
Are they calling it? I think it might be that time they call.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's a fair call.
And look, to be fair, I think when we came in to cast the series, when we saw the matchup today, I think the expectation was Aurora to be the heavy favorites. But as we saw in like Game 1, there were shining moments there for L1 team. Right? Like it was still very Aurora favored. They still kind of crushed. But there were some highlights. I think they had some pretty decent ideas. I think Mirage again showed off on his Ember in that Game 1. Less so here, but not his fault. This time it was really a highlight of just drafting experience. And I think you can see the difference that KP brings to Aurora, the way the team wants to play as well being considered, having all these options on hand. It just felt almost like Game 1 where the draft dictated a lot here. It did.
It just felt like they had no kind of gameplay on the side of L1. And I mean, quite frankly, it's like you said, you know, Aurora, they're one of the favorites. Yeah, they're one of the stronger teams here in the Esports World Cup for the Dota 2 action. And L1, you know, props to them putting up a great fight. But yeah, this lifesteal, I don't like it. I really don't like this lifesteal carry right now. I just, in a bad game, there's zero chance of recovery. That's what it feels like with this hero.
It really is. It's almost like if Necroforce has a bad game, which we didn't quite see here, but you know, the same thing that Seb said, where once you shut it down, the recovery process, it can feel atrocious missing its timing. Lifestealer is kind of the same. And it's just so awkward as well because players are still going for the Radiance build, so it's not like we have a return to the Maelstrom build right back in the day, Maelstrom Armlet. So we do see our stats here again. An overwhelming victory for Aurora. L1 team just not having a lot to do. And again, maybe more so down to draft. I think also always going for the Axe. Like this was a better Axe game for Corrupted for sure.
Yeah.
But it just feels like just because this strong hero is open doesn't mean it's a good hero for the game, because I feel like Aurora are kind of baiting that out. They pick these win conditions that don't care about Axe. Like Spectre literally doesn't care about Axe. Like that's a matchup that really sucks for Axe later on in terms of calling, in terms of like trying to catch his hero, punish the physical carry. Spec is one of the worst ones. So I think you have to also consider that.
I think it was the thing as well, like the drafting was just spectacular. You'd have to argue from Aurora, like it just wasn't that hard for them to just outdraft the side of L1. And I don't know if that's because the roster's just so versatile with the hero pools they do have, but it really did feel like the games were just decided throughout the drafting phase. And maybe draft number 2 was a little bit less dominant than we saw in Game 1, but I'd overall say it was pretty... where the game was going, it felt like it was pretty obvious after the draft.
It really did feel that way. Again, just some of these considerations. Look, the Lifestealer being prioritized 2 series in a row for us has not had the best showing. I think it's a bit surprising to see Necroforce at that point as well, because it can be a really free Necroforce game in some cases. I think that is, again, something you have to watch out for. We were talking about like what heroes to ban against Mikado. They did take care of most, but they left that Necroforce in. So it's such a deadly option.
What do you ban against this kid? Like,
I mean,
we've watched him since Boom Esports. Like, what do you do against this guy?
Do you remember back in the day, like on Talon days, and at certain lands, certain teams would actually ban like 5 Mikado heroes?
That's right.
That could be a consideration. Mind you, they did. That is such a risk with WS on hand, with Nightfall on hand, with Mira's heroes on hand as well. He has some special stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it can... As we do see our highlights coming here now as well. Again, you had some dunks coming in from Corrupted. You had some good ways of going around here. And you had a lot of things going on there, and yeah, it looked pretty neat.
It certainly did. Very strong performance again from Aurora. There was a couple moments where L1 they did look strong, but it was just overall not the greatest. And they tried, but it's just the draft again was just too strong. And you know, at the end of the day, again, Aurora just proving to be the much better team here today as we do continue seeing a couple more highlights. This is the one where I was like, okay, you know, they're finding the Spectre.
Yeah.
They're finding Nightfall a little bit, but it never felt good enough. And I know it just every fight, it felt like they were close, but no cigar. Like this one. You almost had a kill, then you end up giving 2-3 away.
Yeah, I think the one big thing as well that L1 team were proving to themselves, they were quite a nuisance to Mikado, right? Like he missed out on what, 2-3 Reaper side kills just because of escape pack. You know, it's something we expected from the draft. And the infest, like in this moment. But again, like the decision making for Aurora, right? Like they see that play, they instantly switch over to the Ember who's left alone. Like the snap decision making that this team can make together is just pretty impressive overall.
Well, we do have Makoto with us right now for an interview. Makoto, congratulations on your 2-0 victory. They can't see you, we're still in the highlights, but talk to us, how are you feeling?
First of all, thank you. I mean, I'm quite not the best, like, cause I kinda make a lot of mistakes, especially like in the early phase. So yeah.
Really? Well, we didn't really feel that way, Makoto. We thought you were doing a fantastic performance. What were the mistakes you thought you made?
I think when the first mistake I make, I probably can kill the both of them. Like when the spirit TP mid, if I press my fair fire correctly. So yeah.
Oh, there you go. Makoto, were you expecting this to be a hard matchup? I mean, you guys made it look easy. I mean, were you confident moving into this series against L1?
I mean, yeah, we kind of like have a better draft. I feel like it's especially hard for Ember to just laning with Necro, and then we also have like Winter against X. I feel like it's really good. So yeah, I mean, we're kind of confident about our draft. So.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You guys made it look amazing. Talk to me. In my opinion, Jonathan's opinion, you guys are one of the favorites in the whole Esports World Cup for Dota 2. Is there a team? Who's putting up the biggest fight against you guys right now? If there was any team that you think is the scariest for Aurora?
The scariest for Aurora? I mean, it's probably like still the same. You know? We're kind of losing a lot against Parivision, Bad Boom, and Yandex. So it's probably like between those top 3 teams. I feel like that we kind of like struggle. I mean, it's not always lose, but it's kind of like, you know, it's always hard game against them. So.
Fair enough. Go on, John.
All right, Makoto, I'm curious, what were your expectations for you personally as you came into this tournament? This year's been pretty good for Aurora. You guys have done relatively well, very stable so far. What's the expectations for yourselves here?
I feel like I'm gonna jinx it if I put like so much high expectation, but I don't know. Just okay. Just try. Maybe I don't know. Just play the best. Okay.
Fair enough. And I'm curious. You know, you mentioned all of those top 4 teams. How does it feel like as well for you? Like this is a more personal question. You saw the guys from Reckonix. How does it feel to actually see a full Indo squad? You see White One around. How does that feel for you as an Indonesian?
Yeah, I feel kind of proud also. I mean, I'm not in their roster, but I feel like it's also like one of kind of achievement that we can get as a like 5-stack Indo and then make it to the main event. And then I'm actually kind of want to play meet them in the group stage, but you know, like unluck. So
how do you think it will go if Reckonix were to make it to survival or playoffs? How do you think that will go up against them? You won't show any mercy? No?
Yeah, of course. I will try harder playing against my friend. So.
Well, thank you very much, Makoto. That's all the time we have. Thank you for the interview. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. And don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our 3rd series of the day for the B stream.
I came from a family that everyone was a soccer player, like a professional soccer player. And so my older brother and my dad was like, when this kid grow up, he gonna be the best football player ever. Yes, we're gonna teach him everything. He's gonna be the next Ronaldo. They tried everything with me, teaching me everything, but I was not good with feet. And then I figured out I was good with my hands. So I became an esports athlete. How my team managed to exist, I standing for Nemesis one tournament, and then I met Jabs, and I knew like he was a good player and like very dedicated, and I liked to play with him. So me and Astino was trying to make a team, and they were like, oh, okay, you have this piece here, this piece there, this piece there, and then we sum up this interesting thing, let's say. Like, it's very different, each player for each region. We basically do what's good in the moment, and I think we are a good team in like changing our playstyle to the meta. Like, we adapt fast to the meta. Like, especially, I would say, me and Jabs, because we used to play like a lot of metas already. So we still, like, we already have the heroes that being like, I don't know, in the meta 2 years ago, and then come back in the meta and we are ready for it. Everything I have every day, and I have a lot of discipline. But of course, it's not only playing, it's more a scientific thing of you going through replays, you're going through player perspectives. You also playing, you're also trying to implement like some theories you have of, this thing is good, this thing is bad. As a player individually and as a team together, the result will come with it. So I don't think about the result, just doing the right things. So I still have the fire on me. I still feel young. I still feel love for the game. I just like play the moment and give my 100% right now.
You're still playing in the World Cup. It's just Esports World Cup, not...
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I made World Cup, daddy. You see? Be proud.
Nisha on this mid lane. Nobody can defeat this guy over the long run. Is there some advantage to just giving him a cheese matchup like both games? Just being like, you can't outlane me no matter how skilled you are, and you're not going to snowball the game because you have to lane against Necro both times. You know? Like,
yeah, I've always felt like Falcons is always kind of a funny matchup against Liquid because Malrine kind of cheeses his way out of most mid lane.
For sure.
Right? So I always feel like that's pretty beneficial to Falcons. So yeah, this is kind of a similar idea hero-wise.
Quinn's a big cheeser too, so.
True.
Just explain it, you know. All these Huskar players, right? I think that is one of Nisha's weaknesses. Like, he's not as good at cheesing you back. So if you cheese him,
yeah,
it's unlikely he's going to counter the cheese. You know, like
sure.
I don't like. He's not the guy. If you Huskar him, that he's going to Viper you,
right?
Or if you Necro him, he's going to Sniper you. Like, it's pretty rare that you end up in that situation. So I think this is one of the teams where you can kind of just throw that cheese hero mid and reliably know it's going to do some work in the lane phase at least. Doesn't mean this puck can't come back and just absolutely carry the game. We've seen that a billion times. But I do think it gives you something to play around, at least in this matchup against Liquid, that's working well for Enigma Galaxy because they are owning this lane phase. They have the top 3 CS, they have the top 3 net worth, and the puck is really suffering in mid, and he's your big playmaker here. So it's looking pretty good so far for them in this game too.
I do kind of wonder, is Instar Spirit ever going to try and help Nisha out in this mid matchup? I mean, they're not even set up for the power runes right now. Ace is going to try, but he's being chased out by GH and Zamail. They finally put a stop to all this backlaning that he's been doing. The Reaper's side, not enough to get the kill on Nisha, but maybe the follow-up is he jumps the orb, the power shot lands, not enough damage. Meanwhile, roll in from the Earth Spirit, pushing back the heroes with the cogs, but didn't actually get anybody inside. They're all free to run away, despite being on low health.
It's big that Nisha gets that rune. Lets him survive the Reaper early raindrop, of course, helping out too. And now that spell's on cooldown for a bit. He can chill. Though he probably has to go to base here. You're not getting to use the coil. You do have that Earth Spirit puck combination. That can always be nasty with the coil snap.
Part of the downside of this matchup, Lycan is very good versus Drown Ranger, but Drown Ranger is so tough to deal with in lane because the increased damage that they gave Frost Arrows. But he's doing all right with his Helm of Iron Will, and he's been farming some of the Clockwork Cogs pretty well, so.
The fabled Lycan IO combination.
Yeah, GH
Not a great one.
felt compelled to come up here, I guess.
I will say the IO synergy in this lineup is mainly around this Necrophos. He
Yeah.
doesn't have a lot else to play with here, right? It's a little lackluster. But it's a GHIO, so never doubt the GHIO.
I mean, as long as you have a good lane partner and then one person to play with after, it doesn't really matter.
No, it's kind of good enough. It just kind of limits your early game options. It's nice to have options in life, you know?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
For example, I had no options with my casting partner.
I
but-
knew it was good. I was.
I mean, somebody had to be.
I was sitting
Somebody
there
had to
going,
be.
"Am I going to say it? Is he going to say it?"
No, I'll say it. I have no qualms. 8-minute power rune. Perhaps Nisha will have an option of getting it, and he will. Look at that. Shield rune.
Shield rune gets popped. Tofu is going to join in on this. Lornoff is just going to get outnumbered.
Where was the help? The help was the IO who went top and back to bottom.
Yeah, and Omar tried to secure top rune, doesn't end up being there. All in all, it does feel like Liquid's supports are making the better moves so far.
Kind of interesting. Again, that goes back to that TP top for GH. If I'm the IO in this game, all I'm thinking about is helping my Necro abuse this puck as much as possible, in the early game at least, right? That is the hero you can play through. They miss a little bit of that opportunity. We haven't seen a Reaper kill. It's been a slowish game for Lornoff relative to how much he dominated the 1v1. This is letting puck come back in the game right now. Some better support movements from Liquid in this game too. As the Wolf
Accidentally got the Lycan inside of the cogs. Not what he wanted. Right next to Mickey. Mickey will die as a result of that. And Tofu is likely to fall as well here. Nick
Great helm
McGalaxy is
usage.
just surrounding him. And Devi gets to shut down the Drow Ranger. After all the annoying frost arrows thrown his way, it's got to be cathartic to get the kill here.
That's that big kill you're looking for every time. You have Helm, you have ult, just run at this Drow. He gets the Centaur, so there's no chance of TPing out. And you get the combination for the IO. It's the Helm creep. Super fast move speed there.
That's true.
That's a great little target. Great micro from Devi. Very nice kill up here.
Now that that shapeshift is on cooldown, Drow Ranger's going to come right back to lane with the puck. Coil lands onto Devi, trying to body block long enough that either Tofu or the Drow Ranger could join in. Drow doesn't actually chase. It's just going to be up to Tofu. Hits the cogs. They get the kill.
Radiant's courier.
Nice return. They get a courier bottom as well. Axe is going the vessel. I think this was mandatory. Too much heal in this lineup for somebody not to get that vessel.
Yeah,
and you
I
want
guess.
the puck to scale more than the Axe here.
Sure.
Pretty bad blade mail blink game, so I like this build up. He can even just go like vessel pipe. I wouldn't mind it here.
Ace has certainly been annoying in his positioning here. Double wards plus the Watcher and doing this really deep backlaning where he's pulling creeps to neutrals all the time. So if Nick McGalaxy ever want to try and kill him, it takes them so deep into their own side of the map that it doesn't even feel worth it.
He's also killing these small camps behind the tower, which means Alex not farming them.
Sure.
You
yeah.
can't stack them.
Yep.
As the Axe would just take the stack. So it's really annoying for Sumail down here. That said, Sumail is still pretty damn farmed.
Do you think that's where that axe pick came from then?
Yeah,
the
for sure.
concept then, okay, we can't let this alchemist farm any stacks. We need a hero that can do that.
It always is a factor. That's why Sand King used to be great back in the day.
Sure. Yeah.
I think the majority of it was they want a hero that could
Oh,
free up the
and
Earth Spirit.
Sentries. Nisha did not expect that one. Thought the Invis rune was a get out of jail free card. Not the case.
Beautiful setup from Omar there. Again, landing this shackle as your one stun in this lineup is not going to be easy. That's a huge kill to find before the puck gets out of control in terms of mobility. And you get some Reaper sights going for Lorno. Very appreciative of that gank.
With a
Might even
focus
get a
fire,
tower.
they're going to take mid tower, yeah.
Super value kill, just kind of out of nowhere. You can ping it all you want, but that tower's gone. Last hit to the Necrophos. That'll bump him back up the chart. Liquid going to try and get the return bottom. And this is a tower that nobody has any interest in defending. Lycan will never defend this safe lane tier 1. Alk is not the best hero at doing it either. So this was going to be a gimme no matter what.
Simultaneously, Nick McGalaxy are likely to take the Liquid safe lane
Yes.
tower as well. Nobody wants to fight into the Lycan lane if he has shapeshift up, so.
Could be a lot of just objective concessions here from both teams as you try and ramp into your first set of carries items.
Dire's top tower.
And then they're ready to join some of these objective-based fights. Everybody doing a bit of jungling. Vessel is done for Ace, and he's eyeing that pipe, so I fully agree with this build. It looks pretty juicy here. Needs to get some Vessel charges going, though. That could be the harder part.
Yeah, the fight never comes his way. He doesn't really have a way to force the fight either. Battle Hunger is not going to be particularly useful. A lot of times you have a Dispel on the Alchemist. The IO is dependent on other heroes for movement speed.
I think it has to be Earth Spirit plus Puck with the snap guaranteed off the kick combination, setting something up for the Axe coming in off a Smoke Ink. Could kill whoever shows mid with this kind of play. That's what I'm eyeing.
Here comes the smoke move. They're going to make their way to the Alchemist. And if they can get that kill, it would delay the Blink Dagger, which would give the Drow Ranger a little bit more security for at least a minute or two.
You can get reload out of this game, though.
Yeah.
That is the concern. You need to check the IO while you're killing the Alk.
And they definitely know it's coming. I mean, the Lycan came through the gate to join this side of things. They do manage to hit the hook shot initially, going after that IO. Did they stop it? They did manage to. With the coil going out, the Alchemist does manage to get a two-man unstable concoction.
Killing him.
Another beautiful shackle shot from Omar. You've got one stun, and Omar is making it work.
The boy's a beast. I give it to him every time if he's going to land those. That was an absolute beauty. That's one of those game-changing shackles, because that's a big commitment of a move for Liquid. Bringing all the heroes, trying to get the Urn and the Vessel charges off of this Alchemist kill that just goes horribly wrong. Sumail gets the ult off. You have to commit stuns to stop the reload here. You get that, but there's not enough damage to finish Sumail off, and then Shackle into Concoction, into Reaper Sight. Everybody joins the fight. No way your Drow gets here, so you're going to be outnumbered no matter what. Devi was already down there, kind of reading the move preemptively.
And they stole the Wisdom Shrine. Liquid have to punish here. And all they'll get out of it is Omar. So does not feel great. They are going to be down in experience in a big way. 5-level advantage right now for Enigma Galaxy.
And this Alk is, it's not out of control, but he's getting there. Gonna have a nice timing, because he's gonna be able to have the IO tether him in the fight too for some extra moves, attack speed, sustain. Like, he's gonna be amped up here.
Yeah, pretty much nothing is gonna stop him when he hits that BKB timing. He blinks in, unstable concoction. I mean, what do they got? Hook shot? It's kind of it.
It's the Axe call. It's supposed to be the big deterrent.
Yeah, but then the Axe just gets slowed down.
Yes, it's not
a corrosive weaponry, so he probably dies instead.
It's not a blade mail Axe call that's doing anything to him. It's just a deterrent. Will be double Radiance here. Lornoff still opting for it, so little loss value for Enigma Galaxy, but honestly not much. I think it's totally fine.
Liquid can't get little pickoffs like this. Another shackle shot that lands.
That's a lot of damage.
This is actually going to turn into something. Nisha's almost dead off of that one. Jumped away. Unstable concoction. Sumail sandwiches him on the other side. Nisha is having a rough series, and Liquid is having an even worse game 2 perhaps than game 1. 7K up on Enigma Galaxy. Sure, you could say it's an Alchemist lineup, but this whole lineup is going to scale very well.
He took so much damage from the Wolves. Howl coming through, focus fire, just pelting this Puck. That's a sad death summary for a Puck. It's just not working out on these offensive moves. And so far, Omar, MVP of this game. God damn. We could be sitting in this game going like, they have no stuns, how do you kill this Puck? Instead, you just land a shackle every time.
Yeah.
Game looks easy. Sumail even gets the Grievel's Greed off the Puck kill. Just falls into his lap. Back to the Trolls, back to the Golems. He has made this Alchemist look really good. It is a classic Sumail hero. Pretty cool to see him play this again.
Well, Liquid is definitely not going to be running over Enigma Galaxy. So at this rate, this kind of lead that Enigma Galaxy has, you're back to, okay, Drow Ranger, can you carry this game? Beautiful silence, though. That is quite the initiation. Not the fastest kill in this IO. Now they're going to turn back to Devi, and they'll get both of them. So Mikke actually making the first successful move for Liquid in a while.
That is a very solid turn of events up here. That was a Helm of the Overlord Lycan looking to get a creep and use it. Instead, he just dies. 5 Vessel charges on Ace now. Not even sure where he got all of these.
Radiant are scanning.
Huh. I mean, he has 1 kill and 2 assists, so just storing them up on deaths.
Yeah, I guess so.
So that means he hasn't used one yet.
Yep.
But now he will have 5 at his disposal. A very good Vessel game.
Well, you've already got BKB on the Alchemist, and Lornoff is building one. So the effectiveness of this Vessel.
Well, it's always good against the IO, though, right?
That's true.
I guess you can get a faster Greaves now on supports. So maybe GH will just rush the Greaves here.
Yeah, it is a cheaper item. Oh, he got a stable kick on Shin Reaper. What happened to the Nisha Puck? The legendary Nisha Puck. He's getting killed by Alchemists out here. Another Shackle Shot lands. Earth Spirit not going to be able to roll out. This Wind Ranger is a menace.
He's everywhere. Doing everything with these Wolves, too. Now they're going to reload in. You land another Shackle.
Yep,
oh,
Ace
he's
body
just dead
blocks
anyway.
by the Wolves, and now he's guaranteed dead.
Beautiful
Sumail.
gameplay. Just beautiful gameplay. I mean, you're saying legendary Nisha Puck. This is a legendary Sumail Alchemist.
I guess so.
Legend against legend. You can't count him out here in the battle, and he is taking names right now. Enigma Galaxy are just feeling it today. They're in top form. Really cooking with this drafting game, too, and putting Liquid on the ropes. I mean, yeah, you have a Drow that can scale in this game. Hypothermia is going to be great. You can definitely outrange some of these heroes in the late game. But once again, you're worried about getting tempoed here. We've seen some nice tempo games today. People just don't get to that late game status, and Nisha's got to be frustrated. Girls like, see, I told you, bro.
Undoubtedly, undoubtedly.
That's the thing, I think. Oh, Wolves?
Boxy is going to die to Wolves, maybe. He does, well, I guess he can always roll out if it's just Wolves. But that can't feel great. Devi is quietly farming up an Orchid to make Nisha's life even worse.
It's going to be good in this game because the puck's so far behind.
Right.
The window to ruin his day completely is going to be a lot larger than normal. And nobody can bail him out. There are no saves in this Liquid lineup. It's kind of all aggression rather than any sort of defense bailout ability.
Yeah.
These Wolves are just so annoying, man.
Here comes the Alchemist with Lornoff. Boots of travel in. It's not really needed. That was a free kill for Enigma Galaxy as is, but they're grouped up. They can go for a smoke off of this.
Sumail's doing so much work in this game. He is not AFK Alchemist farming. He is hunting heroes around the map. Here's another one.
It's going to be a clockwork death rather easily.
She's running him over.
Couldn't even get the power rune off of it. Lucian gets denied.
Reload.
Making a run for it. He's going to push back GHIO, who did not bring anybody with him. And throw some multi-shots, slow him down. Sumail's still going to get the blink in onto Boxy. Even when they seemingly fail a gank attempt, it still results in a kill.
Completely out of control now. 11k net worth lead. They're just running at whoever they want. They have so much sustain here. You want to go Roche? You can do that. You want to keep hunting heroes on the side lanes? You can do that. You want to look for the reload ganks? Even when it's a little weird, it works out anyway. Mikke is sweating right now.
Yeah, he's like, guys, what is happening?
How?
Every move you make goes horribly.
He's just seeing the death toll rise. Thinking this game is getting harder and harder to carry right now. Nisha gonna look for a Wisdom Shrine steal, and he gets it.
Oh my god, he gets it just because I guess you're not actually
you're not on the
Wisdom
map.
Shrine when you're a Death Seeker form, so very close call.
Lycan can solo this Tormentor, by the way, so Enigma Galaxy can just take it off the back of his strength. Don't know where his big creep is, though. It's mid.
Well, he's got some support help, so that'll make up for the lack of ancient creep.
Brother, this is...
Sumail soloing Boxy.
Oh, they got the... Gale, that's the shard I think you want here just for some extra control and lockdown. Like, it's really nice in this lineup.
Yeah, you relocate in on somebody, they're trying to run away, they're getting Gale Force pushed back into the relocate.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A fast AC for Sumail, done at 22 minutes.
That is extremely fast. Fast is an understatement for how farmed he is. He's double the Axe net worth.
Is this faster than his last Alchemist game?
Yes, for sure.
20,000 by 22 minutes?
I don't think the first 10 minutes were faster, but the overall trajectory is steeper. I mean, he's not only having a free farm out game, he's killing heroes on top of it.
And he can give away an Aghanim Scepter that will in turn benefit him, right? Do you think this first Axe goes to Devi and then he gets the Wolf Bite?
I think so. I don't think the Necro Axe is really doing anything this early in the game.
Yeah.
So who else are you going to give it to? Give it to the Lycan, he bites you. The Io can tether, and you're just off to the races, right? You're an absolute monstrosity. There's no way Drow can stand there and fight you.
So awkward that Axe has built for these auras. You put a good case why it's very good in this game, but when you're so far behind like this, you can't actually take a team fight to utilize the auras. So now you wish you just had a Blink Dagger for like pick-off opportunities.
You're not picking anything off in this game, no.
Certainly not going to be contesting Roshan. You have the information, but you lack the damage.
Very quick Roche.
Yeah, that was really fast with all that minus armor.
And you know, the nice thing about being this rich is you can just kind of itemize to make up for any deficits your lineup might have, just make the game even easier to play. If Enigma Galaxy just want to buy extra stuns here, they can do it, right? Throw a Eul Scepter in there, throw a Scythe in there.
Yeah.
Throw an Atos if you really have to, but you can also just itemize to go high ground early in this game. Because you have so much sustain, you can just tank up, take a tier 2, start hitting the tier 3, dare Liquid to fight you. They are going to fight at this tier 2. Great coil.
A beautiful coil on 2, and the Alchemist is going to die quickly here.
They
Now
have
the
a
second
call.
life, he's going to have BKB. Let's see if they can stop the Blink Dagger at least. Oh, what a
that
shackle
shackle.
again! Samael gets off the BKB, pushed back a little bit by the Cogs. The multi-shot trying to slow in down here, roll in. Boxy does manage to hit the Magnetized Unstable Concoction, landing on a 2, and nothing really stops Samael. Once he activates his BKB AC, they lack the damage to
it's
handle
over.
him. They can't kill anybody. It's going to be 4 dead on the side of Liquid. An easy team fight win for Enigma Galaxy.
And Devi effectively just solo killed the puck. With the Orchid plus the Desecrate on the backside of that fight, Nisha just got 100 to 0'd because he has no defensive item.
Nope. He got the latest Blink Dagger I think I've ever seen him get,
It's rough,
which means
yeah.
that second item is so far away.
This game can just end. I mean, they're at 1,000 net worth advantage per minute, basically. And when you have these sustain lineups, it's just all gas. There's an Ags.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Straight into the Lycan. Wolf Bite is available. What a game here so far.
Yeah, what do you do to stop a hasted,
I don't know.
tethered Alchemist? Because you can't coil him, he's got BKB. You can call him, but we've already talked about how that kills the Axe anyway. Omar does walk into this ward area, and they'll get that quick little pick-off box. He does not die for it. Let's see if everybody from Liquid escapes. Samael, here he comes. They push it back with a gust. Try and keep these heroes at bay into this choke point. Enigma Galaxy do not dare to keep that dive going. They're going to chase after the puck instead, who's out on the map. Self-stun. You know, get him.
Well, a victory for Liquid. The first team fight they won.
Oh, that was a cute play. Hops back up to the high ground.
Please no.
With the tumbler toy and does find the opening to roll away. Pretty much it continues that the wins, quote unquote, for Liquid are them surviving Enigma Galaxy's aggression, not actually turning anything back around themselves.
You need time for Mickey to get items here.
Yeah.
Like that is just, you're just praying this Drow can get to the next item, get to the next item. Did survive that Aegis period, I guess, and you got a D-wards. You have a little map control to work with.
I mean, it sucks because he can't go straight damage to threaten these heroes. He thinks that it's a requirement to get a Lincoln's, which I don't blame him. Like, one unstable concoction, he dies. But at the same time, it feels like you're just going to be lacking in damage because the rest of your teammates do pretty much nothing.
Maybe you're supposed to just go straight Daedalus here. I don't know.
I do kind of feel like you should go all in and just, you know, whatever. This game is probably lost anyway. You might as well just try and and get some sort of fight where you are magically not targeted by Enigma Galaxy and free to hit heroes.
Well, if they can abuse buybacks and just kind of throw bodies into the fight, if Mickey gets 2 to 3 multi-shots off,
Radiant are scanning.
you probably win that?
You don't sound confident.
I'm not confident, but that is what Drow's designed to do.
If you can keep the Drow Ranger alive in a team fight for 27 seconds.
Yes. A 30-second fight, that's all it takes. You get 3 multi-shots off.
30-second fight, somehow Enigma Galaxy simultaneously don't run away, but they also don't kill all of you.
You need the hypothermia pops, basically. You need to stack it up on some heroes, get the big pop, and just chain it. You can land a big coil. BKBs are going to be obnoxious, that's for sure. You have to kite those out somehow, but there is a route to a teamfight victory, however narrow. You do have Lincolns on Nisha. Perhaps he can start playing more aggressively around the map, pushing lanes a little deeper, stall this game. They give him a gem here as well. Pretty neat, necessary against all these Lycan Wolves that have been very well micro, just scouting everything out.
Yeah, if he's spotted somewhere on the map, there's potential of a blink instant unstable concoction.
Shivas for Sumail. Interesting itemization choice.
Yeah.
Just tanking up. Not that high of DPS for him, but he has a lot of armor to work with against this Drow.
It's an insane amount of armor. He's got plus 36 armor.
Oh, I guess he doesn't lack for damage. That was very convincing.
I mean, frankly, the rest of Liquid are so underfarmed at this point. Boxy's rolling out. They do manage to hit the silence on Omar. Catch him at the coil. Heavy commitment to get that one kill. Mickey's outside of the base. Lornoff gets behind him, and he's just dead. You can turn around, multi-shot slow these heroes, but once you're outside of that base, Enigma Galaxy, they only have one hero they need to stop, and that is the Drow Ranger.
Oh, Nisha.
Got the Orchid on him, Nisha.
He's just ruining his day.
Dead again. The gem is going to be dropped.
Dude, he went Diffusal, I think, just to be able to pop the Lincolns.
Nasty.
Just so he can absolutely murder this. I mean, it's brutal. Brutal out here for Nisha.
All right, well, Liquid are going to try and slow this down. Don't think they're going to be able to stall it even a second here.
It's giving him the 3-core call if he wants it.
Yeah, go for it, Ace. I dare you.
If you want it, without the damage dealers, is not really a point. I will say the Shiva's on the Alex seems kind of nice. He has a bunch of AoE, right? Concoction and the acid spray.
Makes it so that he has so much bonus armor that marksmanship doesn't change anything.
Oh, yeah. You're not doing anything to this guy.
You're getting past 10 armor, but there's still the bonus 36. 2 lanes of barracks. Gonna fall here, Liquid. Okay. Well.
Read him like a book.
That feels a bit embarrassing.
Still, they are smoked here. Still look for an opportunity. If you can get a team fight win into the Roche spawn, that is your best opportunity to come back in this game. So it's do or die here for Liquid. Gotta make something happen. They're gonna find
separates from the rest of the team. He's gonna show on this Watcher.
He's gonna break.
Managed to get the BKB off. Still pulled in a bit. Lornoff though is ultimately fine because Liquid are not certain they can take that fight. They don't know how many heroes are here. They're gonna get the Wind Ranger again. Boy, they hate Omar.
I don't know if they hate him. That's just the only hero they can kill.
Yeah, that's fair.
8 vessel charges on Ace. This is such a weird game for him because it's such a good vessel game, but I don't think we've seen him use it once. He's just stockpiling charges, and he was so... Liquid were so far behind, like they never got a chance to fight with the vessel. So in some ways, it just ended up being a dead item.
Yeah, every fight, the cores show up, they pop BKB, and the fight is over by the BKB going down, so...
Really awkward, man. You're going to end up in a losing game with 8 vessel charges. It's really weird to think about. You know, normally you lose a game, you're expending every charge to try and win some fight or something.
Yeah, if you have 8 charges, you should be heavily winning the game.
Exactly. I don't know if I've ever seen so many charges in a losing position.
Yep.
Very awkward for him. And there's the Lycan Tormentor solo. Shard going to the Alchemist for even more HP regen, move speed, attack speed.
Devi pays Sumail back for the Aghanim Scepter that he got.
It's It's all juice here. He
And
spent his
speaking of
gold
which-
on something else overwhelming. Blink for the Alk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was about to say, he is kind of 6 slotted here, so probably expect another Aghanim Scepter to be built soon. He's killed Boxy a lot this game. Boy.
Amp damage all.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to EWC 2026. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics, and we have got our third series of the day about to begin. Happy to say it's going to be a fun one. Mouse versus Nemesis. One team having a pretty good time in the group stage. The other one struggling a little bit, but there's still a few days left. We'll see if they can bounce it back. Zach, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, and the players are feeling ready to go, even though, like you said, some of them are, maybe they're ready to get back into it. They've already started the draft, and we are going to see what we're about to get into.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some really interesting kind of ideas coming out from all the teams. I think Mao's yesterday looked pretty solid. We were talking with Boom in the post game, and they were happy, right? Like, it felt like they got to play their style of Dota, something that they really excel at, which is aggressive, kind of team-oriented, very kind of like run-at-you style drafts, especially when you factor in, their carry picks. But you and I at least haven't had a chance to see Nemesis.
I mean, it is a pretty recently formed team, so they haven't shown up to too many things, but they did make it to here and trying to make it out of the group stage, but they are starting off 0-4 right now. So it's pretty important to get some wins at this time. Start with the Clockwork, at least. That's a very solid support, and I think kind of necessary. We know what Mouse is going to do. They're going to run at you pretty quickly. They're going to pick strong heroes. Like you said, we heard Boom say they're playing a bit more free. They're having fun in it. That's great for like the pressure of such a big event, But you do want to support then, or just heroes in general for Nemesis that can fight back. If they're going to run at you, you can't just lose every fight, right? That's exactly what Mouse wants. So something like Clockwork is going to be great.
Yeah, and I will say, like, the Caudal Earth Spirit is a little bit of an interesting opener because we've been starting to see the rise of Necrophos, and I think especially on teams that have first pick, because he might be like the strongest 18-pick hero currently in the tournament. And looking at the bans, right, like he's still an option if any of these teams want to pick it up. So we'll kind of see what what Nemesis want to do with it, if it's something they want to consider. It doesn't have to be the mid lane Earth Spirit, but if you start to see the draft come out and you see like another support come through from the side of Mouse, like it's something you could definitely just grab. And if you want to flex it to the safe lane, you want to take it to the mid lane, I think it's a solid mid lane matchup against the Earth Spirit. But the Necrophos is really starting to come out as one of the tournament highlight heroes for me.
I think it's just because, one, I think there's not a lot of anti-heal right now.
Yeah.
Spirit Vessel's actually in a fine spot, but at some point you get Dispels or Spirit Vessel, and then that's where Shiva's would come in. It was a next step in terms of itemization, but Shiva's was changed in the patch to not have anti-heal. It got moved to Krelos Crozier, which no one's really getting, and the other Scotty, but that's kind of a late game option, and only a few heroes really get it. I've actually been seeing more heroes get it because it's like, we really need some kind of anti-heal, but still, it's not something you can rush as a second item. It's too awkward. So that just means like when the Necro comes out, it's a good game for Necro. There's not going to be a lot of items to address him, and you have one pick left. And a lot of the people that counter him are like AA, right? They're supports, and you're almost never saving a support for the last pick. So then it's just very difficult to address these late Necro picks, which we might be getting into.
Yeah, I mean, they go for the Tiny here on Nemesis, which to me, this looks like a mid-Tiny, right? Like we already see Clockwork Bane as the duo. It could run it in the safe lane, which, it is not bad. Like we've seen carry Tiny. He was okay in the last patch. We're still seeing him a little bit more of a niche pick currently. But the Ringmaster to address the Fiend's Grip, right? One of the main ideas behind it, you need to have that escape back to try and bail out one of your heroes. And they'll go for the Tidehunter. Okay, so if it is carry Tiny, this is a decent enough matchup. It doesn't really struggle too much against the hero.
I think well, I don't know. Necro is kind of good, but I think if you were to not get it this game, one of the ways you can pre-counter it is with a save for the ultimate, and Escape Act and then Nightmare are actually two such tools besides the traditional saves of like Oracle and Dazzle and such.
We'll see where they want to go with it.
I could just pick a good matchup and... Oh, never mind. Okay, we go Invoker. So it is going to be that tiny carry, like you said. They decided that's fine for the Tidehunter matchup. And the Invoker, which we saw Mid One actually himself have a very good game on it last time for Mouse. Nemesis, they don't want to see anything like that. No shenanigans here.
Yeah, he actually crushed it on that game. I think Invoker should do fine in this matchup. I don't see it really struggling too much. He does have to be a little bit careful of getting like kicked back if he does get too aggressive, but usually the mid builds for Earth Spirit have been like 2-0-2, unless it's a mid matchup versus some melee heroes that you can kind of take advantage of the roll kickback. But Invoker plays pretty deep in the lane. He's looking for Sunstrike setups on the side lanes, which he actually has some great tools for that.
I like it a lot.
You have Bane, you have Clockwork, you have Tiny. Multiple heroes that you can kind of chain that Sunstrike into. Need to be very careful of that. They're going to go ahead and ban out the Huskar.
That's a Crystallis special.
It's a
for
Crystallis
sure.
special, yeah.
And he has the last pick, so you can't get completely dumpstered. You kind of do need an off lane who's pretty generic, right? Just add something to the team, which could be auras. None of these heroes really build auras. Initiation, I think they're actually pretty good on. I feel like damage is not that bad, so I think you just need an offlaner who's going to do anything, really, without getting completely shut down. So something like getting Huskard by Crystallis. Underlord, maybe, to match some of the team fight that Mouse has, could be nice. Plus more global response for the very long Nightmare, Fiend's Grip setups, the hook shots, all of that, Avalanche Toss, then you can just show up. Dawnbreaker could be another option if they want to go for something like that.
The Bristle. Okay, yeah, we saw the Bristle back yesterday from them. So not super surprising that we see the Bristleback ban. In terms of other options for the carry role, it is pretty open. Like, there's not a ton that have been banned out. It is funny, though. We talked yesterday how like heroes like Razor have been kind of out of the meta. But it's one of his specialist heroes. And then you look at the end of the draft here, so it's like Razor, and then now we have the Huskar and the Bristleback. They'll go for the Darkseer. Hero has a really good win rate in this tournament. There's still technically like Shadow Fiend and Drow and Muerta in the pool, which Darkseer does fairly well against. So I kind of like this, getting rid of some of the heroes that can be a little sturdier in the lane versus Darkseer.
It's a great combo with Clockwork as well.
Yeah.
And even if you do get countered, Darkseer will just start creep skipping. He'll do a lot of jungling. I think you need some damage coming out from Mouse. They have the Keeper. They have the team fight from the Tidehunter, early active plays from Earth Spirit. But the damage outside of the spell combos, which there's a cooldown to, it's not that much. So some kind of high damage hero here for the carry. Gotta do okay versus the Darkseer as well, and not get wrecked by the illusion, which, I don't know, at some point you can't have everything, right? So you at least have the Ringmaster. I don't know, maybe Ringmaster Shard can help you deal with the Darkseer illusions.
Well, a little bit. I don't know if that's enough, but it's not bad. You typically don't buy it. You hope you get it off Tormentor a lot of the time, right? And
of course.
You need a Tormentor hero. Oh my goodness. The Bloodseeker.
Crystallis Bloodseeker.
So this is a deep cut. He loves this hero. I know he's played it a ton in the past. I mean, we're going deep into the hero pool in terms of like the niche heroes that can play into a Darkseer, because they pretty much pre-banned a lot of them, right? So we have Crystallis Bloodseeker. I'm so genuinely curious where the build is going to be. I think the irony, I know, and everyone, so I like to lurk on the Dota Reddit. It's a little bit degenerate sometimes, but this morning someone made a post be like, hey, y'all remember when Bloodseeker was a hero? Well, here we are. EWC main stage and Bloodseeker gets picked.
Still a hero, or is he? We're going to find out.
I guess we're about to find out if that was a troll post or not.
Well, I mean, the post aside, whether it's the pick, I think it kind of makes sense. The Rupture is pretty good versus the Surge movement speed, right? And Invoker's actually a pretty fast hero as the time goes on. We saw the build yesterday with the Shard, just running around, being invis, burning things. Bloodseeker's passive can potentially help you with that, where you get him low, he's trying to escape, you know where he is. I think the teammates he has, especially in that off lane, the Caudle and the Tidehunter, they're going to be spamming spells. They're going to be trying to keep the Tidehunter low. That's going to then, in turn, boost the Bloodseeker, and he heals as he kills creeps, and that helps you deal with the Ion Shell. So even though he's melee, which is usually a big struggle dealing with the Ion Shells from Darkseer, Bloodseeker has so much healing, he actually can handle it if he's getting some boosts from his teammates keeping the enemies low in other lanes.
He can reliably CS this lane, I think, and that's the important thing. Like, Bloodseeker can't be in a lane where he can't get CS, and Darkseer is actually pretty easy to deny against for Bloodseeker, so I do like it in that matchup. The item build is the thing I'm questioning, because some people were building Radiance on him, and I think Radiance right now is maybe a little bit overtuned. People are buying it on a lot of heroes. It's very good. But you can always go back for the Maelstrom, so we'll see what they decide to do. But let's do it. It is game 1 of Mouse versus Nemesis. And we finally get to see ourselves a Bloodseeker. I cannot believe it.
Unless he has a really free game, I don't think I want to see the Radiance, just because you're going to get the Radiance on Nemesis as well when you copy that illusion. But it also just feels a little slow, the build-up, right? For Mouse especially, we like when they play fast, and you have this Keeper Light. He wants to speed up the tempo, which actually, it is Keeper mid, by the way, and it is Earth Spirit in position 4.
I did not realize that.
Yeah, they kind of swapped on us after
that
they swapped the screen. Or maybe I just missed it, but I think that'll have a little bit harder time harassing the top lane, but actually in the mid lane, then the Keeper Blast will keep the Invoker low, which will then help the Bloodseeker. So I think it's still okay in terms of thinking about helping Bloodseeker. I think it'll play a little faster and potentially have a better time against the Invoker. I think the Earth Spirit as a melee hero would take a lot of harass. Caudle will just blast out waves, keep his distance, and then he'll be able to gank pretty early on.
I'm trying to think if I like it, honestly. I'm not quite sure, but Yamich might just prefer the Earth Spirit himself. I mean, he's a Grandmaster Earth Spirit player, so this could have just been like a player preference. Because I feel like the Earth Spirit would have been fine mid. It also synergizes really good with Bloodseeker when he has level 6. You know, you like go to the Bloodseeker lane, you Rupture, then you just Boulder, kick someone, and then they die to the Rupture. So it's always a really fun combo. We'll probably see it at some point this game. It's just not going to come out as early since it's a support Earth Spirit.
You got Blinding Light, too. There's a lot of ways to bump them around. Tame the Beast.
Yeah. People are going to just run to their death under the Rupture. Really deep ward here from Lelis, looking like
he knows this is the Caudle gameplay. Is you shove lane, you come stack these, and you farm them. So he's gonna go ahead and block them out nice and early. They will, of course, suspect this kind of play, so I'm sure he'll get his own sentry soon enough when he sees that they're blocked. But it'll waste his first attempt to go block it, which, if you think about it, is like I was gonna say 200, but maybe it's like 150 gold. You prevent him from getting. Something we didn't talk about is that Yamich usually does prefer these melee heroes. So it might just be more comfort for them as well. Now we see the Creep Dragon start early. I mean, it's kind of what you do anyways with Darkseer, but especially versus Bloodseeker, you're just not going to have a great time going for last hits.
Yeah, in terms of heroes that play into Darkseer, you always have to be durable, and you have to have sustain, or you have to be able to avoid the Ion Shell. And Bloodseeker, you can't avoid the Ion Shell, but his base stats are actually really high. He has some of the better base stats for an agility hero. And then on top of it, tons of sustain through his innate, so he'll be fine. It's just whether or not this hero comes online early enough for it to matter, right? Because we haven't seen it. It's a little bit untested, I would say. I mean, he's possibly ran this in scrims and stuff, but from what we've seen, this is the first time a Bloodseeker pick has come through in a while.
He did have a buff that I believe it was the Shard, right? Where the scaling on his pure damage is better than it used to be.
It was, yeah, but it was never really that good in the first place was the problem. Okay, 3 daggers in a row from Panto. Come on, buddy. Bleed him dry. Gets himself first blood on the Ringmaster. Very good way to start it.
That can add up because you get those souvenirs too.
Ooh. What's your favorite souvenir? And there's only one right answer here.
It's the unicycle.
It is the unicycle. Absolutely. Thank you, Zach.
The strongman tonic is good but boring, but the unicycle, oh, he's got the unicycle. The unicycle exudes aura. Like you see a guy just unicycling through, and you know that guy, he's got it figured out.
I think they're asking to turn the stage lights off. This has been like a common theme for a lot of the players, being like, "We need the darkness."
When and when it's like the online tournaments, you can see the players in their own rooms. Some people play in the pitch black.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know. Maybe they can sort it out in just a moment. Last hits, we do see the Keeper Light doing well up at the top. I think the Earth Spirit would be struggling a little bit in the mid lane. Not like getting totally shut down, and I don't think he would get killed, but you'd just be taking a lot of damage, losing some CS that you have to back up. But for now, he's helping out the Tidehunter. They're doing okay over here.
Yeah.
Kick Yamson in. You know you want to.
He's going to take a lot of damage from this. We'll have to nightmare him away, but boom. If he gets another Anchor Smash, 3 seconds away, does he get the roll? It does connect. Yeah, they got him. Nice kill there for Boom.
Down bottom, Panto stepped up a little bit too far. You actually don't usually see Battery Assault level 1 or level 2 as commonly nowadays, but I actually think it's kind of nice with Invoker to just help keep... Did he not pick up his fish? He didn't eat his fish?
It's unforgivable. You have one job as Tidehunter.
Eat fish.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see how long that lasts there. Don't move. Don't move that extra camera. We'll check back in later.
That's very funny. Lelis doing a really good job at burning tons of mana out from the Bloodseeker. Not a hero that necessarily needs a lot of mana, right? But can definitely be annoying. Panta. Oh, that's a Lotus and a Stick. Very healthy now on the Darkseer. TP coming in, though, from the Earth Spirit. And Chrysalis getting a nice wraparound, looking for the Sunstrike. It connects, but it's split between the two. Is he going to live? He does, just barely. And Panto out on the unicycle, but the Blood Grenade trying to take him down. He gets the Strongman Tonic, and he will survive it all.
Look at him still go.
Uh-oh. Oh, Yamsud comes in. Blood Grenade to cancel the salve. Oh, no.
As long as the supports stay and give him some space, he can heal up on these creeps. But he does have to be a little careful of a Stray Spell plus Sunstrike coming in and just killing him.
Yeah. Panto being a little bit healthier now is a big deal, but we have 6 heroes here on the bottom lane, so it's going to be a fight. Lelis definitely wants to try and contest them. The good news with the Earth Spirit being here, he can try and kick them away. You do have the Tame the Beast, but now with that Surge... Oh, the Whoopee Cushion! All of those souvenirs! You talked about it earlier. They're adding up. All right, Chrysalis might be in trouble, though. He's in a lot of trouble.
They should have a Sunstrike.
Yeah,
here it is.
As you say.
Okay, if Lelis had kicked him out, though, that would have been really funny. Oh, and the Courier. That's very painful. I don't know if that was the finished phase boots, but that armor would certainly help you tank up.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to finish off the Clockwork. Panto trying to get away from this Darkseer. He will for now. Does have a Funhouse Mirror. Just gets vacuumed right back in, though. Not a lot of options to escape this one. They will get themselves another kill. Bloodbath in this bottom lane. 5-3, but a slight gold advantage to Nemesis as they're the ones kind of coming out ahead here in this bottom lane.
If you look top, I mean, it's Tiny and Tidehunter, right? Pretty hard to kill those heroes. In the mid lane, you got a Keeper who's just blasting out the waves and going to farm. Invoker's pretty tricky to gank, too, because he has so many spells. So it's maybe not too surprising that the attention has instead come bottom, which Chrysalis maybe has stepped up a bit too far. I think they have Sunstrike again.
Dude, this combo is looking so good. The Nightmare sets up in 2 points Battery Assault. We don't, like you were mentioning, we don't really see Battery Assault that often. Like in some matchups we're seeing it, you know, Cogs level 1, Battery Assault level 2, and then you max the Cogs, go Flare. But he's actually putting multiple points in the Battery Assault just to brawl in this lane because it is a lot of damage early.
It is also pretty annoying for a
like Earth Spirit.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you need 2 points though, but I can't argue with the current results. They're getting kills down there.
Yeah, it is working. They finally de-ward their jungle camps in mid. I was going to point that out a moment ago, but they were blocked for the first 5 minutes of the game, so those camps have not spawned at all. It's definitely slowing down the Keeper of the Light. That being said, with all the attention bottom, they just come mid. They're going to trade towers. Bottom tier 1 tower for the mid tier 1 tower. You're pretty happy about that on Mouse.
I think so, but I also think Invoker doesn't mind too much. You never really expected to take the Coddle's tower, whereas I think bottom, you certainly wanted to... Like when you're picking Bloodseeker, you're kind of hoping for a stronger showing in the lane, you know, like that you're the one kicking them out. So I think that exchange might have favored Nemesis, and especially this Invoker landing some Sunstrikes, helping him to keep up with a very fast farming Coddle.
Yeah, we're going to see how quick he gets his Meteor Hammer. I think that's the big thing, right? How many stacks are there in the triangle, and then how quick does the Meteor Hammer come out on the Invoker? One thing
I believe it's on the way.
Yeah, it looks like it is. I would say one thing I am curious about, though, who takes the stacks? Because you have a Darkseer who really prefers these. But now, I think with the bottom tower being done, he can kind of maybe play bottom half of the map. He can take a little bit more of an aggressive position in the jungle, and then your Invoker is the one who actually gets the stacks.
I agree. I don't really want to see this Darkseer go backwards. For what? If you look at the map, they have control of that area. They have 2 aggressive wards down. If you leave that area to go farm your own triangle, you're just letting Maus walk back into that area, de-ward you potentially. And there's no need to unless they actually force you out, right? If they rotate over with a bunch of heroes, okay, fine, you got us. We'll back up. We'll respect that. But that way you at least get them to rotate down. And Invoker doesn't want to join any of this stuff anyways. You know, this guy is going to farm for a bit, so you might as well let him do it, and it doesn't mess up your map control at all. Because he's just been throwing out the Sunstrikes with this Nightmare and the Power Cogs. It's been very easy for him. And let him just keep farming up. Oh, I guess he was getting some other item.
He is finishing his Null Tally, Crown, getting some stats. Yeah, it's pretty early for the Meteor Hammer.
Landed some Sunstrikes. I don't know. You know, I thought it was possible.
Is he going to get cliffed here?
No, it's not here. No, it's not possible.
Yeah.
It should be. I mean, it looks like that should absolutely be just a full mountain range for you to be on.
Chrysalis is getting some space to recover here in the bottom lane. You know, his tower's gone, but next to the tier 2, a little bit more difficult. He is going to go the Maelstrom, which is expected. It's after that.
The fish cam.
It's still there.
He's pinging it. Like, bro, I told you, eat your fish.
He's like, I don't want to go all the way back there. Well, that fish is suffering, man. I don't know how. In the river, too. Can't find a place to...
No, look how tasty it is. He's going for it.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Finally. Rupture, first one of the game, comes out, and yeah, he's dead. There's no way out of this one. Get some help from the supports, making sure that you can't just TP to safety.
See some lines drawn top. They know they want to play top because they took that tower, and they do have a deep ward. So, are we spending so much time down here, guys? Let's go up there.
I think both teams are doing something kind of similar, right? Like the Tidehunter can just sit top. They don't have a lot of kill threat against him. Rubicon's just vibing. He's on the Tiny. He's level 8. You know, not the best lane into the Tidehunter, but he's not really being shut down. He's not being pressured. You do have Wheel of Wonder now for Panto, and I think this is something that you can absolutely find a kill around.
It's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Ravage, Tame the Beast, Wheel of Wonder. That alone is already such a huge chunk of damage, and then just any of the other heroes there to throw in abilities. They're going to start picking up some auras.
There. Okay, yeah, mid one's going to rotate with Panto. And with the Keeper of the Light, he's going to be able to see Lelis here, level 6 with the hook shot, but there's going to be the initiation, hook shots to safety, and the Tame of the Beast just in time, ruptured up, trying to run. Oh, he didn't get
Hurricane.
ruptured. Never mind, he didn't have the mana on the Bloodseeker. All right, he'll survive. Nice Hurricane save there.
That's the power of Cog spam. Every time you see him, you just burn out some mana. Then in these key moments, can use some of your abilities.
Oh,
That's a little annoying for Maus. Keeper as a mid hero does typically want to rotate early, get those charges going. We haven't really seen it be able to happen. They finally go for it, and they still don't get anything.
Yeah, now that they're bringing additional heroes down here, right? They have Fiend's Grip up on the Bane. It's a little bit scary. They still really want to find this rotation, so they're going to go ahead and smoke and come to the Twin Gate and bring all 5 heroes bottom, see what they can find. Rupture grabs Yamsun, Panto, Wheel of Wonder, Fear, will taunt him, and a very nice pause.
I think they're being hit by blinding light IRL at this point. I don't know what's going on with that one. Bane should be okay here until, like, if they all retreat right now, I think Nemesis will suffer minimal losses. But the Earth Spirit and the Tidehunter are rotating in. And if they stick around at all, the Earth Spirit will be able to roll in, prevent any retreats until the rest of the heroes get here.
I mean, Chrysalis is
committing.
dying.
They're committing
Ooh,
in.
nice escape act. They got the Bane. It's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment, but you're going to be walking right into the Ravage. Big Magnetize onto 2, trying to finish off the Dark Serpent. He's got a good amount of healing. Rubicon rotating in. The hook shot, Lelis. He's going to finish off Panto. He's not getting out of this one most likely, but, well, I say that. The Cogs too strong. And now it's mid one and Boom trying to deal with the Tiny. Very strong on the Keeper of the Light. Jay trying to keep him alive. There's going to be the Sunstrike after the Avalanche. It's not going to be enough damage, but Caudle constantly keeping these spams up.
He has no Spirit Vessel charges, though. He's missing so much damage.
Yeah.
All right, I was so wrong on that. Nemesis. They have been doing better, and I guess it's the double ion shells, but that Bloodseeker died so quickly. I did not expect that. I guess there was also a Sunstrike. Analog has been really on point with them. I guess it helps when it's like, hey, here's the power cogs. Just drop it in the middle, bro. But he's adding a lot of damage from afar while getting mid we saw in the middle of that fight.
Yeah, he's off to a really good start. And this is kind of what we see on Invokers. They play very greedy in the first like 10, 15 minutes of the game. You got to get to your, you know, your Meteor Hammer and your Boots of Travel. After that, we see them get pretty active.
I was going to slow down, just try to stack things.
Lots of stacks for both teams. Bloodseeker has his Maelstrom, right? Or is it coming right now?
I don't think it's done yet. He was working on it right before that.
Okay, so Boom's going to be the one that comes over to farm these. I was curious. I was like, who farms the Ancient Camps? It looks like it's going to be a team effort. Just a nice little bonding activity. Okay, there it is. Maelstrom is done. Okay, I thought he was very close. So Maelstrom online for the Bloodseeker. He'll start to pull away now, or at least catch up in net worth. I guess not pull away. He's pretty far behind some of these other cores. But the stacks will help a lot.
It does feel bad, right? This was their last pick on the Bloodseeker, and it didn't really accomplish what they were hoping to. But it's not like it's out of control completely. It is still a pretty even game.
Yeah,
but the fights are getting tough into this Darkseer because he is picking up auras.
Oh, nice block off there from Jay. There's going to be the Sunstrike. They do have the hook shot, Fiend's Grip. They might as well just throw everything. They just want themselves a kill. Yamich will die. And they'll just continue to dominate this bottom half of the map.
This trio has been a nightmare for them.
Nice.
I'll say I intended that pun. But ever since they rotated down there, right, they've just kicked everybody out. And even when you bring 4 heroes on Mouse, then like, even I thought that was going to look okay. No, double ion shell, pretty good. We're just going to fight it out with some Sunstrikes. I guess that's the secret. There's truly 4 heroes down here with these Sunstrikes, not just the 3. And the Sunstrikes are so easy.
Yeah. That we mentioned that like when it was picked, like, okay, they already have 3 heroes you can combo Sunstrike with. Like, that is a really good sign for your game anytime you're playing the Invoker.
Steal it.
Nice. Yoink.
Analog actually showing himself for once.
And he's just having some fun. He's got an Arcane Rune. Yamich going to try and chase. Does have the Magnetize, gets the Joss, but Nightmare send back. Lelis actually goes in with the hook shot, and now the Sunstrike there as well. He's not going to be able to get away. Nice heals, though. Lelis having to wait this one out. Is that a... Okay, no. 2 heroes rotate top. They take out the Tiny, and they will get the Clockwork as well. Okay, very good plays on the map here from Mouse. The Keeper of the Light doing some heavy lifting with that Illuminate.
Kind of surprised they had the damage to kill the Tiny up there, actually. He must have been...
Ravage Wheel of Wonder, man. Yeah, it's so much damage.
Maybe a little low from some farming. I mean, he's been left alone so much. We've been looking at Darkseer, Clockwork, Bane. He probably felt he had the space to push it a little bit.
Yeah, 4 points, Tame the Beast. It's a lot of burst damage.
You think he ate his fish?
I hope so. Yeah, he did. Okay, good.
Whew. They chewed him out. Like, bro, how could you forget the fish? If I see you miss another fish, we're gonna have a talking to.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And he's gonna work. He's gonna work on a blink. He's kind of the only. He's the big initiation, right? Like, Yamich will do the small rolls, but actually, I kind of like the saving element of Earth Spirit now. But if he's saving people, then he's also further back. Then you need someone else to go in. So I think this blink on Tide will give them a couple more options. And they do want to land that combo of spells. The Blink Ravage, Wheel of Wonder, Tame the Beast. You got the Rollins, the Magnetize. Mid one, a bunch of AoE damage. Though he hasn't actually gotten involved too much. Not for lack of trying. He just hasn't been able to close out kills. For example, that Bane living a lot longer than I think they were expecting.
I cannot believe he lived this long, but instead they just turn onto the Tiny. He's dead, and now the leash onto Jay. He managed to get out of it for now, but slowed up now quite a bit. Pushed back by the blinding light. They are looking really strong on Mouse.
I thought you were killing a Bane, but you actually end up getting Jabs and Rubicon instead. You'll happily take that trade. Analog at least pushed in bottom in the meantime. He did get the shard, so his farming speed is going to go up a lot. And the map control going to get a little tricky for Mouse. This invisible Invoker just constantly pushing in waves, non-stop.
Yeah, that shard with the level 10 talent is very strong. Oh, I say that.
Distiller.
They've got everything coming up here. Invoker with the dead in the water. He's got nowhere to go. It goes to Chrysalis.
Eat your fish. Boom.
He's right next to it. Come on. Well,
we have to watch Bane first.
We'll watch Bane die first. Well, I say that Jay coming in hits that surge.
Yamcha just doesn't die, apparently.
Okay.
He's fine. He's
Spirit
fine.
Vessel.
No, he's not fine.
He's not fine this time. Hook shot on through. Finds Yamich. Lelis trying to split the two. Does not get the roll off. Nice vacuum timing. We'll get a return.
Okay, but what about that fish? Can we go check again?
Oh, no, it's still there.
Boom.
Poor guy.
The fish were nerfed a little bit. They're not as good as before, but it is free money. You know, not like money, but it's like stats and everything, which is technically, in a way, you spend your money on those. And he was on top of the fish.
He was right
already right there.
It was not. You didn't have to, like, you know, travel out of town to go find it. Well, dead in the water. Leash comes out. Another Tame the Beast. Off the mark, though, with the Wheel of Wonder. But the rest of the team rotating into the Spirit Vessel. He's not getting out of this one.
That's a nice kill to get. Darkseer, very important to the team fights, and Tormentor is right around the corner. By the time he has to respawn, he'll just have to immediately come bottom if they want to fight this. If Mouse is there at the start, which actually I thought a Roche might be happening. They scan it out.
Oh, that's a nice rupture. Into the blood right. Yamsun just trying to buy some time knowing that Chrysalis is on the way, but Nightmare not going to be able to save you. Good toss over.
Fish.
Come on. Don't forget this time.
Boom.
Oh my God. That's 2 fish.
1 fish, 2 fish.
I can't finish that sentence without potentially getting in trouble.
Don't worry, it goes up to 3 fish later.
Oh, look, there's another one right there.
Oh, no.
There's 3 fish floating around the map. All right, he's got this one. He walked right by it. We're good.
Can you imagine revealing you're smoked because there was a fish and then you picked it up while smoked and they saw? And that's just a lesson. Eat your fish.
Kind of an odd smoke, right? Like, smoke towards the Tormentor. It is going to be a Sunstrike that does connect onto Panto, but they've got all 5. I thought the smoke was going to, you know, look for a kill first, but
I think they thought Nemesis might be down here, but on some of their wards they found, you know, as they smoke and go over, they're like, oh, actually, look, Lelis cares about fish. Well, I mean, killed it, but cares about not letting his opponents have fish.
So he can't just, you know, leave them flopping about.
They did get the shard for Panto, so you can get a little bit more illusion burn in these fights. Also, it reveals Invis, which might help versus the Invoker.
Or the Tiny who builds Silver Edge, Avalanche toss, everything. dumped on top of him. All right, now that you have that silver, or I guess Shadow Blade done, he's going to go for the BKB next. But the Shadow Blade, Avatos into Sunstrike, we just see quite a bit of damage.
BKB is going to be really strong here. 4 heroes you can essentially ignore once you have that. And if you can take out the Bloodseeker in that time, you're going to feel really good about it. The Ags for the Keeper of the Light. That's a lot more fight control in these fights, or farming speed, I suppose. Yeah, they're not fighting right now. It's okay. The Blink for Darkseer. He's got like 2,000 gold. I'm not sure where they want to go with this, because I feel like Nemesis was having a solid start, but it has slowed down as Mouse has managed to find some kills here and there.
Yeah.
And I'm just waiting to see what's the follow-up. Like, is he working on Cataclysm on the Invoker, perhaps? And then you go for some Vacuum Avalanche, Cataclysm, trap them all in Power Cogs. That'd be amazing. Oh, Amplified Damage. That's a good time to go.
I don't even know if you need it. I mean, it's got BKB as well.
Knock the fish out of him.
Every time you die on Tidehunter, he like vomits up a fish that he has already consumed.
I think that's how Silencer should work.
Yeah.
I mean, they nerfed the game now, so they don't need to, but I think that's how it should have been. If you kill Silencer, you get some intelligence back.
You like squish his brain a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, they're going to scout out the Roshan. They know this is happening. Flare comes through as well. They should back away. They're a strong team, but I don't think you want to fight inside the Roche Pit versus like a Darkseer wall and Cogs. I think it's pretty scary.
Very scary. They do know, because of the Rocket Flare, that Lelis is coming from the top angle. They at least have a bit of information to work with.
A lot of BKBs being done right now.
I mean, it's also very good for Maus. All right, in the end, everyone just walks away from Roche, I guess.
It's too risky. I don't think anyone can go for Roche heads up. I think you need to get a pick off first, and that's exactly what they're looking for Analog bottom lane. He's going to be forced to BKB and just walk away. And that's going to be the TP. So you do force the BKB out of the Invoker. I mean, he's been pushing bottom, though. He cut multiple waves. And here comes the gem now, picked up from Yamich.
What do you want to do with this build? Force them to move around the map. I do like that mid one bot Boots of Travels, though, so he can help deal with all of this without being forced out of position, because you can just TP back to the team.
You know, I'm trying to think who wins in the carry matchup, the Bloodseeker versus the Tiny. I think Bloodseeker wins. It is difficult, though, because of Tiny's innate, right? Like, this is one that I think for the longest time has been a little bit too good. Maybe that's why he was like so strong as a carry for a while, but Bloodseeker gets pretty nuts, especially with the shard buff that you mentioned, right? That pure damage. Tiny is a hero that gets pretty tanky.
You can also get some help from your team since there's so much force movement, right?
Yeah.
Rupture does a lot of damage. Now, even though I brought it up, I don't even know if he's going to do it. We really haven't seen much Bloodseeker. It just seemed like a buff. I mean, I guess at some point you get it, right? Because you fill out your slots.
It's not good early. It's definitely a better late game shard. I think you kind of want the enemy team to be like 2k HP or more before you really like get value from it. Otherwise, like other items are just more efficient, right, for your money. So he's actually going to go for the BKB into the Basher, which will allow him to kind of stick on the targets in the fights, especially as the fights continue, right? He gets faster. He starts doing more damage. Bloodseeker scales really well. He really does. So at least that's how I view the hero. We'll see if that actually ends up being the case, because, you know, he hasn't been picked a lot. Maybe there's a good reason.
It's a little bit of a slower pace from Maus than what we usually get. It's not strictly bad. It's still a pretty even game. Just not sure what everybody is saving for. All right, it's like, okay, we're waiting for BKBs, but they're getting BKBs.
Boom's Ags is coming soon, like 600 gold. Like there are some really nice items that are going to help. I fear for Maus that the farm speed on the side of Nemesis is actually a little bit higher. Panto did get the shard, so that's why his net worth is a little bit inflated. But in terms of the other Tricores, Tidehunter does not really keep up as easily as like something like a Darkseer. With the Ags, it might go differently, but he did play for a little bit more of an aggressive build, like the Consecrated Wraps into Blink Shard. Bottom lane here, Lelis gonna get found. Dead in the water, and now with the follow-up from the other heroes, he'll hook shot to safety for now, but I don't know if he's gonna make it all the way out. Even gonna commit the Magnetize just in case, and Lelis, well, he makes them work for it, but does die in the end. Meanwhile, topside, Analog gets another tier 2 tower. Or I guess the first tier 2 tower.
That's pretty worth it for Nemesis.
Yeah.
Now, if they can get Roche out of it, it does become okay, which they're going to get going. It is scouted right away, and I think you still have to respect the Darkseer Avalanche combo. Man. That as well. He doesn't have hookshot, so it will take him a little bit, but there we go. Early buyback.
Ward Sentry placed outside the base. They will see the Tiny like coming in off the Shadow Blade, but
tier 3 is taking so much damage, though, I feel, in this time.
Yeah, Catapult, 2 Forge Spirits. You'll end up getting, like, I don't know, a quarter of its health.
I guess you get the Clockwork and a buyback. They just haven't been able to... Both teams have, like, pretty scary team fight AoE combo, so they're really trying to respect it. But it's making it hard for anybody to force objectives and force fights. They're all trying to find these pickoffs, and they're not satisfied with what they found so far. But like you said, I think Nemesis actually does farm faster between the Ion Shell, Helm of the Overlord creep, or Helm of the Dominator, and then Invoker with this build and the Forge Spirits pushing. They just have more tools to rat compared to Mao's.
Well, we'll see if they can get it done. They are smoked up here on the bottom, and Mao's will smoke up themselves. They actually get a nice scan here. They see that someone's on the high ground above them. They'll get a ward, find Yamit. Do they get the hook shot in? The Sunstrike right away into the Avalanche, and he's gone. Rubicon knocks him down. And that's a big hero to take out of the fight. Bottom, though, they find the Tiny. He's going to turn around with the BKB on the Chrysalis, but there's the Basher. Big Fiend's Grip coming through. Wheel of Wonder into the Hypnotize, though. Chrysalis will try to kite this one out, but Boom is dead. Can they get out of the Wisp? It's doing some work. It's a double kill with a big blood right, and with that, Chrysalis back to full HP.
That combo, so strong. I feel like a lot of that actually came from the... I got bugged there. I feel like a lot of the damage actually came from the Earth Spirit support with a Magnetize. It does a lot when you hit so many heroes, it adds so much. But they have a lot of AoE ability, so when everyone's just hitting it, it adds up a lot into the Wheel of Wonder. Even though the Ravage only hit like the Tiny.
I mean, it was worth it though, right? You get the Tiny's BKB right away.
But then they didn't go Roche.
Yeah.
They're so scared of the potential comeback and the ratting from Invoker pushing this top lane in. This is the downside with Bloodseeker, right? Like, he's kind of good at killing heroes in the lane, but not very good at taking objectives. So they start on the Tiny here. It was a good tornado to kind of break up the fight a little bit, but the Wheel of Wonder connecting here and everyone clumped up in that choke point was great for Mao's.
Yeah, I mean, and how do you get out of the Wisp here? Magnetize onto 2. Like, it's too difficult. I mean, the buyback from Yamich, right? Definitely worth it in that case. He's like, my initial concern was if he buys back, how does he get to the fight? But Earth Spirit, a lot more mobile than some of the other supports, was able to get there pretty quick.
It still feels like the objective pressure is actually coming from Nemesis, though,
yeah,
due to the ratting.
I mean, just look at Analog, man. He's constantly got a wave pushed into the tier 3 every single time. And he's doing it again.
I think Mao's is having a hard time navigating this.
And now he's got the Octarine, so even more uptime on these spells. This is so annoying to play against. Oh,
so
my goodness.
Speedy. I mean, I see Mao's top. They invade the area. They want to do Roche, and at the same time, there's the Invoker pushing in bottom. Now, if they can scout this out, maybe Invoker can just keep going bottom. But if you want, you can all go top, and he has the Boots Travels. You're going to have to go soon, though. This is...
Another
We're
flare.
reaching the point. He's got a lot of items on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you have to get the vacuum wall to start this. They're going to scan. It's getting low. Finally, there's a beautiful tornado, but they pull back to Tiny. He's not able to get in range, and he actually whiffs on that avalanche, but a great wall onto 2. They push them outside of the Roche pit as Jay is trying to finish it. It's going to be a Sunstrike. He gets the Aegis and a big Ravage, but not enough. Yamsun still has that Fiend's Grip, looking for a target. Yamich dead inside the pool. They will take down the Ringmaster as well as Banto is all alone. Nice Force Staff up onto the high ground. Hookshot off the mark. They will commit the Fiend's Grip. And it's 2 heroes dead as Nemesis. They get the kill on Roshan. They get the Aegis. He died right away, you know, with the Aegis, but a big win for them.
Stealing it, you're happy, right? Like, they actually got the kill on Roche and grabbed it, so they pretty much got away with everything there. And it would have been even better, but the Will-O-Wisp clipped the Tiny as he was about to jump in.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think you finish the instant double kill on Tidehunter and Bloodseeker. And then at that point, I think they actually break high ground. They might still do it here because the Earth Spirit bought back earlier, so he is still dead. Yeah, we're going to see in the replay.
The Blinding Light.
Right, Blinding
so
Light
nice.
saved Boom and Crystallis, but they still took so much damage from the wall and the tree toss.
Yeah. If that avalanche hit, they're both dead. There's no way they survive this one. It was a good attempt here to try and drop the Ravage to prevent them from picking up the Aegis, but just came out a moment too late. And Analog just being so annoying with all of these spells, right? The Octarine Core giving him so much uptime. And the Alacrity on Tiny is becoming a serious issue. He's doing a lot of damage.
For sure. The early game, Yamsun, Lelis, and Jabs kind of carry it, getting the kills in the bottom lane, drawing the enemy attention. Analog takes over the mid game, shoving in every single lane, and that's allowed Rubicon to catch back up off of a bit of a slower start, reach that very scary Tiny timing, and they seem ready to go now. It was a slow mid game for both teams as they tried to navigate objectives into double heavy team fight lineups, but it seems they're starting to pull ahead. 4K, not the end of the world though, so Mouse, they just need to find the right fight. They've been trying, both teams avoiding each other as much as possible, not letting that fight happen. And it's kind of funny now where Roche is dead. You don't really need to force a tier 2, so now what is the next thing we try to maneuver around?
I'm trying to think if, like, the Bloodseeker is still a question mark. We haven't seen a lot out of it yet. But, yeah, you're right. Just more ratting coming out. It is not too bad for mid one to come back and protect the lanes, but that means your Coddle's constantly in the base. And you need him for the kills. He has so much of the team's damage. We'll see the Wind Waker coming out as the next item for Boom. He's already got the Yules now. The Gleipnir completed on the Invoker. So, very cool item. I love this one. We've been seeing more. He hit his level 20 talent as well.
He never did go for Cataclysm.
I don't think you need to. I love this Octarine build. Like, you can go for Cataclysm later. It's just, you're constantly getting wave pressure.
That's true. The Ags would have given you more team fight, but the Octarine is more overall map control, which seems to be the way they're playing.
Yeah,
I do think the Cataclysm with like a vacuum avalanche just so scary. Yeah, also the Fiend's Grip Nightmare power cogs. Like there were so many good setups for it.
The scan connects. They actually see the Keeper of the Light. He's underneath the ward. The hook shot still connects, and Analog's coming in. He's going to be trapped now. The mid one's got that BKB, and here comes the Tiny's damage. Mid one should be just fine. The question is, can they get away on Nemesis now? Rubicon will be forced to BKB himself. Yamsun is all alone in the middle of the lane, but can they get him out? The break is there. There's going to be the avalanche right into the middle of the wall. It catches 3, but they're going to still finish off the Bane. And now, can you get away from the Bloodseeker is the question. Well, okay, maybe you don't even need to. One kill there goes the way of Mouse. The Sunstrike. Ooh. Oh my goodness.
It's so hard, though. They have to work so hard for a Bane kill. And that's just going to give space for Analog to get back to what he loves doing, which is ratting. I think Nemesis is wearing him down.
They're definitely just slowly building the lead, right?
Yeah, it's once Invoker gets the Hex, life becomes a lot harder. Now when mid one goes to defend on his own, before he had the comfort of the BKB, but if Invoker has the Hex, you might just get comboed to death before your team can TP in. And now if you're scared to just send mid one, now you have to bring multiple heroes back every time Analog is ratting. It makes your map movement so much harder.
They do finish the butterfly on the Bloodseeker.
It's a lot more damage.
Ton more damage, yeah.
And he does have the shard, which Tiny's got a lot of health here, 4,600.
If you put like Tiny and Bloodseeker one-on-one in the fight, I'm pretty sure the Bloodseeker wins, but that's not like how the game works, right? Dota is not like this like 1v1 in a vacuum test. It's whether or not he can actually stick on these heroes in the fights. If he has the backup of his team, he's not getting controlled. A lot of things have to go right.
And when you're ratting like this, it's just more likely that things go your way because you know where the enemy are when they keep having to come back to defend. And you get to be the one to decide, are we fighting bottom? Are we teleporting somewhere else?
This is a really nice rotation bottom.
If Analog can read it and get out, he has massively succeeded in everything he wants to do. 5 people are down here looking for him, and he might just slip past them. No one's in the river. No one is getting caught by the... Oh, my God. He's just out.
They have the gem, too. Like, they knew he was down here. They just thought he was going north through the jungle. But, unfortunately, he just slips by once again.
I think you have to spread out a little bit there to increase the odds you run into the Invoker. If you're going to commit that many heroes, you really need it to work. And even if he ends up killing, say, a support, like the Earth Spirit is on his own, maybe he dies, but the others will get there to react, and you try to get something out of it. Instead, it's a 5-man move that doesn't connect on anything. Analog farmed while he was down there, and the rest of his team farmed top while they were down there. So for that smoke, Nemesis gained 1,000 gold.
And he still pushed bottom, right? Like, he left his 3 Forge Spirits bottom, he TP's top, and now he's pushed top.
Analog, this is disgusting, man. This has got to be so frustrating to play against.
I love this, man. I love macro heroes. Like, the Invoker, the way it's been playing in this tournament is super cool.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The one thing we've learned, recently, never really go high ground. Like, it feels like it's impossible to breach. But if all you're doing is just slowly chipping it over the course of, 70, 80 minutes, it works out pretty well.
Oh, nice kickback.
Oh, very nice one indeed. They're going to grab Lelis.
Mouse had to wait a while for that one, but they finally get the clockwork. It's a pretty long death time. I think he bought back earlier and just never died again till now. What else can you find? The hook shot's pretty important for some of their early fights. Seems like Mao is trying to clear out their half. But guess what? You left bottom lane.
The Catalyst is so insane on this hero with this build.
Oh yeah, Jabs is in the game, by the way. we're just watching Analog rat. That is the story of this game. And the rest of his team is like, oh yeah, we're picking up money too. And you can see it on the net worth, right? At some point, this will add up. It's actually slower than I thought, it being only a 4K gold lead right now. And it is because Mouse has managed to find some kills here and there to limit it from getting out of control. And I suppose they also get some extra gold every time they're killing these Forge Spirits.
Yeah.
But their towers are getting low. Like last time we checked in on top, it's at half health. And there's not even been a single high ground push. It is at half health. I think bottom is getting down to half as well. I don't think he's ever been able to go mid, but you shouldn't do mid. If you're ratting, you go to one of the side lanes because there's way more escape paths, as we saw Analog demonstrate when he slipped by 5 heroes looking for him.
Well, having some fun, doing some damage against the Tidehunter. Nice hook shot in. Very annoying for Boom to deal with, but they're going to look to try and grab the clockwork. He's in all by himself. No way out. Great control there from mid one.
But guess who's bottom?
You're right.
Guess who's bottom?
The wave's already been cut. it can't be good for this long, right? At some point, you have to fight. He's got the scythe, man.
You don't have to, though, because there's been nothing to fight over.
Yeah, I guess Roche is soon.
Roshan died. The Aegis got claimed. So there's been this 8-minute period and, you know, a little bit of respawn time that is now about to end, where there was no objective that you really had to risk your life and a full team fight for. Like a tier 2, who cares? We can just give it up. It's not a big deal. So they've never had to commit to grouping up, and that's why Analog has been ratting down here, and his team has just been staying on their half. And it's been up to Mouse to try to find it, and they have tried, but they haven't been able to actually kill him. And now it is going to be time to force a team fight because the second Roche is up. So this time, Analog is going to look to split push a lane, much like we've seen many a time. But if Mouse does respond, he will now TP to his team. They'll go for Roche. If they actually try to ignore him and force Roche, he can just commit to like, okay, get Roche. I'm going to get your bottom barracks. And then I can still TP to that fight if my team wants to go. I have Sunstrike to contribute from afar. We have various summons. Like, you just keep the Helm of the Dominator somewhere close to the Roche pit. He just bots in on top of that.
Trying to watch their movements right now. They are smoked up on Mao's. Chrysalis looking for the Rupture. Amplify damage on the Keeper of the Light. Very scary. They're going to run right in, find Yam Zone. There's the kick with the Rupture. Finally, we see it. And with the kill onto Yam Zone, this might be that green light to go Roche, but you are correct. Observers shown, Analog's already bottom on the tier 3 with the Meteor Hammer, the 3 Forge Spirits. They're going to Sunstrike, revealing this the Roche attempt, and
the problem is
this deja vu, man. I feel like we've seen this before.
Roche. I was going to say, actually, after you kill the Bane, I think the play for Mouse is TP straight bottom and look for Analog. Because if you try to force Roche, this is what happens. Their lineup is not that fast as killing it because Keeper is not a... The way he scales is very different from other mid-heroes, so he doesn't actually contribute that much Roche damage, even as a mid-hero. Tide, he's like utility, you know, he can tank it, he can reduce its armor, but his own damage is not that great. And then Bloodseeker stuff doesn't really work on Roche. And then these supports are not Roche killers either, so it's just so slow. I think bottom's probably now down to a 4th on that tower.
Yeah, they had to send mid one back. Once again, avalanche toss from Rubicon. Almost finished the damage, but a huge vacuum onto 3. But can they finish the kills? Chrysalis standing his ground. The big Ravage comes through, but the BKB's protecting him. And yeah, Chrysalis chews right through that Tiny. He's out of mana, but he's still got a lot of damage to play with. They're going to buy back on Yamich. He's right in the middle of the fight. Will roll himself back to safety. Hook shot. He's back. Rubicon's going to buy back into the game. They've got to deal with this Bloodseeker. He's looking really strong. Another Will-O-Wisp will hold down Rubicon, but a great scythe, great vacuum pulls him in, but an escape act is going to keep him at safe. The tree toss coming through. Can Lelis find him? The Wisp just constantly being annoying for them as Jab's looking to try and find anything. They turn their attention back to the Tide, but mid one...
There's so much healing coming from him.
So much healing. So many Solar Binds, so many Spirit Vessels. They cannot find anything, but there it is. The toss back, the meatball, but another escape act. Roll to safety. Can they kill anything? Sunstrike's almost there, but it's not enough. Rupture comes out. It's going to hold Darkseer in place. Dead in the water. There's another Will-O-Wisp, another Magnetize, and they finally catch Analog. He's going to pop the BKB and run. Gives a nice Alacrity over to Rubicon, and he's going to survive. Gets the double kill, a buyback from the Darkseer, but Analog needs to go back to base. He needs to reset. He needs to heal. In comes Tiny. Avalanche toss onto do a Wind Waker. Save there from Boom's going to keep him nice and healthy, but there's the Wheel of Wonder. He dodges it. For now, nice haste. Pops the BKB trying to run. Chrysalis needs to be careful. Big pull back from Jabs. He gets 3. There's going to be the nice vacuum into the meatball. Panto's dead. It's a team wipe Nemesis. Get it done. A fight that felt like it was forever.
It was forever. Roche is leaving. He doesn't want to stay here anymore.
He's like, get me out of here, man.
Oh, my God. Well, Analog's back to where he belongs in the bottom lane, pushing that in.
Oh, my
God. Okay, yeah, we're going to have to buy back on Mouse to defend this because you're going to lose his bottom lane for free. And honestly, he has to be careful. He's the only one here, and he doesn't know if they're just going to jump him. Actually, I do think they see a couple heroes on one of the wards, so maybe he knows he's safe to clear some of this out.
What an insane fight.
There were so many vacuums from Jabs.
Jabs crushed it.
Yeah, that was really well done. Rubicon actually died pretty quickly on the initial jump. And I think part of it is the BKBs from Mao's and the healing was just keeping them alive through everything Nemesis had. But at some point, the Keeper ult ends, the BKBs run out, and finally you can start landing your spells and actually get the damage in. And thanks to that Octarine, he had another round or two of spells. Usually you only get one in a fight because the cooldowns are so much. When the fight goes forever, I guess you can just keep throwing them out. I mean, look at this is the first time they've come to high ground. Look at the state of the towers already.
Yeah. Tier 3 top almost dead. They'll drop the Will-O-Wisp. Rubicon should clean up the mid-tier 1, no problem. They drop the banner to protect them catapults. Getting quite annoyed by this Will-O-Wisp. Oh yeah, the Alacrity catapult, a classic.
It's good. That's
Just
an
bonking
invulnerable
away.
catapult. They don't have an easy way to kill this banner.
I mean, there's
you
no-
might have to send Boom in, but that's kind of scary.
He's got the Wind Waker, right? Like that's his like kind of get out
Push
of
him
jail free
away.
card. But the Hex toss back. There's the Wind Waker. We'll get him to safety. They got one tack, but the Vacuum. He does get the Ravage. It's buying him some time to hypnotize from the Wheel of Wonder. He gets the Force Staffs out. Okay, Maos are gonna survive, but that's Ravage down. The
That-
trade being the wall.
That banner took one hit
Yeah.
for all of that.
I think it was the Ringmaster as well who walked up and bonked it.
I guess it did drag the catapult out, but a little
Yeah.
too late. Rubicon goes in and 2 taps the final building down. Now that was the hardest part because the mid lane is not where he was ratting. So when they finally go bottom and top, it's literally going to be one hit from Tiny.
Yeah, these towers are very, very low.
Oh, that one's 2 hits. He's working on Refresher too.
He's got, was that 8,000 gold? Is that what I saw? Analog, what are you doing? Spend that gold, buddy. There it is.
Just like hoarding. Rat players like to hoard. You know, they like to amass the money. It's why they like ratting. Why fight when I can farm? Things are really tough for Maos at this point. Now, Rubicon does not have buyback. He has the Aegis, but if you actually manage to kill him twice, he'll be dead so long, you might be able to run him down. But they actually haven't been able to get a tier 2 in this game. So
I wonder why.
So you'll get there, they'll fortify, they'll take it, they'll go forward, you can fortify again. They can buy so much time for this Tiny to respawn. But you kind of need to do it at least once, right? So that the next time it happens, you can actually threaten high ground. But Analog is not going to make it easy. Oh, no. You have to find him. You have to commit some wards down here. And they have the Abyssal. You just have to commit to kill him, force him to buy back. And if he has no buyback, he'll be a lot more scared to do what he's been doing.
There's no buybacks on Nemesis for a while, besides the Invoker, right? We saw them all buy back for that big fight. But they've still got this Aegis for a couple more minutes, so they're
There's no
content
rush.
just kind of farming. Like you said, yeah, no rush at all. Wind Waker's queued up now, realizing that this is kind of a necessity.
I mean, Analog's got 6,000 gold. He's like, guys, should we wait for my Aghanims? Imagine that. You go into one fight, and the next time you see Invoker, he has Refresher Ags. You're like, what the heck? How much money was that guy sitting on?
Enough.
Approximately 10,000.
Nice blink out. They're looking for that kickback. He
Now
gets
those are
his
bots
bots too. Yeah, I like this a lot. I was thinking to myself, he might have grabbed it earlier, but
I kind of feel like you don't even need it when you have a Helm of the Dominator. Just keep it like further back in the fight. But
Chrysalis, nice BKB timing. Hex into the Rupture. Tiny still has that Aegis, so they're going to use this to try and zone them out, but Jabs does manage to find mid one for now. Escape back to give him some space. The toss back. He's going to need to BKB and try and get to safety. The heals will keep him alive. A little bit being forced out here from Nemesis.
pushing high ground straight up is very difficult. You have Gush from afar and Illuminate.
Sorry, he's about to sneeze on the tower here.
Choo. If only they could heal the towers. 49 left on that one. That's Analog's legacy.
Do you remember the repair kit?
Do you remember leaving the repair kit in base and then going, oh no, they're attacking, gotta take it. Oh, it's backpack cooldown. Rip. Dead. Let's bring that one back.
That's not. That was like the worst item.
Let's bring
Analog.
it back.
Ooh,
Okay,
he's going to get kicked in. Immediate BKB, though, and he'll just pop the walk, get out of there. Rupture again being tossed here onto Rubicon, up onto the high ground. He's tanky, but a nice Ravage comes through from Boone. They want the Invoker, but Jab's a huge 4-man vacuum. The Abyssal Blade comes through, but they're going to be able to take down the Bane. Now looking for the Darkseer. He's doing his best to hobble out of this one, but he can't. That's a dieback, and he's gone for a while. Rubicon needs to get to safety as well, but Chrysalis will chase him down. It is a disaster here unless they can somehow survive the double toss. You're kidding me. Triple kill for Chrysalis as Nemesis. They'll retreat on the Invoker, on the Clockwork, but an amazing find from Mouse.
I feel like Boom just walked in. That's the part that's a little funny because Nemesis seemed like they were set up in that area. They're pushing. I know they're retreating for a bit, but then Boom just walks in and ravages and sets that whole thing up. I feel like someone's got to throw something in there to stop that. But because of that initiation, the rest of the team is able to follow up and get the kills.
We're starting to see the Bloodseeker's damage come out in these fights, right? If he doesn't die right away and he's able to stick on the Tiny, stick on the Darkseer, like he will eventually get them.
And now they're looking for Analog. They know he likes to live down here. But I don't think who has the gem right now.
I think Tide had it last time I saw, but I don't know
Out
anymore.
of space, what do you do? How do I hold all these Lotuses?
Suffering from success.
You gotta drag them on top of each other to stack.
Tide does not have it. Yeah, I don't know.
They could certainly use it.
Yeah, someone's got a gem.
They have an Essence Distiller, and I believe he should have taken the True Sight Rocket Flare, so you got that at least. We need a Tormentor out of this, unless it gets stolen. So that'd be so sad.
Yeah. Well, they've all got the shard. Okay, so just a big chunk of gold.
The top lane works for me. That's fine.
Oh.
Ratting's the same here or there.
Yeah, they have to be careful because that top tower with those Forge Spirits might die. It's going to be very close.
Oh, actually, BKBs. Don't worry. They don't know. Run.
Maybe they did. I don't know. But he did get the tower, so tier 3 tower top is gone. He's being such a nuisance, but, I mean, let's look at the gold, right? Like, this... There was a huge lead for Nemesis after the Roshan. It's dead even now as we get to the 53, almost 54-minute mark. And I think they outscale them because of the Bloodseeker. Like, this is an incredibly strong late-game hero, and Nemesis have been doing their best to kind of dodge things out. But one thing we haven't really seen this game is that, like, hard lockdown from the Bane. Like, I feel like Bane's Fiend's Grip is getting canceled constantly.
It's tricky. There's a lot.
Yeah.
You have such a long range on the Earth Spirit to just silence like all the illusions and cancel it. So it's not easy. You have to be pretty far back. The game's been going so long, I imagine he's starting to pick up like all the items to help you do that. Stay way in the back. Maybe even consider a BKB if you want at some point.
Yeah, but with Wind, like at this point, Wind Wakers are coming out.
That's true,
yeah,
too.
like there's going to be a lot of saves. All right, Roshan, long respawn. 2 minutes more.
It's been an interesting dynamic because I feel like the way Nemesis has played the map has been better, mainly analog ratting and the rest of the team kind of farming the rest. But then when it comes to the team fights, Mao seems to have better target prioritization to understand what they want from the fights. And that's what's kept this game close. Like, Nemesis builds a lead through ratting, Mao's gets it back from fighting. You rinse and repeat. But we are reaching the point where I think Nemesis only needs to get one winning team fight, and you finish up the whole base. Whereas Mouse has to win at least two.
Oh, the big Snoke, they kick the Hex into a nice Ravage, but the BKB's out just in time. The pushback, the saves, as the Escape Act will do it. They drop the wall onto 2. Chrysalis holding his ground. The Abyssal Blade onto Rubicon. He's trying to finish the job. Big Blood Right comes through, but he's getting Fiend's Grip, but the Silence will catch the Bane. A huge deafening blast as well, but they cannot keep the Tiny alive. He's going to buy back. They need to kill this Bloodseeker, but a great save from Yamich will kick him to safety, and it will instead just be the Tide. Buybacks from both teams, but a win for the side of Mao's.
This is the saving Earth Spirit style.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker gets jumped. and then Yamich is immediately there, kicking him across the world, so you can't finish the job, and that allows him to BKB. It allows him to get back in the fight. And when you get a kill, you're healing so much in these fights.
Yeah.
Let alone the extra illuminates on top of that.
They know the next Roshan is probably the game decider, but it is still 40 seconds away. They're looking for the mid lane, see who they can actually find here. Analog with the Hex. No BKB for 2 seconds, though. Does not want to get caught without that. Rubicon's got a while. 30 seconds for his BKB is back up. We finally saw the Fiend's Grip in that last fight, right? Like, it's been a little while, but he's got the Aghanim Scepter. He got a fairly long duration on it, but the Blood Right clipped it at the very end.
It has to be a fairly late
Yeah.
Fiend's Grip is the annoying thing for him. Mouse trying to open up at least one of the tier 2, so if they can win a fight, they can push 4 more.
Right. On the high, mid one, gets found, big deafening blast, meteor meatball combo as well. He gets the great Wind Waker save though, as on the backside, great vacuum wall onto 3. The BKBs are out, mid one's gonna survive, and a nice escape back doing work. Can Chrysalis take down Rubicon? They're trying, the Nightmare save's not gonna be enough, is it? He's gonna survive for now. They're trying their best to get out of it, but Chrysalis is still alive. He's gonna get Fiend's Grip, but they don't have the damage quite yet. They need more help. Can they do it? Another deafening blast. The refreshers from Analog. He does it. Finally.
The fish.
A big win here for Nemesis, but the buyback is available for the Bloodseeker if he wants it, and you do not have your Tiny.
Back to Ranning. Yeah, these fights are so hard for Nemesis at this point. They are doing more damage, I have to guess, but there's so much healing coming in from the Bloodseeker, who you can see is doing all the damage. So they're trying to kill him so desperately, but there are so many saves. There are these escape acts. There are ravages to break up the fights. And we see
So
the initial,
close.
like even the Caudle, they're having trouble killing because you can't really stop the Tide from getting close. Look at these combos. It looks so good, but then one hero disappears. One guy full heals. Now this guy BKB runs away. They're struggling to actually finish the job on any given hero.
It has to be such a quick initiation, right? Like, it needs to be like the hook shot in, the Avatos. Like, you have to be able to, and it has to be a hero that, you know, can't get saved by a Wind Waker. It's very difficult to execute. They're not going to buy back on the Bloodseeker quite yet. They're going to AoE surge in. Who do they find? Boom. There's the buyback. They're going to fear off the Bane. Can they kill him in time? It's going to be close. Yamsun is low. And no Tiny. Still 30 seconds before he's back in the game. Bane can buy back, but it's going to be Mouse trying to push the Roshan here. We'll see if they can do it. Smoke up from Nemesis.
Top Barracks getting ratted in the meantime. No Tiny for 20 seconds. Mouse knows this. They've been plagued by their lack of Roche damage this entire game, though. Can they finish this in 10 seconds?
There's the buyback.
When everyone is throwing in spells here.
They need to get this. There's the vacuum wall. The Cataclysm's coming through. They're able to dodge it out. The Roshan will finally hit the deck. Chrysalis going to try and pick it all up. He's done it. Refresher, cheese, everything still in the pit. Mid one grabs him. Can he get out, though? He might have committed too far. Oh, the Blood Right managed to clip him. They go in on Rubicon. The Avalanche, the toss, the Fiend's Grip, but the double Wind Wakers, baby. They're out. Rubicon looking for more. Meatball burning down Chrysalis, but they don't have the damage. And chasing down Panto. Hookshot off the mark. Another Tornado, another EMP, but no one is
So
dying.
many hexes.
Rubicon grabs the back line. They're going to try and get him.
Trying to kill
Chrysalis
anything to
still
heal.
alive. No one's dying. They get the Caudle, they get the Aegis, but now can Nemesis finish the job is the question. Avalanche toss, they've isolated him. Banto's going in, gets the save off the escape back, but Jay's going to go ahead and zone him out, and Rubicon is looking for Chrysalis. They will get him into dieback. The hook shot to finish off the Ringmaster.
He used his buyback earlier. Nemesis has everything they need, and top. Okay, one Barracks lived, but the creeps finished half of it for them, so they're just going to go straight to that bottom lane. At this time, it's Mao's that can't finish any of the kills, because Bloodseeker would heal so much, but Nemesis was doing such a great job backing out. I mean, they were the ones who started the fight, so it's easier for them. Yeah, there's the one tap that we've been waiting for, that 49 HP tower. The banner that they actually stole from the Roche, because so much dropped, they didn't have time. So the cheese and the banner actually went to Nemesis.
I mean, the Will-O-Wisp is super annoying. Analog is like the only hero who can hit it, but he really does not want to get caught. He has been playing very safe. They know there's no buyback on this Bloodseeker. They're going to take their time with this push. No one on Mouse can come on and hit this banner. We've talked about it, right? Like, it is very scary. They're
60
baiting
seconds,
this.
no Bloodseeker.
They're going to try Avalanche. Rubicon with the toss into the Hex. Boom's going to go ahead and get the Dispel for now. He's fine. A second toss back. There's going to be the Ravage. It connects onto everybody, but no follow-up just to zone them away. Jay goes in, manages to find mid one. Nice vacuum, pulls in 3. The wall, keeping them at bay. They will finish off the lanes of Rax, and that's what they're here for. Nemesis, they want the Mega Creeps. Quick surge. Rubicon
One
goes
tap.
straight into the high ground, takes the last one. That's the Mega Creeps, but now you need to get out. Hexed up, saved once again. Has the cheese at the ready as well if he needs it. 20 seconds before the Bloodseeker is up. You have AoE Surge. They're going to turn around, maybe go aggressive. Rubicon, he wants to take down Boom. If you lose the Tidehunter, that's everything. Escape Act once again to save them, and they'll go ahead and cut their losses. They're out. Nemesis get Mega Creeps. They're up 11,000 gold as the Bloodseeker respawns.
They should have control of this game from here, but we have seen, yes, we have seen this net worth spike up and down quite a lot. But if you were having trouble getting ratted before, now you're getting ratted with Mega Creeps. The Illuminate that was defending the base before, I'm not going to say it's meaningless, but before it's 1 Illuminate and a Blinding Light. Now it's 3. That's a lot more time you have to sit, and it's every 30 seconds a new Mega Creep wave is coming in. It's going to be really hard for Mouse to leave the base. But we have seen that depending how the fight breaks out, they have the damage. If Crystallis is able to go from target to target, it's just tough now because the Refresher doesn't affect the BKB, and now you have Refresher Octarine on all these spellcasters.
Kickback. Rubicon in some trouble, still have some help. Nice Nightmare to save him, but the Will-O-Wisp dead in the water is just not letting him go anywhere. Ringmaster forced to put 2 heroes in the escape back. The vacuum pulls him back to the other side of the wall. Crystallis, a little bit of a rough spot, but it's just Rubicon that blasts them down. Nice harpoon to pull him back, but there's the BKB, the Ravage, the Cataclysm comes through. Can they finish off Rubicon? He's got the cheese. Crystallis hexed up, thrown on in. Lelis will zone him out, and that is gonna be likely it as Analog will continue to chase. The break comes through, a Fiend's Grip lines them up, and just like that, Nemesis will overwhelm Mouse in the base and take game number 1.
They had to work very hard for that. They had to work very, very hard for that. Those team fights were so tricky for them. I think Analog did an amazing job ratting through that mid-game. But then there was actually a little bit of a slip-up around one of those Roche fights, and that's where Mouse was able to bounce back with some very impressive team fighting, all things considered, I would say. With that unconventional Bloodseeker pick, we weren't sure how that would do, but clearly it had quite a lot of damage in this late game. He just struggled at some point. There's a million tornadoes, a million vacuums. There's a Fiend's Grip he's got to think about. It's just a bit much for a melee hero.
There's so many things that like this comes down to. It's not like one particular play. It's not one particular fight. I do agree with you, though. I think Analog was kind of this... It really broke Mouse in terms of them being able to get stuff done in the mid game. Like mid one's constantly having to come back, defend the base. He basically took 2 tier 3 towers by himself. He took almost all the tier 2 towers. You know, it's pretty impressive what he was able to accomplish. And Crystallis, despite a very impressive scoreline, right? 17, 8, 9, tons of damage, 62,000 hero damage on this hero. Analog, absolute beast. 7-1-21, 83,000 damage. Very, very, very impressive stuff from him.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, 45k healing from the Coddle.
Yeah.
That's why those mid-game fights were so difficult. You just couldn't do enough damage to get through that. But you get late enough, you get enough spells from the Refresher, you pick up so many items, those Illuminate heals just don't scale up the same way. So they're finally able to get kills in this late game. I do think Mouse played pretty well with what they had to deal with. I think the escape back saves were amazing from Panto. It was such a pain. I guess no one could really buy a nullifier on Nemesis. Maybe the Darkseer could have snuck one in there or something, but yeah, they just there were so many saves and heals for them to deal with. Very, very chaotic fights for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, Nullifier is one of those items that is very good against, you know, Wind Wakers, all these different saves. It's not easy to fit in the builds, like you said. Like Tiny not really wanting to build it. He wants his burst damage. He tries to kill people in a single Avatos. Darkseer was too busy itemizing for like his own ags, his own saves. But it works out in the end. I think they had a game plan. They executed it pretty dang well. It was close at times. You know, Mal's almost managed to pull this one back. Very back and forth, but this one goes to Nemesis. Very, very fun game.
Yeah, I think some of the early game connections for Mouse, it wasn't their usual style, right? Where mid one is showing up to the fights, starting to get some kills, and just snowballing the lead.
Yeah, we saw this was the fight that Nemesis kind of took away from them, right? They managed to keep Jabs alive. He gets the buyback eventually, comes back in, huge vacuum onto 3, and we're like, oh, okay. This Darkseer is a problem.
Yeah. But to be fair, that was like the tail end of a 1.5 minute fight
seriously.
or something that at multiple points I thought either team was winning that fight, and then it just kept going and going until Nemesis could finally close it out. This is where they started to bring it back, right? Where Boom just like walked in and started this fight. And you can see Bloodseeker gets 1 kill, moves on to the next target. This is what's keeping him so healthy. And that's the difference of what will ultimately be the final fight we'll see later. He just couldn't get a kill. He would have healed thousands of HP, but everyone just kept getting away from him and the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, they did a really good job trying to kite out the Bloodseeker, and the Will-O-Wisp is super annoying, but when the BKBs are there on the side of Nemesis, and they do actually see the Fiend's Grip, like that was something that we were talking about earlier. Like, we hadn't really seen the full Fiend's Grip, right? Like, eventually, it comes through. Like, later on in the fight, he was being a lot more patient with it, and with that being the case, there's no Wind Waker saves, there's no escape axe. There's only so many tools you have to try and keep these heroes alive.
Yeah, it was a hard-fought battle to reach that point, but I think they played it out well. And a much-needed win, too. They started off the group stage pretty roughly, 0-4. They can finally have a sigh of relief. They're on the board with 1 win, and I think they've showed that the second win could definitely happen here. I think they played pretty well there.
I'd agree. Yeah, I think this series is up to either of the teams, right? I think the draft was pretty interesting. We haven't seen the Bloodseeker yet. I still think there's potential with it, even though it lost here. I think part of it is Darkseer is very strong. He's one of the best heroes of the tournament so far. He has an insane win rate, and he counters a lot of the meta carries. So I'm not surprised we're seeing more Darkseer, but even into what we thought was going to be a decent counter pick, it comes out ahead. So we'll see what happens as we're going to go to a short break, everybody, and we'll be back with game number 2. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
Welcome back, everybody. We have had a pretty fun day so far, but we are in our third series here. It is Mouse versus Nemesis. And an exciting game one going the distance. It goes the way of Mouse. But Zach, it was close. It was on a knife's edge, back and forth for a while. What kind of pushed it over? How did Mouse pull this one out? Or I'm sorry, how did Nemesis pull this one out?
Mouse would have liked to pull this one out.
They would have.
In a 1 hour game, I mean, there's a lot. If we go back to it, we didn't expect mid one actually to be on the Keeper of the Light originally.
True.
I feel like we didn't get to feel the full impact from him, but I don't think that's strictly because of the hero. Like, if we go all the way back to the start of the game, they begin by blocking the 2 camps at Keeper of the Light once. And usually what you do is you shove the lane, you go jungle those. That helps you get a lot of net worth, helps you get the levels a little bit sooner so that you can then go rotate at level 6. But with both of them blocked, it's kind of forced to go to the triangle, and there's only one camp you can really farm there. It's a medium camp. So he just ends up with a little less. And you go to the first fight, you have a little less than you're supposed to. And I mean, that's not like the one thing that set him back, but I feel like it does slow him down. And I do think mid one is very important to this team. I feel like a lot of times when they look good, he's getting a lot done, making space. And I just didn't feel that as much this time.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to start seeing maybe more priority put on the Darkseer. Like, this is a hero that has, I think, one of the highest win rates in the tournament with over 10 picks. We'll have to look at the exact numbers because there's a lot of different streams happening at any given time. But I feel like every time we see this hero, he's excelling. Like, no matter what the build is, he manages to adapt to whatever that's needed for the game, and it's looking really strong. In late game, it's Darkseer, right? Like, Blink Vac Wall is a classic combo. You now have like the punch as well, like an extra layer of CC. It's I don't want to say overperforming, but maybe like unexpected coming into the event, like how much pressure this hero was going to create.
He is being picked fairly late in the draft, so you kind of know he's going to have a decent game. It's mostly like my lane might kind of struggle, but I mean, that's Darkseer's fine with that, right? You creep cut, you go stack things, and I think the current focus on this Helm of the Dominator first really allows him to catch back up if he's having a bad time, or speed ahead if he's having a good time. A lot of times we're seeing him like 5K, 6K, just like slightly after the 10-minute mark, which is a lot. And depending whatever build you want to do after that, right, you're going to put that money to good use. So like you said, I've been very impressed with the Darkseer games we've caught so far, but it is sort of set up for success compared to some heroes you got to pick like right at the start of the draft, and of course they're going to get countered, so then it's a bit harder.
Yeah, we've been seeing, you know, there are some periods with a lot of picks with a not great win rate. I think the one that was like kind of a surprise to me was the Wind Ranger. The hero is sitting at like a sub 30 win rate, but it's like in the top 10 most picked heroes. There are some that are picked a lot and have a great win rate, right? Darkseer is one of them. Shadow Fiend is one of them. We'll see, you know, who ends up being there. Clockwork, I think, actually has a pretty low win rate, but we all know Clockwork is amazing. Your win rate isn't always like a defining factor of whether or not a hero is good or bad, but for some of them, like Darkseer, it's a pretty good indicator.
Now this time around, the draft bans switching up.
Yeah.
They actually just like moved everything up. A lot of their second phase bans, Mao's moved into the first phase because they're now first pick. So we don't need to ban some of that broken stuff. We're going to get it if you guys don't ban it. So in the end, they end up with the Tusk, which is actually not the broken hero I thought they would take, though it is a very good one for Mao's. It fits the style they like a lot. It can go in either lane. I think I like it when Yamich plays it a little bit more. And it sets up for a lot of the strong carries that are still left in the pool if you do play it in the position 5. Actually, like all of them are available. Drow, Shadow Fiend, Wind Ranger if you want to pair her too with the Tusk. The Focus Fire plus Tag Team is just, it's ridiculous when I see it.
Yeah, that was my initial thought, right? Like this could be safe lane Tusk. It could, in terms of the 5, obviously, or you pair it with a decent off lane as well. I think it's a little undervalued personally this tournament. Like, it has looked good in the games that it's getting picked. And with all of the carries still in the pool, I do like the opener of the Tusk. We'll see what they kind of want to respond with, because Nemesis taking their time. They could just go for the Bane. They go Dark Willow. This is an annoying hero for Tusk, actually. It's not super common, but the Bramble, an absolute nuisance being able to try and go in and save a hero with the Snowball. Well, it does offer a lot of damage
too.
Yeah.
This is such a different opener than we usually see. I mean, there is some flexibility. Dark Willows sometimes do get played in position 5, but 4 is typically a little better. You like to pair it with forced movement. Earth Spirit is still in the pool. Magnus is a classic, though. We don't see that one as often now.
God, I miss that.
I do like him. He's cool.
I feel like once we get further into Dark Carnival and people can get the new Magnus set, he'll suddenly be like in every game.
Cosmetic buff.
Dude, I'm telling you, that's a real deal. Cosmetic buffs happen. People are like, oh, this set's so cool. And they pick them like, wait a minute, this hero was actually good all along.
Let's see if that'll do it for Magnus.
Also, just goated set. We got to agree. That thing is so cool.
I can't even remember right now, actually.
Dude, he's like a war elephant.
Oh, yeah.
No, that thing is so cool. I like my hats. What can I say?
I like an elephant a hat.
Yeah. I don't know. That might be illegal.
Actually, that one's a little bizarre, though. The shape of it is so funny because it doesn't... Because it's like the shape of Magnus, but with an elephant. But an elephant is not the shape of Magnus. I feel very strange when I look at that set. Like... Something feels wrong.
It's okay. In terms of the bans, though, we get rid of the Viper, the Bane, which kind of a, for lack of a better term, a sleeper in the last game. It really snuck up towards the end of the game, getting some actually really powerful Fiend scripts, but I think Bane in general has proven to be, I think, an S-tier support. Like, in terms of the position 5s, this hero is absolutely crushing it. So I like the ban and the respect on it. Get rid of the Huskar. They go for the Winter Wyvern. Great combo against the Tusk, right?
They're not done with healing either. It's pretty nice because Tusk typically gets paired with some kind of right-click physical damage hero, and your save is just very good versus that. Or you turn it against them, like you were saying. It's also very difficult to snowball save since you jump in and you just get taunted as well. You're going to have to buy a BKB, which is a lot for a Tusk. I was going to talk about Crystallis's Razor, but maybe now that this Wyvern is in, you can still steal damage, but I mean, you're not really doing as much damage into the save. The Invoker is still in the pool. I mean, it's like easy Sunstrike setups, or something like Bat Rider is a whole bunch of magic damage when you are immune to physical damage. He just sits on top of you, burns you down.
I love the Bat Rider. It's good against both supports, right? Dark Willow, she kind of relies on Shadow Realm for survivability. Bat Rider, a lot of his damage still goes through it. He kind of struggles with the Bramble, of course, like any of these like high mobility heroes, but it is a solid pick versus both supports, and you can run this as an offlaner if you'd like. So if you want to run it into the Wyvern lane, I don't think it's bad. But this could be support. You can move it all over the place.
If it does end up being a support, I think you can potentially call the bluff that Tusk is going to Yamage. And you might be able to get something like a Largo offlane who just doesn't really care as much about Batrider because you can remove so much of his damage. I think it's an okay pairing with Dark Willow. You can catchy lick into several brambles. Frog Stomp is hard to get out of when there's also brambles you're trying to navigate around. She just stacks for you to farm up as well. I do think you need some initiators for your following picks on Nemesis. Dark Willow and Winter Wyvern are follow-up heroes. Their abilities just aren't really instant enough, especially if you're dealing with something like Tusk Snowball.
The Hoodwink. Okay, so that's going to confirm the core Batrider. So yeah, probably offlane Tusk Batrider. I think seeing these supports, that's a pretty solid response, right? You know neither of them can really contest you. It will be the Winter Wyvern down there, most likely, and it does not really stop Batrider or Tusk from doing their damage. You'll protect from, say, you know, tag team, but a lot of it's going to be magic. In terms of the pairing, Shadow Fiend does not like playing into the Batrider lane very much, or Tusk. You could maybe consider... Okay, yeah, I was gonna say you can maybe consider the Wind Ranger, like one of these other like ranged heroes. She's a little bit more versatile, right? Doesn't die as easily thanks to Wind Run, so I like this idea. I'll go back for the Earth Spirit mid. Does Necro still pick? Yeah, it's in the pool.
I'm open to it. I like it.
It's either Necro or Ember here, surely. Because, like, Ember can build the Vessel this game for you if you want to go that route. Necrophos gives you a frontliner that, like, you can play around. And it wins both. Like, it crushes the Earth Spirit lane. And we've been seeing Necrophos on 18 has... if there was a stat, it would be Necrophos 18 wins every game.
I'd have to look at that to verify, but it is a very strong 18 pick. They will instead go for the Puck. We were mentioning the lack of consistent disable. The silence from Earth Spirit is kind of the scariest thing right now, because otherwise, all the other abilities are pretty telegraphed. Actually, I take that back. The Winter's Curse can also be used to initiate on Puck, but it feels a little funny because, you know, you kind of want them to all be grouped up, and then you use Winter's Curse. So it's kind of forcing you to initiate with it, which is still, like, if you got to kill Puck, you got to kill Puck. So it's nice to have, but otherwise, Puck is relatively free this game, at least until, like, late game hexes come out. And it's a bit more initiation as well. This is going to be a very active 4 heroes. So now this final pick for Crystallis can really be anything, though he tends to also play pretty active heroes as opposed to picking a some kind of like hyper farming carry with 4 heroes making space for him.
Yeah, they get rid of the Night Stalker to protect the Puck. I'm a little bit on the edge about the Puck still. I don't know if it's really going to win this lane, and Earth Spirit... I don't think there's really an answer for him right now. Like, this hero is really strong in the mid lane if he's allowed to get his farm, get his items, get his levels. And I don't think you have a great way of dealing with him. Like, you have Coil, but I don't think you kill him that easily. Like, none of these other heroes offers the damage. So it really is going to have to be Crystallis. They banned his Monkey King. There is still something like the Bristleback that if you want to play that quick game like you're talking about, they've done it before.
What Crystallis heroes are even left at this point?
I don't think you said the Razor is one of them. It's actually not that bad into Wyvern, right? You Cold Embrace someone, and then he's still just going to get a full duration link on you. You're building up those Eye of the Storm stacks as well. We'll get rid of the Lycan.
These supports don't really deal with Lycan all that well. Makes sense. It would be Chaos getting run down by Jab's Lycan.
Yeah, Dark Willow specifically hates this hero. Like, all you can do is Shadow Realm TP or you die. Or you have to, like, terrorize the creeps away. And it's just not how you want to use it. Her terrorized talents are very good, so I'm curious, you know, if you can kind of play around that. There's the Razor. Yeah, I don't think it's actually that bad into Wyvern. I don't know what offlaner you pick into it now. It might be the Darkseer. Is it banned?
It's available. But the Razor illusion, like, none of these illusions are very strong. The auras are okay, but you can get auras from other heroes. The nice thing is, like, yeah, it's hard to be killed in the lane because you can just surge away.
The other option is like an Enigma.
I'm open to that, but I think they can kill your Eidolons with
Plasma Field or
yeah, just
something.
spamming spells. Maybe something like Underlord.
I like
but he doesn't really
Underlord,
enjoy
but
the Razor matchup.
Yeah, the matchup's
Mars
a
is
little
kind of
weird.
weak nowadays, but otherwise that used to be okay because he would just spear away the Razor.
Yeah, Mars is dead. That hero doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, unironically, Magnus, are we back?
There he is. Yeah, we're going to see the Enigma. I like this. I don't think it has the worst matchup against the Razor. You just have to be a little bit more conservative with your Eidolon placement. But it gives you a great team fight ultimate to play around. You can bait your Enigma and follow it up with the Earth Spirit or the other way around. You have good saves from Yamsun on the Winter Wyvern. It checks a lot of boxes. I like the draft.
It is difficult to cancel this game. It is technically possible, depending how he places it, but
yeah,
it's just not
It's
very
on boom.
guaranteed. Yeah.
Right. Late game Wind Waker is always an option to try and save the heroes in the black hole, but
a lot of this is going to come down to Eidolon micro. If you can dodge some of those spells, or like you said, just space them, keep them far back, then the lane is fine. But if you feed the first few sets of Eidolons, and like maybe if you feed them while doing damage, it's okay. But if they just get farmed by Plasma Field, plus it does look like they're committing to Panto being down there. So Bushwhack and an Acorn Shot, right? Like they're just going to die. You're going to get 60 gold. You buy a Mango, you do it again. And you end up with extra gold and extra XP, so then you hit level advantages, and then you're kind of fine over there. But if the control is good and you can kick Razor out of the lane, he doesn't jungle all that quickly in these early levels. So then he'll be off to a pretty slow start.
well, we'll see. I like the drafts. I do. I think both teams have like a good plan. Again, I'd give maybe a little bit of a nod to Nemesis. I think their game 1 performance was impressive, and I think here in game 2, the draft for me feels a little bit easier to execute, and I like overall. Like I don't necessarily think it's like a better draft, but it seems like there's less potential errors that can be made. Like whereas on Mouse, it's going to be a little bit more. You have to like really play around some of the big ultimates. You have to find the right angles on the initiation. And the Razor, right? Not a hero we've seen that often. They played the Bloodseeker last game. It didn't end up working out despite it looking okay. I don't think that's not necessarily an issue. Like that's not like a fault of Chrysalis. It's just how the game played out. But now we're on another maybe like question mark hero. It's one of his classics, but we'll see how it actually plays out in this game.
It does seem like Nemesis set themselves up to have a easier late game. Like if they drag it out much in the same way they did in the first one, then at some point Black Hole is an incredibly powerful late game spell. So is Winter's Curse. The scaling on Focus Fire as you get that like 25 talent is very strong. And this Magnetized talent actually in some of the late games are crazy. But I do like this Mouse draft. It feels more Mouse style. That keeper mid, not that he can't do it, like mid one plays all sorts of heroes, but this is truly, we're gonna fight. We're gonna run at you. We're gonna play fast. That feels like Mouse's strongest style. This feels right in line with that.
Yeah, Yamich is on one of his best heroes. I'm really curious to see how much they can get out of this offlane duo, because Batrider Tusk is very strong, and I do think it can pick on the Winter Wyvern. I think it's a little bit more difficult to find kills onto the Wind Ranger, but I like this smoke wraparound. Pretty deep, very, very nice ward placement. Rubicon on the high ground. Does not know this has happened. The smoke will pop. They don't know who's there, and yeah, Wind Ranger will be able to walk this one away pretty easily. So they'll get themselves 3 bounties. The reward for their rotation.
And an Eidolon. Money.
They're so rich.
So rich. They'll never recover from this. Down here, we were talking about that Eidolon Enigma lane up top with the Eidolons. This bottom lane can also be tricky. The win run does tend to get you away from... I like this. Are you going to kill it? It does tend to get you away from the damage of the Batrider, but if you slip up and like you don't win run far enough and then you get knocked back or Ice Shard blocked off, they will kill you, and it can snowball pretty quickly. Yamson as well, not that fast of a hero, so if he's out of position, he can get run down. He does not have the escapes that the Wind Ranger does.
He's doing a lot of damage to Boom here. One of the reasons we've seen Wyvern kind of pop back up in popularity, very strong in lane. They obviously buffed the Arctic Burn finally.
Finally.
It was so weird, man. Oh, it fell off. Can't reapply. Ever again.
Yeah, now it does a weaker version that can be reapplied, and that just gives you a lot more consistency. Specifically, you can actually focus one hero down, like we just saw him do, attack Boom. Previously, it's like, okay, I got to attack Yamich, I got to attack Boom, and then I guess I'll keep attacking Boom, but it's just not going to do as much, because it's just a regular attack now.
Yeah. And there, I mean, the level 2
This
here
is kind of what I was talking about. I think
but
Rubicon's in trouble here.
Rubicon's dead, and Yamsun is stuck in the trees. He's going to try and join him now.
Is he dead next, actually?
I don't think he
the
gets
body
out of
blocks
this.
from Yamich? How good are they?
He's only level 1.
He's not as fast?
Oh, no.
Do they have
It's
the knockback?
Disaster, dude. They lose the Enigma top as well.
1K gold lead. Early bounties, early kills. A strong start for Mouse. I think they just chased a little too far.
Absolutely.
In the lane, you have this double-ranged, long-ranged heroes. You just poke away, you're in a good time. But as you leave to the jungle, for example, now you're not as happy.
He's, I was saying
Very
he has
unhappy.
Cold Embrace, but too much damage.
He'd live a little longer, but he would ultimately still burn down. That's the idea of the Bat Rider response. And it's paying off so far for Boom.
All right, offlane going as planned here, kind of as we expected as well. It's a very strong counter to the Winter Wyvern. This safe lane, they did manage to take down Jabs. Crystal's having a very good time farming, 14 and 5. Keeping that tether up as long as possible.
We were watching bottom, so I'm not sure how many of those are Eidolons, which are money, but they're less money than regular last hits.
Whoa.
They're getting kind of low here, but they're farming the Eidolons like we were saying. So that'll make the CS a little misleading, but actually getting a kill, of course, is going to be great. And the fact that the Enigma is not at the top of the CS with a bunch of denies, that is also going to be very good.
See, this is the part about the mid lane I was a little unsure of. Analog's going to free farm on this Earth Spirit.
He is a good Earth Spirit mid player. And I think they need him to get a lot done this game, too. Because the Enigma is going to be a bit slower. Like, we see the drums and you kind of, like, force down buildings. But the Blink BKB is actually more common than it used to be now. It still takes a while to get there, and it's obviously a very long cooldown. He's going to be the main playmaker for his team, for the Dark Willow to follow up, to set up the enemy team to group up, and then you get the Winter's Curse. He's got to be able to get in there.
No points in roll yet, so it's a little bit hard for him to get to the rune, so he's just going to go ahead and walk bottom. Meanwhile, in the actual bottom lane, putting some damage out. So you'll get more and more points in the Wind Run eventually. You could consider a point in the Shackle. But Bat Rider off to a good start is pretty much all you can ask for right now. Ooh, Puck. Very low. Mid one, he does have Waning Rift up in 1 second, and that will get him away.
One auto attack.
But that is a very low Puck. He needs to be careful.
Top looking to farm a couple more Eidolons. Scaring us here. Everyone's trying to kill each other. Last game was a little slow in that mid game. Both teams, they're ready for violence.
Yeah, he's just going to force the Puck back. Lelis should be okay here. Does have that Shadow Realm. Plus, I think he popped the Lotus in there, so he got a ton of regen. No, he didn't. He just popped the stick. Okay.
Still a lot of regen. Well, the Razor pick paying off a lot so far for them. Top of the net worth. Again, the CS is going to be a little bit misleading, but 12 denies means you're slowing down that Enigma. He really gets strong as you get level 3 Eidolons. The drums start coming out, and the damage is ridiculous. Sometimes they're pushing the tower right now off of already a strong lane. So the fact that you should be able to clear this wave, get the catapult down, and have only taken a little bit of tower damage is Very nice for Mouse to make sure this Enigma does not get out of control. I've seen many games of top net worth Enigmas farming everything in the jungle with the early shard.
Ooh, that was an unfortunate little clap there connecting onto him.
What was the rune? Mid one got a regen rune.
That's nice. I'm not sure if he already popped it, but... yeah, he's getting a lot of Eidolons. So working on the drums as expected, right? This has been pretty much the default build. I don't really see them killing this Razor very easily. Like, you need 3 points Malefice, probably. Or the split on the Eidolons bottom lane. They're getting aggressive onto Rubicon, but here comes the TP from Lelis. They got him inside the Brambles. He's taking a lot of damage, but the snowball to try and pull him forward. Rubicon will be kept alive, burning under the Batrider, though. They get the return kill.
Still, I think that's actually fine for Rubicon because they died first, and I was worried Batrider was going to get out of control of that lane, but he locked in after that, and you see despite that death, still picked up a lot of CS, and then you even get the kill first there.
Yeah, he's having a great time. Wind Ranger not struggling as much as maybe we thought, but the early, the fact that Batrider got some good stuff early does help. But I think the Enigma is going to have a better time. Bottom lane, Yamich needs to be careful here. Caught in the Bramble here once again. Forced to drop the snowball. He's going to go towards the creep wave. But can he get to safety? It's going to be unlikely. They do manage to get a little bit of damage.
Nice
Great
shackle
into the power shot. Rubicon will take him out. Oh, look at the little bouquet on the ground there. Poor guy.
Another power rune should be coming up here. Who's going to get the luck?
It's
actually top. Mid one, in a little bit of trouble here.
It's an aggressive orb, but they'll bop that coil immediately. Yamsun gonna get stuck up on the high ground. No way out of this one, and they take down Lelis mid as well. So a worthwhile TP in from the team, and they still manage to secure that Invis rune.
Very nice. Just not enough lockdown to finish the puck before they could jump back to the orb. And they get baited in a little too far.
I love that ward. Nice deep ward placed here behind that tier 1 tower, looking to maybe find the Enigma back there.
Panto in a bit of a strange spot.
They're going to try and get some
Mid
damage
one's
out.
here.
It's close. Can the Earth Spirit connect? They get the Malefice for the moment, but... oh, did he roll into Roche? No, he hit the puck. Okay, that's what it was. Well, with
both
that
mid laners
one,
trying to get over here.
yeah, focus fire from Rubicon, but he's in so deep. He's completely by himself. He's got the wind run back up in a second. Can Boom do anything, though?
Black hole to get the puck.
Okay, black hole into the puck. You take that any day of the week. Now you just got to get out here on Nemesis, but it's not looking good. Snowball on through clips 3 heroes, and they will finally get themselves another kill. Now Chrysalis on the run. Plasma Field doing some work here. Analog, no points in the ult.
In the end, you take that. That's a 3-for-1, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Only Wind Ranger died. She killed the Hoodwink early. Yeah, 3-for-1. Overall, very nice. Puck just unable to get there. Had the Invis rune, but got rolled into by the Earth Spirit and eventually black holed by Enigma as well, which is a very nice kill to get. Helps him get back into this.
Very surprised that hero got found by a black hole. Coil comes out. They try to kick mid one away. They need to get someone else here to bail out this Earth Spirit. Jabs chased down from Chrysalis. Malefice buying him a little bit of time, but is it going to be enough? It doesn't look like it. He gets the kill, and they will lose Earth Spirit as well. And then amplified damage will be bottled up by mid one. Very nice play at the mid lane rune. I like that Chrysalis is playing super active. He is showing up to these fights, and they need him to.
This is why they pick him something like the Razor, right? This is their style, their bread and butter. They like to fight early. They know the heroes they like and what they can do. And you might actually just be running down Lullas here. There's one more. Dodge is the sharpshooter, but I think he can't actually get away from the Razor.
Ooh, roll. Analog. Looking for Panto. Does he have a grip? Does he need the grip? Okay, well, he's got Malefice instead. Tries to deny himself to the creep. Doesn't quite get it. Power shot bottom from Rubicon. Nice snipe. Takes out Boom once again. And the Wind Ranger is crushing it this game. Net worth at the top.
She's died a couple times, but she's getting the kills first in a lot of these situations. And like I said, locked down on the CS. So having a pretty strong showing for himself after a bit of a slow game in the last game 1. There we go, words. The Tiny just had a bit of a slower start against the Tidehunter, but he wants to get a bit more involved this time on that Wind Ranger. Oh, they actually scouts him out. They're going to cancel the TP, so this will be the top tower finally for Enigma.
Dude, Analog's on the hunt. Rubicon looking for Chrysalis. He's going to immediately pop the Eye of the Storm. Shackle comes through, stuck inside the Brambles. They've got the Magnetize. They've got everything to finish the job, but here comes Mid One with that Amplify damage coil onto 2. They really want to take down this Wind Ranger. She's got that Wind Run backup. Focus fire onto the Tusk. Trying to make some space. Jabs is here. Terrorize is here. They'll get themselves the kill. You need to get out of here. Great bushwhack, though, from Panto. Mid One finishes the job. Shadow Realm protecting the Dark Willow. It doesn't look like they're going to get anything else here, but that tower, it's fallen low. Well, I say that. Maybe the Winter Wyvern. Lelis with the Bedlam actually doing a ton of work here, trying to chase after the puck to kick off the mark, dodging it inside the river. The top tower is still alive, guys.
They did get distracted by these fights.
Jab's just cutting the wave instead. He's like, yeah, we'll get it eventually.
It's true. They'll get there. They'll get there at some point. Again, though, Rubicon just getting really active, and although he's dying, he's always getting the kills first, at least after that first death.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Speaking of.
Nice reaction there, but see if he can get away. Top side looks like they're going to find Panto trying to hide himself in the trees. Does jump away for the moment, but they do finish the job there with the Bedlam and the Eidolons. And Lelis is going to come through the gate. He wants to defend this.
No reason to give it up. It's a very healthy tower. And you have to always be careful about diving against a Winter Wyvern and an Earth Spirit and a Dark Willow and an Enigma.
Yeah, anyone else?
So, and a Wind Ranger.
Okay, there we go. Nice.
It's a little spooky sometimes. The Shackle as you're under the tower is scary. For now, I think they do need this blink on Boom so they can start the fights and not have to chase around the Wind Ranger. Or maybe can take out the Enigma before the Black Hole comes out.
So mid one's off to a pretty dang good start, right, in the mid lane. We're seeing him top of the net worth here on the puck. Analog definitely struggling a little bit more. We're going to see the fight for the 14-minute rune. It's going to be a haste. He immediately pops it. Instead, they're not going to find anything with it.
It's not too easy to just initiate onto a puck, even with that haste rune.
So when the game slows down like this, right, Nemesis has that Enigma who's going to be able to just farm that top side of the map, make it very difficult to pressure him. And I think that does favor them quite a bit. I don't know if the Earth Spirit's going to be able to catch up very easily, but he still can have a lot of impact without having like the most net worth. Analog gets the roll just in time. A good attempt there from Boom, trying to get that flame break. He needs that Blink Dagger, though.
He's pretty close. I should get Lelis here.
Yeah.
I think when the game is slowing down like this, Nemesis is not going to feel too bad. Again, that Enigma late game is always terrifying. A lot of their heroes scale really well. Malice is pretty solid scaling too, but I just think the late game tends to be a lot of team fights, and that's where Enigma shines. Double Lasso is nothing to scoff at, though, and I might be underestimating that. Boom could potentially have an insanely impactful game as things drag on. He does have his blink.
Looking bottom. I think they're gonna. They haven't seen him get it yet. If he steps out of sight, they may not know.
They really want to lasso this Wind Ranger. It's a good idea here, and they're bringing the heroes. Analog is nearby as well. Meanwhile, mid lane, Yamich starting to get burned down here. The two supports doing a lot of damage. Going to force Snowball, but there's the lasso. They pull back in Rubicon, but he gets the Wind Run off in time. Analog able to slow up these other heroes. It's going to be one dead mid, and yeah, you can't stop this Earth Spear from just rolling away.
The TP rotation's just a little bit off. I think they need to happen a bit sooner if you're going to go for that Blink Lasso.
And they got the mid tower, right? Jabs. His Blink gets the silence. Can they get the chain stun? They want to try and bring down the puck with the Magnetize. They absolutely got it.
And now you still have Black Hole, so you might actually be able to even push this tier 2.
The Catapult is alive.
Catapult and Eidolons, Focus Fire, Drums.
It's dead. There's no fort.
They're going to try to defend. They're bringing supports, but it's just not fast enough.
I mean, you need to be very careful. This is a really nice timing from the side of Nemesis. If you're the Razor and you get caught in a black hole right now, your game is going to fall really... it's going to feel really rough. I love these moves that they're making. Getting the Enigma active and coming mid as opposed to just sitting on the top side and like threatening the tier 2.
I think their early game's looking a lot stronger this time.
Yeah.
I mean, not that they played that badly last time either. It was a pretty even game to start, but just feeling a bit more active plays from Nemesis this time. Do you have the Blink Lasso available again? They didn't find a kill last time. They really do need to start getting some kills with it.
Top side. Well, the Razor, he's been found. He knows there's no way out of this one. He was trying to dodge it out for as long as possible, but he's going to hit the deck. Lelis will get the kill. This is where playing into this Dark Willow is really scary, because if you are going to play this kind of like cat and mouse game on the edge of the map, Dark Willow is a support that can solo kill your cores. Right? Like, it's one of the reasons like Lelis really enjoys it. If she gets her Yules, if she gets a Blink Dagger, it becomes very scary. Bottom lane, Shackle out from Rubicon, bursting down Boom here, doing a lot of damage, but a great bushwhack comes out from Panto to keep him alive. I hear another Bedlam. Who have they found? It's the puck. Can he get the black hole? He does. Does not manage to find the puck, but he'll be able to take down the Tusk. Yamich is dead. Mid one still burning to these magnetized pulses. Gets the refresh from Analog. He's so close to dying. He has one more stone. Kicks it on over, but Jabs is there to intercept. And they're going to go right into the Roshan.
They've already got Eidolons here too, so an 18, 19-minute Roche. Not what you'd expect, but you can actually do this thanks to Yamson making sure your team is tanky enough to just heal through all of this damage. Gives you all the time in the world to get the Eidolon splits and the focus fire damage.
This is such a good move. Not only do they win the fight, they get the Roche. They're in position to threaten Tormentor as well, which is going to be spawning in about 45 seconds. So they can reset, buy their items, and be ready to take it.
It would be nice if they can get this tier 1 before the Tormentor.
Yeah.
That way you can just limit the rotations from Maus.
Item check here. Where are we on Rubicon? On his way to the Dragonlance. It's coming out on Courier.
There's an observer that sees them, so Maus at least knows what they'd have to be getting into down here.
Oh, this tower's already dead. There's no way they cannot contest this. And meanwhile, Lelis, he's placed some very aggressive wards in the enemy jungle, and he is going to find Panto. He's going to pay for that one. Stepped under a ward of the enemy team. There's the Blink Lasso. It does manage to find the Earth Spirit, but can they actually kill him? The coil. Buying him some time. Oh, you lost Chrysalis at the same moment. Focus Fire just melted him.
That's the thing with this matchup. Razor can keep up with the Wind Ranger, but if she is not linked and she's actually focused on him, she puts out so much damage quickly that Razor, he likes long, drawn-out fights to steal the damage and burn off your armor with his ultimate and everything, but not if you're just getting Focus Fire down and Mjolnir proc to death.
Oh, that's a nice little Courier grab there. Glimmer Cape taken out from the Winter Wyvern. Oh, Boom. Needs to be careful. Roll doesn't quite connect, but they get enough slows through. They'll drop the Magnetize as well, just in case. As Rubicon temporarily held in place by the Hoodwink. And yeah, they're just... It feels like Mouse are expecting them to be a Tormentor, and then they just keep not going Tormentor.
Got him. I'm very impressed with Rubicon this game, I will say. He's a relatively unknown player. I think only competitive for about a year. But this game looking very good. I like the rotations he made. He kept up his farm despite a bit of a setback at the start. And he's finding a lot of pickoffs.
That was a nice bait there from Yamich. It's like, oh, it's just me trying to steal your wisdom shrine. I promise. Rubicon might just die to this. Is
that worth Aegis?
He's like, whatever. Oh my god. All right, well, dying on jabs, not great. Dude, if he gets the Walrus Punch steal, okay, he doesn't. It was close.
Bro, that was almost an absolute disaster. You use your Aegis to get Tormentor, you lose your Enigma, and then if you don't
Dude,
even
he's gonna get lassoed. You gave up your Aegis for this. Rubicon, he's burning, baby. He's gonna try his best to run away, but there's just no shot. Okay, now it's definitely not worth it.
Definitely
you could not
not
afford
worth
to
it.
stick around here. There's a huge death.
The shard for Lelis is at least nice, but oh no.
I love the Aegis.
Oh,
Thank you,
no.
production, for that one. Nice first Aegis. I mean, he had like 2 minutes left on the Aegis, didn't he?
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I mean, we were kind of joking about it, but they just kept not going to Tormentor, and at any point they could have gone with the full team, but then when they decided to go, they only had the 3 heroes. So if they had just been a little, like, you already waited 2 minutes. What's another minute on top of that to get a 4th hero over there? I think a bit greedy there, and maybe overestimating their ability to take Tormentor.
Well, with that, Mao's definitely happy. They got themselves a little bit more breathing room here. Mid one gets the blink out. Nicely done. Good response, or good reaction there. All right, Boom's almost a BKB. He should get it off this stack, off this triangle camps here, so he'll be ready to play.
The annoying thing is, you do need it this game because there's a lot of stuns and silences and roots. At the same time, you can BKB lasso someone and then still get Winter's Cursed or Black Hold.
Yeah.
So his game is difficult. I think I would like to see him go for the double lasso build because it just makes it a little easier to make sure you're catching one of the heroes that could stop you and possibly another on top of that. They do find another Enigma kill. So his farm's going to slow down, which I think is one of Nemesis's win conditions, is the more farm this Enigma gets, we're talking BKB, Black Hole, Refresher type items. But if he's dead, you're pushing that off another minute at a time. And you extend how much space you're going to have to get things done as the less scaling team.
I mean, Mao's are on the hunt, man. They smoke up immediately after that kill. They're looking for someone else. Lelis in the trees. He's hiding. Does get the Shadow Realm off. Drops the Bramble, trying to get the safety, but Boom's looking for it. Goes in, gets the lasso. There's the Winter's Curse, but does not help save him. Rubicon. Shackle. Focus Fire. Mid one comes in. Tries to save him. It's a dead Tusk. No way out of this one. Roll in. Analog. Unable to find anybody else.
On his own, he cannot kill that puck.
Yeah.
Just too difficult. The smoke gets in the Dark Willow kill. Get to invade the enemy space a bit. That's not that bad for Nemesis either. And this might be shaping up to be another long game because it's pretty much dead even as we get to the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any like specific items that are going to turn things around for one team or the other. Chrysalis obviously needs this BKB desperately.
It's going to start with the BKBs. You can at least ignore Dark Willow and Earth Spirit. And if you at least initiate on... If you can initiate on Enigma, and maybe the puck is silencing the Wyvern, then the BKBs cover you from everything else. So it can still be very strong timing for Mao's. It's just a conditional strength. You can't get caught by the Black Hole, and you can't have Winter Wyvern ready to Winter's Curse.
And this ward has done so much work. It has been giving them information for quite some time. Find a quick pick there onto Lelis.
Yeah, they're going to suspect it. I see the pings coming out. They must have seen me.
Lincoln's actually almost done on the Wind Ranger. Very smart this game. Does not want to get linked. Doesn't want to get caught in the lasso. Okay. Yamich, you're kind of alone here, but Analog is on the way. He's going to drop the Magnetize. Snowball over to the Winter Wyvern. Does keep the Magnetize running, and Yamich does not get hit by that last stone, but the blink, the black gold, they'll settle. I think they'll settle for the puck just fine. And the gem once. How many times have we seen this?
That was a very hopeful initiation. Earth Spirit is tough to kill. That hero is so tanky and a lot of mobility. Even with the puck, clearly, it did not get that close to killing him and only opens up yourself to the risk of getting black holed. And you risk your gem as well.
Yeah, losing that gem is pretty rough. They're going to sweep across the map. They're going to actually run right into a ward here in a moment.
Maybe you can get your gem back if you get a lasso kill, though.
That is, yeah.
You got to wait for the puck, though. Stand around here. Puck respawns, TP's in. Never mind, just go now. That'll really surprise them. There is no black hole, so there is kind of an opening here. No Magnetize either. If they can find Yamsen potentially, or at least distract Yamsen while they go for a different hero, but they're actually going top, and they're not going to find anybody. Nemesis is all bottom.
Yeah, they've got a lot of vision here on the bottom side of the map, so I don't blame them for being here. And they're holding their high ground quite nicely. Smoke is going to pop. Analog, they're going to go on him. Winter's Curse immediately does come out. The Glimmer Cape as well, and Analog will just roll himself to safety. Chrysalis has already committed the BKB. He needs to run now. They're thinking of turning things around. Lelis jumps in, steals the shield rune. Very nice from him. I mean, great Winter's Curse from Yansun at the ready to save Analog.
Felt like Mao's maybe a bit desperate to find something with that smoke. It is a great time to find something because the Roche timer, the respawn could have happened, right? They obviously do not know the exact time, but if you manage to find a kill there, it could set you up for Roche, so it's a big potential power play. They don't even really lose anything for it, so it's not that bad to go for, but I don't know, it's kind of risky. I feel like they could have lost a lot there.
Yeah.
It's just, it's full confidence that without the black hole, they can't lose the fight.
Another ward gone, thanks to the stolen gem. Yamsun just going to roleplay as a ward. Wait for that Roach to respawn. You're working your way towards the Aghanim Scepter on the Batrider, which will help. I mean, in that last fight, it's possible. You know, he blinks up, he gets the lasso. Maybe he finds the Winter Wyvern as well, but
I am happy to see this build.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be really big for them. Double lasso. If you combo with a coil, right? Double lasso, double coil snap. It's so much. And we were saying a lot of this comes down to, are you taking out certain heroes in the fight? The thing is, you don't really want to kill Wyvern, right? You're actually interested in the Wind Ranger. But if you can lasso both, preventing the save while killing the hero you actually want to kill, that's the true value of this Ags. I think Wyvern just going to need to stay really far back in fight so she is not found. And you wait to jump in with the Winter's Curse. We can either get somebody on Mao's killed or interrupt that lasso. Roche up. It is time for both teams to look for a kill to open this up. Or you try to go for a sneaky Roche attempt, but we've seen some very close objectives. I think you'd feel a little more comfortable just getting the kill first.
They have vision of Yamich. They're going to jump right on in on Lelis. Drops the Bramble with the Bedlam. They get the quick kill. I mean, this is kind of what you need, right? You want to go for the Roshan, but being up one hero makes it that much easier.
And as soon as he sees that they're going to kill the Tusk, he knows he can start up the Roche.
Yeah. So Aegis number 2 will come with a banner, and that is a great way to go to the high ground.
The second life helps a lot here because if you do get lassoed, you will just respawn. That can be scary because you're respawning deep in the enemy base, but when you have Winter's Curse and Black Hole, the enemy team can't really group up on top of you to kill you as soon as you respawn because you're actually just going to wipe them instead.
And there are some save mechanics, right? Like, if it is the Wind Ranger that ends up super deep in the base and dies, she's going to have her Hurricane Pike completed. She's got her Lincoln Sphere. You're going to have the Glimmer Capes, the roll kickback from maybe Earth Spirit. So there are avenues to bailing them out. But Maus are in the lead somehow. With everything going on, they have a 3,000 gold advantage. They're farming very well on these Tricores. Mid one specifically. He finished the Octarine. I was kind of curious what his build was going to be, but he ended up going straight for the Octarine, and now Nullifier will be his next option.
They're opening up this map.
Oh, they found the Enigma, but can they kill him in time? Okay, yeah, they can definitely kill him in time. They brought the numbers.
Nice find. That's another about a minute, right? That you just can't take these fights without the Enigma, so the Aegis timer just going to start ticking down. And in fact, if Maus could keep looking, they would love to. They still have Coil. You could potentially kill another support to stagger death times. I think a core kill is a little tough without the lasso, unless you like really find them on their own.
Okay, he's actually changed his mind. He's going to go Overwhelming Blink, I think. Bottom lane Analog, they run right under a ward. I'm never saying that sentence again.
I think you're going to have to. That's a pretty common sentence for casting Dota.
Nah, it's fine. They waddle.
They're waddling wards. Whoa, it's not any better. The Overwhelming Blink is interesting. I've been saying that to win this fight, Nemesis needs to target certain heroes, and that means you gotta find those heroes. Orb is a great way to scout, but also having a Puck just jump in with a bunch of health and the Octarine to find things, right? Just like, are you here? Are you there? Let me cancel blinks potentially. Let me just find the right heroes. I like the idea of the Overwhelming Blink for that.
Just a little... Just Puck coming in, phase shift with the Parasma. Does so much damage. They will still lose the tier 2. So with this, no outer towers remaining for Maus. Still just farming. Like, we saw the first Aegis. They lost net worth. They lost buildings off the first Aegis. We're kind of seeing something similar where Maus is like, all right, yeah, you guys got Aegis? No problem. Like, we have an answer. We're going to just keep farming. And you guys do not have ways of stopping us. You pointed out in the draft, right? It's very hard for them to find and kill the Puck. And they've managed to a few times. But it seems like he's kind of doing the similar job to Analog in last game, where he is playing this just menace, split pushing, very difficult to actually find the kill.
Yeah, it's not quite as effective just because Invoker has better tools for it. Yeah. But it is still preventing Nemesis from just, hey, we want a big team fight because we have big team fight ultimates. Let's just walk as 5. You try to do that, you're getting out-farmed by Maus, and you're having to deal with multiple lanes. It is the right idea here for Maus. They want to wait out this Aegis timer. And if you get them split up, then you can go for a fight.
I mean, top lane, they're looking for the Tusk.
If he gets away, it's a big waste of their time. So much just for a support. Even if they kill him, it's not that bad. But it looks like he's going to slip on out. Maybe he spoke too soon. He's still here.
He's just going to cut the next wave is the idea. Like, they're coming bottom. They want to play... Well, they were looking for a kill maybe, but now they're just going to go for the Tormentor.
They brought 4 heroes this time.
Yeah, the difference...
Jabs is still getting pretty low.
Oof. Lelis almost dies, but hey, I mean, that's what Pixie Dust is for, right?
If only Yamich had stuck around. That would have been really funny.
I think he knew that they were going for this, and that's specifically why he TP'd out. He's like, I don't want to die. I can't afford to die.
But it would have been so funny, Yamich.
It would have, and that's what matters. That is what matters.
Like, he may have died, but if he had succeeded, just think of the mental damage that would have dealt. Dude, the first time you lose your Aegis and a life to Tormentor, the second time it actually gets stolen.
Dude, Boom is so farmed. I feel like this guy just finished his Ags and now he has a full Shivas.
Shivas is another way to scout to make sure you're finding the right targets you need. I like it.
All right, drums being popped top. Double catapult. Do they have a banner still? I think they do, right? Yeah.
Very defensive for the catapults.
It will be just in range to keep the catapults alive. They're going to have to come back to stop this. Do you bait the banner, though? Like, oh, actually, I like this wraparound. That being said, there is a ward on their cliff. Vision advantage here. Most likely, oh, they just barely pass each other. They will not be able to take the high ground. Oh, that was so close.
I am... it looks a little funny in hindsight, but I think I appreciate it. It was like a big brain gamble.
Like, oh, let's drop the banner, bait them. Like, you know, they'll think we're waiting for the fight here, but let's look for the fight elsewhere.
If it works, I think you get 2 barracks. Because you're taking a huge fight, getting kills right in front of their base. You're getting 2 barracks off of that. If it doesn't work, like what we just saw, you end up not finding anybody. You lose the banner, which kind of sucks, but also the next Roche is kind of close, right? So you get another attempt at another banner soon enough.
And you have decent lane equilibrium. Bottom lane, Boom is thinking of going for a lasso. You need to be very careful. There is, okay, Analog.
Oh, this is a little scary.
This is so bold. Just jumps straight in. He's got a BKB, but he just gets completely controlled. No one there to save him. Mid one controlling the back line with that coil. And now Rubicon. It's not looking good for the Wind Ranger. Trying his best to run, but they get the vision off the Essence Distiller. That is a huge win for Mouse. They're now up 9,000 gold following those 2 kills.
Good positioning from Mao's. And I think they just didn't really appreciate... The Earth Spirit can roll into where he rolled because his team can follow up to that area, but then get lassoed even further back, and the team can't help you there. If you bleed more kills...
That's just a solo black hole?
I mean, do they have the damage?
No, not even close, and Jay's just dead. Mid one, gonna make quick work of Yamsun as well. It's a double kill for the Puck. This game might have just ended.
If they don't buy back for that, you know they don't have it. Now, I don't think it can end because these heroes are not the greatest at taking tower, and 2 tier 2s are still up. But they will at least get barracks when they weren't even the Roche team. They are not the team with the Black Hole and the big team fight ultimates. They just got a pick off and ran with it all the way to the enemy base. And you will take that for how tricky this game has been, having to carefully navigate around Black Hole and Winter's Curse. The patience has paid off for Mao's.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. A full lane of racks. You know there's no Black Hole. You know there is no Winter's Curse. They will keep putting the pressure. Batrider's BKB is up. He is ready to blink lasso anybody he sees. Tier 3 mid down. Staying aggressive here. Can they even defend on Nemesis? They're thinking of going in. There's the roll. Crystals with a perfectly timed BKB. They're going to try and grab this kill, but Analog protected for the moment. Nice Winter's Curse does come through, but Analog, he's in so deep. He's not going to be able to make it out. Now Lelis will be the next target of them. A great bushwhack does come through, and now with the focus fire from Rubicon, they do get the kill. He's extended pretty far, but you still have a Puck. 3-for-1 trade in your mid lane of racks. It's about to die. Will they stick around for it, though? The Wind Ranger's pretty scary. Mid one's going to go for it.
Poke this down. It's pretty difficult to kill Puck. And if everyone sits behind, you know, worst case, you blink, punch, snowball, save him. Mid one gets out, you lose Yamich.
I mean, they just get it. Yeah, no problem at all. Are they going to stop? Are they going to go to the top tier 2? Like, this has just been a constant siege ever since they got that fight in their triangle.
You can get the tier 2, but then I think you're cooling it. The respawn timers, Nemesis is going to be up before Razor is. You can try to hold the area, but I don't think you move too far forward.
I agree. They actually have so much gold to spend. Look at the net worth difference now. 20,000 gold. Yeah. That is rough.
That was very swift as well. It's been such a close game for a long time, but the series of pickoffs into 2 barracks has been really well done by Mouse. And now it should be their game to win. They have to wait out this Roche time. But with that, the Aegis is the answer to Black Hole. You can be killed once and you just come back.
I mean, they're smoked up on Mouse here. Razor just respawns. He's going to try and reconnect with his team. It is so difficult to kill this guy. Drop the gem over. Mid one, leading the charge. Newly completed Aghanim Scepter. They get the scan. I think Puck's just going to go for it. They just delete. It's just so rough. Lella's dead at the start of the fight. Boom, looking for his lasso. He pops the BKB. Winter's Curse. Going to expire quickly as Puck continuing to find the backline. Jay, he pops his BKB, but his Blink's going to get canceled, and Puck just wasting his time. Chrysalis does not care. He'll walk right on into it. The Eye of the Storm just burns down the Enigma. 3 dead on the side of Nemesis. They'll buy back the Wyvern, but it doesn't really seem to matter. Everything still alive for the side of Mouse.
I think as soon as you lose your Dark Willow, you need to back out there. It seems like there was some indecision. Some heroes back up, some kind of turn around. Maybe we can still do this. But that moment of hesitation, I think that just cost you the game because Mouse is running into your base. They just do not care now that Black Hole is down.
Yeah, that is going to be the nail in the coffin as the double lasso finds Wind Ranger and Earth Spirit. You know, Lella's kind of padding his stats here, gets a little bit of kill. They're going to double buyback. Hold up. Maybe not giving up quite yet, but there's going to be a great bushwhack. Hold on, Jab's pulled really far back. He's just dead to Boom. He's got so much damage coming through. Coil in the fountain, trying to finish off the Dark Willow. They will get it. Lelis will buy back now. They're not going down without a fight, it would seem, but 4 buybacks committed, and Maus do not seem phased at all.
No, there's no defending this.
And there's the GG.
You can play something cheeky for a kill in the fountain, but Maus will close it out.
The kickback.
Maybe they get one more cheeky kill.
That's fun. I mean, this was a really patient game from Maus. It felt like they had a pretty good read on the drafts.
Yeah, I think they clearly understood that the team fights are quite difficult into Enigma. They did their best to just find smaller pickoffs to avoid the enemy as much as possible. I really like the build from Boom, getting the double lasso. I actually don't think we even saw very many double lassos by the end, just because the singular lassos he got and the way they ran with it were good. And I actually, I hate to say it, but it does feel like Nemesis kind of almost made it worse for themselves at the end. When they, after you lose that one pickoff, because it's just a singular lasso, if you just cut that, full retreat, reset, I think they maintain the threat of the team fight. But when they keep attempting stuff and then you end up losing more heroes, Maus is not scared of individual heroes. They're scared of the black hole combination. And as soon as pieces start missing, Maus runs at you. That's exactly what they did. They knew their strengths, and they actually just closed the game out in a series of 5 minutes, I want to say. Like, that was a very close game until those last 5 minutes.
Yeah, it felt like it was kind of bleeding a little bit for a while. Like, Nemesis, they get both Aegis, but never gain anything with them. You have this core Wind Ranger, which it kind of fell flat. Like, it didn't really feel the impact of it. Meanwhile, mid one, you've mentioned, right? When this guy is kind of leading the charge for his team, it feels like the game goes really well for them, and completely different performance from game 1 to game 2, right? His puck absolutely popped off, ends up doing so much work.
Yeah, it felt a lot more active. I like that he... I mean, it's not just him, it's like the team as a whole, right? Really identified, oh, it's this fight right here, right? Because he rolled in so far. The team is running to help where Earth Spirit was originally, but now he's actually even further back by that cliff, and that's the power of Bat Rider. And I think there was a little too much confidence, like, rolling in there, right? Then the rest of the team went in, now they're trying to retreat. Now it's a little too late. This is what starts the snowball. Then, instead of just giving up this bottom barracks, they hang around a little too long. Now you lose the Enigma. And maybe if he didn't... I think the issue is he BKB'd, so he felt like, oh, if I die and I buy back, but I don't have BKB and I try to black hole then, it just doesn't do anything at that point.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Like, it's one of those moments where if you're forced to BKB, especially this late into the game, it's like his black hole doesn't matter. But, I mean, Chrysalis at this stage, so strong on the Razor. He knows that he can kind of tank through some of these fights. He's got that BKB, he's got that Satanic, the Manta. He eventually dies, but you have to commit so much to do that. And I don't know. The Wyvern, it looked strong in the lane. We didn't really see the Winner's Curse really having that much impact. I don't know if that's necessarily a problem with the hero as much as it is Mao's having really solid positioning in all of the fights. Like, they're making sure not to give these like 3-4 hero Winner's Curses to then like set up the black hole follow-up. Like, you can see it like right here. He just runs in knowing like, yeah, he's going to black hole me, but I've got Eye of the Storm, BKB running. I'm ready. Like, I do not care.
Yeah, it ended up not being the easiest Wyvern game. I think that's good drafting from Mao's, right? Because certain heroes, if you get ulted next to them, you just kill your own teammates. But Razor is not strictly that hero, right? Because he actually doesn't have that much damage until he links someone. So if you try to initiate with that, the target's probably living. And if you wait for that link to steal all the damage, then your ally already died.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to say we do have an interview already. Chrysalis, congratulations. How you feeling after game number 2 there?
You know, feeling pretty good. Also feeling pretty bad. I lost the Seeker game. That's a big disappointment in myself. But then I did win the Razor game, as of course it should be. Feel pretty good about that, of course.
Okay, so I've got to ask about the Bloodseeker because it's a hero I have been hoping to see this tournament. We haven't, you know, it's been kind of out of the meta for a little while. I know it's one of your favorites. So walk me through kind of the ideas, because we're seeing a lot more darks here. Is that why, or?
No, there is no real like idea there. It's just like we just cannot win TI qualifiers. I'm like, well, why am I not winning? You know? And then I see I'm not playing Bloodseeker or Razor or Monkey King, and I'm like, okay, I already picked Monkey and Razor. Now they're banned. What do? I pick Bloodseeker. It's all I have left. It's my only choice. Nothing to do with enemy heroes. I just I don't know what to do otherwise.
All right, that's fair. I like it because you know, yesterday we saw them give you the Monkey King. You got the Bristle back as well. That's been getting banned out as well. So, you know, maybe you'll get another chance at the Bloodseeker. It looked good. Like, do you feel like it was a problem that game, or how did you like? What do you feel like went wrong in game 1? Because it was close.
Sometimes, like, you'll always look flashy. Players always look flashy, but the problem is that like somewhere between like the middle game 20-30 minute mark, they just keep split pushing us, and my hero is so scared to push the wave, and then all of a sudden you have like no way to make a normal move, and then game gets harsh. Even if I come into a team fight and I kill 3 heroes, we cannot play map while this Invoker is just being a piece of shit, going on side, pushing wave. Oh, we want to take area. Here comes the Forge Spirits, whoosh. Here comes Alacrity Catapult, whoosh. Want to take Roshan, here come the Alacrity, whoosh. And like, there's nothing to do anymore. You just lose. Yeah, and that's what happened.
We literally sat here and watched the Invoker hit the... He probably hit the Twin Gate like 50 times this game. Yeah. It was unbelievable. Yeah, we didn't really know how to deal with it. We were hoping maybe you guys had a clue, but...
No, I think it's just an issue with some carry heroes who just cannot deal with this kind of stuff. And if the rest of your draft also doesn't deal with it that well, which usually it doesn't, because it's very hard to stop, I think, when they have a draft, which they had, which is like super side lane pick-off heavy. It just is what it is, you know?
Yeah.
I tried to look cool, I didn't. Maybe next time.
Okay, I'll let Zach ask some questions here.
Game 2, you looked a lot cooler on the Razor. That one also was kind of close. Nemesis actually also had the early lead, and it felt like it was the threat of the black hole. But then you guys just suddenly snowballed that in that last 5 minutes. Can you walk us through that? What were your comms like?
I mean, it was like a little bit hard, but then at one point, I'm like too tanky for the Wind Ranger. He has no damage items, he bought Lincoln, and then one time this Earth Spirit fucks up on the ward. Uh-oh, and all of a sudden we start running at them, and the game just starts being like impossible, you know? I'm too tanky for all of them. I can just tank a black hole, I don't care. My Shiva on bad can just jump in into 5 heroes. My Puck is just broken in late game. It's unstoppable always, and he just blinks in. Oh, my blink is cancelled. Overwhelming blink. Oh, unlucky. And then you lose.
One more question then for me. You were kind of joking about like going back to the Bloodseeker just because like, oh, these are my comfort heroes. I don't know how to, like, how much more confidence does that help then? Like, playing comfort versus playing, like, this meta, good hero?
I mean, I think it helps a lot. I think it's really nice. TI qualifier, we had none of it. So now I'm kind of getting it back, you know, picking Bloodseeker, Razor Monkey, having it first stage banned. I was so happy when I saw it, even though, you know, I'm also unhappy because I'm a bot, I can't play anything else, but I was also happy because at least it's back to how it should be, you know, as it should be.
The heroes you like.
I mean, they need to be banned. It's unreal if they're not banned. Like, how can you play against me or play with me and not have these heroes first stage banned? It's a joke.
It's an insult to you.
It's an insult and it's a joke and it's a waste. So that's why, you know, I do it like this.
Does the Huskar fall in this category?
Oh, it sure does.
Okay.
No, trust me. I'm sure everyone else knows it too.
Oh, yeah.
It's always, if I see it unbanned, it's all I'm thinking about. The problem is just that sometimes it's a little bit too hard to pick until I pick it 9 into 5 counters like I did before one time. But not yet. Maybe later. You know, at some point it'll probably come out.
Yeah, we've had the pleasure of casting your Huskar and seeing the kind of absolute like massacre that you create with it. But yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed. Hopefully we'll see one of those. But I mean, this was a very fun game 2 to watch. Like you said, you kind of just got too big to fail. You just kind of ran them over. It was a really fun series. We want to say, of course, best of luck going forward in the event. There's still, you know, a lot more to be done in the group stage. And, you know, thanks for joining us. It was a lot of fun talking with you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. All right, well, coming up next, we've got one more series to round out the day. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
despite our not so best performance this year, I can see that we're like a good team and good players. I think we sometimes struggle to get back up when we lose. I think very often it happens that we like lose an important match and then it snowballs from there. Coming into this tournament, we're not in the best shape as we just lost the TI qualifiers, and that is not a good thing for our team, but I believe that we can turn it around. Usually the person that takes the lead when we're back down it's Bulba, but I think it's also just like kinda on each and every one of us. I try to do it myself, like having some team talks organized by the coach. It's helpful and it's for sure like needs to be done. But I also think it's like each person just reaching out to one another, making sure that we're like still on the same page, that we trust each other. Finding the consistency is hard. That's why I think we've not figured it out yet. I think for some people, they try to do it through like concepts and I guess strategies. Like I think Bulba is the type of coach that likes things to be ordered and then everybody kind of knows what's happening. Sometimes I have like a little bit of problems with that because I would say I'm an intuition player, so I just kind of go with my gut, which I'm sure also contributes to the inconsistency, because if I'm feeling it, then yeah, you know, I'm cooking. But if I'm not feeling it, then I don't have like this baseline to fall back on. It's just like, it's just bad. As far as the roster's concerned this year, I mean, there were times and losses where we were like tempted to see if there is something to be done about the roster, but it never felt like it was one specific person's fault, so there was never reason to like kick anyone. And I think like everybody on this team has the potential to be the best. We've been kind of thrown to the wolves and we like gotta figure out the way to beat these like better teams. So it's been just more pressure on myself to like be better, to be a better player, but to also just be able to make better calls and like find a way to win the game.
Some of their own kind of plays didn't really connect as it should, and I think like an insane overperformance from some of the Spirit players. You talk about the support combo, same with Collapse on the Axe, kind of a criminal performance, if you may say so, on his Axe here. Looks like they may just cleanly wait for some of their next items. Got a BKB coming out on Yatoro very soon. Should pair up with his meta cooldown. We'll still have the Aegis available, and then you can knock up on the high ground again. And best way for Vici to fight. You do have the Agnes on the Pango, but he is lacking the Blink, which of course hurts your team fight quite a bit.
You know, I'm just looking at the lineups now. This is such a bad Bane game. How do you ever get Fiend's Grip off?
There's
so many stuns, you have box save.
Even the box, you kind of can't. I think you're playing on like going around in the fight and like sleeping your core hero while the fight is going on to like try and take out the Axe perhaps.
But then you have Yatoro who can just unsleep himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Bane.
Likely if you're Vici here, you're gonna try and think about a defense where you work around buybacks or maybe forcing out a meta, prolonging the fight, and then looking to play after, or smoking around. You don't really have any other options. I think defending from the front at this point won't grant you anything.
Yeah.
You need something big, or you need to, like, you're gonna go home. Because if you just wait and chill, you're not gonna win this game.
And now the high ground will commence. Yatoro not using the meta quite yet. Aegis for another 2 minutes. There's the call onto the Necro. Wheel of Wonder to follow, and that's just a dead Shiro already. 70 seconds as Bach not able to get fully chopped, but he's dead as well. So 2 without buyback, and Spirit can do whatever the hell they want now. They get the taunt.
He's dead.
Onto the XM Pangolier. That's all 3 cores dead. Capital GG from Shiro. As Spirit, again, domination.
No, I am not surprised. Like, when you just look at this last play, they're getting ready to go up on the high ground. They're smoking up that everything is clean, and you can tell that they have a plan in mind. The moment that Shiro shows, it's a blink call into the Wheel of Wonder. Everything is perfect. Everything is there. Yatoro is ready. Get a clean kill. Nothing complicated.
We book Esports World Cup up.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at the tail end of the day. We've got one series remaining. It is going to be Virtus Pro versus Yandex. A fun one. We've been very lucky to have some great series to end out the days of these group stages, but Zach, this is not going to be any exception. Two very strong teams. Yandex looking really good so far in this group, but VP, they've had some signs of brilliance, but are kind of struggling right now. Do you think they can bounce back?
I think they can. VP has always been a team that they have the capability of taking games and series off of the top teams, but they're a little bit inconsistent. Not being in the team, we don't fully understand why, but some games, it's like, dang, they look good, and then times like, oh, it's just, it's not quite connected. I feel like I'm never sure what form they're going to be in. The first series we caught them, they did look good.
They looked really good.
To be fair to them, they are playing the three strongest teams in the group in a row.
Yeah.
So really trial by fire. But yeah, they kind of need to start picking up some wins here because I think they're like 1-3 right
Dropped
now.
to 1-3.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big deal to get at least one win in this series. If they do happen to pull out the 2-0, it puts them in a really good spot. I think they'd end up like tied with Yandex. But there's a lot on the line in the group stage. Obviously, first place directly into the playoffs. Your second, third, and fourth place, obviously you go into that next elimination round, but you need to avoid fifth and sixth. No one wants to go home, but someone's going to have to. Will it be VP? We'll find out. Will it be Yandex? Probably unlikely with the start that they've had, but I think VP is better than their score is showing, is what I'm kind of getting at, right?
Yeah, I agree, and there's no bias for our former NA team.
Maybe a little bias.
For the NA casters. Maybe
a tiny bias.
Professional, so I don't like get into the analysis. But yeah, I definitely think it's if I were to highlight something, it seems like it's the lane, where a lot of times the draft makes sense, what they've got going for them. But sometimes the lanes just seem a little shaky. But when things go well, they know how to connect all the dots. Things keep going well, for lack of a more eloquent way to put it. But sometimes it just seemed like you clearly see the idea, but you're just losing a lane that's maybe not supposed to. And when that happens, it just becomes much harder to play the game.
I think a lot of this team plays through Tomato in his carry pool. He's very good at finding farm even in bad situations. But at the same time, you need Abed to be making space from the mid. I think that's something that happens a lot with this team is you play very active through Abed, and you need to make sure he has a good lane. If he doesn't, it feels a little weak from the lineup at times.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that. Their opponents, Yandex, pretty consistent. Actually, starting with that guy right there.
Mr. Consistent.
Mr. Consistent. He is... Every game is different for position force. That's kind of the tricky thing about the role. I would say conceptually probably the hardest role at the start of the game at Pro Dota, because you have to decide between all three lanes, what you're going to do, who you're going to help. And he seems to nail it every single time.
He's so good.
But of course the whole team, right? They've all proven to be pretty consistent. Well, though I will say sometimes actually not.
They bottomed out of a tournament, but then they won 3 in a row or something.
They made it to so many tournaments, maybe there's some burnout, you cut off some slack. But otherwise, these guys have looked really good. They have a couple heroes that they like that are kind of their own style.
Yeah.
But which way they go, since adding DM to the roster, feel like he has fit really well. I feel like
I agree.
Whatever particular draft they have gone, they've adapted their playstyle each time to like really fit exactly what is needed.
I really like DM as a player. I think some people thought he was a little bit more one-dimensional and that he was like, oh, he's a zoo hero, or a zoo player. Like he plays a lot of these like micro kind of, Helm of the Dominator type heroes. But I feel like he's definitely expanded his roster and he has kind of been exactly what this team needed in a way. And I was happy to see him get picked up. I think he has been very impressive and he shines on this team for sure.
Yeah, he's a very fun character as well.
Yeah,
we'll see if they win. Maybe we'll get him for an interview or something. But actually, all of them are. I feel like a lot of them are characters on that team, which is maybe why it fits so well together, right? Because that is also a big part of pro Dota's, like how the players all connect. Sometimes they're all good players, but maybe they're just not, communicating the same way. But this team seems to have it figured out. Definitely a favorite for the team, for any like tournament they're in, which is why Group D has been kind of a group of death.
Dude, this
so many
group is
strong
insane.
teams.
Yeah, this group is absolutely stacked. There's no wiggle room here. You have to be on your A game at every single point, and that's kind of what I was saying. Like VP, I think they're better than their score shows, but they've been against some of the top teams, and they're like you said, against the third top team. They'll probably pull some wins later on, but you have to start here. You cannot go 0-2 against the Yandex, drop to 1-5. Like, that is a really rough position to be in.
Yeah, it's certainly a blow to morale.
Yeah.
Right? But, they're a pretty veteran team, so of course they would keep trying, and only the bottom two teams are knocked out right now. So even if they were to lose, there is still a shot for them, I believe.
Absolutely.
But of course, just the more wins you pick up, the more comfortable you feel. So we'll see what happens in the draft. Let's see if they can get something going for them. They usually do, right? Like we were saying, like this draft tends to be pretty stable. It's a a bit of a meme. Kind of know what you're getting from Abed in that mid lane, but it works.
Yeah, I think when we were looking at the groups initially and like everything was being seeded, there was a couple like recent developments that kind of shook the groups a little bit. I don't think people coming into this would have expected LGD to be as strong as they were. Like everyone knew that they were a very good team, but then suddenly they're just blasting through other tournaments, just dominating completely, and suddenly Group D becomes way scarier. There was some of that kind of in the B group as well, but this, to me, I think a lot of people have their eyes on this specific group as the strongest right now.
It's pretty scary. For our bans, we've got a lot of off-lane bans from Yandex. Undying can be a support as well, but we're seeing a lot of off-lane Undying actually right now.
This is something that they've been running a lot on VP, actually. Offlane Undying has had a lot of success. I think there are times where it does fall a little bit weak. We saw it lose a couple times here at this event, but I think more often than not, it's impressive. Darkseer, of course, removed. This is something that the Saberlight, I think we saw perform really well on in the first day. The Centaur is interesting. Not typically a first phase ban, but they're just looking at this and they're like, yeah, we're scared of Saberlight, I guess.
I do think Centaur has been moving up. He fits a lot of the top carries, which is these ranged heroes. He does okay versus, and you can use Stampede to get to them. Or on your team, you probably have your own ranged carry. You can use Stampede to get them out of trouble. You can get Workhorse later to save them.
First pick, Earth Spirit. I mean, I feel like this hero is good, but I'm starting to see it get answered. I think the reason it's still strong as an early pick is because, yes, it's going to get countered if you put it mid, but then it eventually, they'll just flex it to the support role or something. There's going to be the Shadow Fiend for Tomato, a classic pick, and when we look at what is left in the support pool, there's still a few options, right? The Train Protector ban, you could go Clockwork, you could go Tusk. We'll see what they want to get rid of on Yandex here to prevent it. I think you also have to very much consider the Bane.
Yeah, I was going to throw that one out.
This has been just a free lane for Shadow Fiend, right?
Yeah, Bane is... He is a ranged hero, but he's a melee hero. He's very tanky. He heals up with the Brain Sap, so he can be the front for Shadow Fiend, as well as then Nightmare setting up the raises. I also think if you do want to run this as a core Earth Spirit, you obviously want to roll into the fight, cause a lot of chaos, and that's actually great for Bane, because Banes tend to just sit really far back, wait for you to enter the fight, and then they Fiend Script you, and you're just way too far back. In a sense, if they were to get a Bane, you actually almost want to run Earth Spirit support, who can just wait to then silence that and prevent it. But if you're the core Spirit, you can't just be waiting for the support Bane, right? It's too annoying.
So based on the ban here, they get rid of the Ember Spirit, so potentially looking at the mid for Earth Spirit here. We'll see what they want to do. Like, you can hold off on declaring its role until like 18th pick, right? At the end of this phase, like you have the end of phase 2 pick, and you can either at that point decide, all right, we're going to move it to the support role, or we're going to keep it at the mid lane. They get rid of the axe as well. They really do not like Saberlight's hero pool. They're like, guys, this guy's got like 50 heroes. Next, we'll see the Dawnbreaker ban or something, you know?
I do think it's kind of the pain point for VP.
Yeah.
Is when you really pressure out that off lane.
This has to be the Bane pick, right?
I kind of hope so, but I think when you really limit Saberlight, that is when the team can look shaky. So they've identified that's what their strategy they want to run. They want to ban out everything he's going to play besides that Ember.
I like the Drow ban. Pretty straightforward. Hero's been pretty... Which actually, I don't know if she has that great of a win rate. Like some of these range cores have struggled. There's the Bane, of course.
Yandex is one of the few teams that is still playing Shadow Demon, and I think Shadow Demon's exceptional versus Bane. Not even that bad versus Shadow Fiend either.
Offlane Pudge? Anybody?
We did see that from LGD. That was a lot of fun.
Nah, I don't think we'll see it here.
I can't say I've ever seen Saberlight play it, though.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Maybe in some pubs, but...
The puck looks pretty good for Virtus Pro right now, if they want to consider it. Obviously, you have the mid lane Necro counter to the Earth Spirit as well, if they want to hold that one. But in terms of the double pick here for Yandex, the main thing is you don't want to give away where this Earth Spirit is going, most likely. So the offlane Enigma come out. Well, I'm assuming offlane Enigma. It's a DM classic. This is one of his blessed heroes.
Can maybe think about Clockwork or Rubik for BP. Rubik we don't see as often. I mean, he had like a rise in popularity and then he dropped again. But I feel like anytime you see an Enigma, you can consider it, right? You need some kind of answer to Black Hole, and maybe it's your own Black Hole. Bane does have Fiend's Grip at least, so you've got that to potentially cancel it. But this Enigma, I mean, you kind of know Shadow Fiend's not really rotating. You can maybe move the Bane somewhere else, but you at least know that matchup.
Okay. They grab the Snapfire.
Team fight.
Yeah, this is cool, because Snapfire also a very flexible hero, so they can both go mid, Earth Spirit, Snapfire. You don't want to play the Necrophos into the Snapfire, so it kind of protects the flex. So you have to pick something a little bit more standard mid. I think for Abed, that's just going to be the puck. I think that's the most straightforward hero right now for them. It gives you good ways of finding the backline, maybe canceling the Mortimer Kisses or preventing the Enigma, like blink into the fight. It's not easy for them to catch it at the moment. And in terms of your other pick here, it's probably your 4 position. I kind of like the idea of what you said, like Clockwork could work very easily. Also a great counter to Snapfire and the Enigma. And then one more, a little bit more niche, Silencer.
A Silencer just a patch or two ago would have been, he would have already been picked up. He has become less common to see, but I mean, this looks amazing already. Black Hole and Mortimer's Kiss. You're almost spoiled for choice on when you want to use the global.
You just go in to protect the Fiend's Grip, right? Like you Fiend's Grip someone, pop that global, you're set. Pangolier.
That one's actually nice because you can get the Basher on Pango, and then that's another way to cancel Black Hole. And he can't really itemize to deal with it.
Saberlight also plays this, so it couldn't potentially allow them to last pick either off lane or mid lane.
That's true. That means we should probably be thinking about a support here, which we've already listed the Rubik Clockwork, possibly even the Silencer.
I think Silencer's kind of sick. If you run Pango Silencer, the lane is a lot of harassment, and there's the Rubik. Good call, Zach.
I think the Silencer just lacks initiation. Like, it is an amazing answer to Enigma and Snapfire, but when you actually want to make a play because you know you can win these fights, who does it? It has to be Bane wandering in or Pango rolling in, but Pango might roll into Black Hole. So it becomes awkward. And then you can say, like, oh, but then you have the Silencer. It's like, okay, I guess. But, you know, there's going to be more picks. It's a little tough. I feel like if you ever have to depend just on Pango roll, it's very tricky. So
I prefer Rubik because you're going to have telekinesis. You're going to have anything you steal, which...
There's some good options this game.
Yeah,
already.
really anything from Snapfire is nice besides a little Shredder. Cookie is really convenient when you have like a Pango, right? You can just send them in. Earth Spirit skills are kind of funny to steal. You don't want those. But Black Hole, of course, going to be the ultimate prize. I doubt anything is going to come up that's better than that. Whoa, PL. They actually did play this earlier.
I think PL's pretty sick. It's a good hero into the Shadow Fiend. You regenerate illusions faster than he can clear them. Like, he's never been good against illusion heroes. Bane, Rubik, neither of these guys can deal with it. And now you have the bans to protect it. I think with this, you have to put the Pango mid, and you need to pick something to deal with PL in the off lane. There's going to be 2 more bans here for Saberlight. My guess,
really is.
Probably the Underlord. It would be the first one. Like, this is just, it's a very good hero into PL in lane. It really shuts him down. The next one, I'm not sure yet.
I'm trying to think of maybe a Crimson Guard builder, but...
It's like Tidehunter is not bad.
That one could be okay.
It's just, it doesn't seem great.
Could you do something like Largo?
Largo, okay, interesting, yeah. They do ban the Necros. I guess you could run offlane Necro into PL. It's actually one of the roughest matchups for the PL lane. And there's nothing you can do to swap that, right? You don't want to put the Phantom Lancer offlane into the Shadow Fiend. He'd get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, Vix has to do some thinking here.
Wyvern.
It's an interesting one. It can certainly prevent the Pango roll, right? It's yet another answer to at least stop it momentarily.
What about Phoenix?
Use it to mess up with the Bane. The Phoenix support for the PL?
Yeah. Is it too weak,
It would be
you think?
strong in the lane, which PL kind of likes. I sort of want more control. I know they have, like, the Earth Spirit who has a lot. They got Cookie, they got Black Hole. But on the other side, like, you want to interrupt Shadow Fiend ult. You want to interrupt Bane ult. You want to interrupt Pango roll. There's going to be another one, right? So I almost think it can't hurt to have even more spells to throw. Like, everyone's just going to take turns canceling each other, but, like, whoever ends up on top, you know, it's like, I had 5 tools, you had 4, so I win.
Yeah, there's the Underlord ban. I mean, that's one of the ones that PL really struggles with. In terms of options for Saberlight, we're really at the bottom of the barrel. So many off lanes banned. I mean, Doom feels so rough into PL. It's not even that great.
What if he plays the Phoenix?
I mean, when was the last time you saw Saberlight play a Phoenix, you know? I mean, he's got Fly, one of the best Phoenix players. You can maybe coach him through it.
All right, what you want to do here is use Sunray.
Yeah, I don't know. Last ban. They really need something to protect the PL in the lane. I still don't mind the Shadow Demon, like you were saying earlier. It's not bad. They will ban out the Silencer.
Shadow Demon with the... Well, I guess you could... usually Soxa plays the Shadow Demon is the thing.
Yeah.
And Shadow Demon Enigma's kind of a funny lane. And Snapfire PL is also not the most normal combo. But I mean, I think that one can work.
Dude, what if Yandex just picked Puck right now? Okay, they go Witch Doctor.
I didn't throw that one out. Yeah, I was thinking like a strong laner that kind of... Like PL, you just want him to farm, right? So like, hey, don't worry. You sit there, you hit creeps, I'll handle it. And Maldic is one of those tools that you don't even need your carry to help. I mean, you can ask him to like throw the Q, right? That's enough. And then you go back to last hitting. And you just make space for him on your own. And it's a bunch of damage to throw into the black hole. So now you can use Mortimer's Kisses for something else, or you can throw both into the black hole if you really want.
Man, there's not a lot. It's not a great Lycan game. I'm really trying to think what you can go for. I mean, Dawnbreaker is not bad. You can ult in onto the black hole to cancel it, as long as you're not the one getting caught. I just don't think it really wins the lane. So yeah, they're going to go for a Largo. Play a little bit more of a sustained matchup and farm it up instead.
I think if you do get to the Aghanims, the Largo is actually quite good versus illusions.
And it is, yeah, that's true.
but it's a little slow to get there. And it feels weird because PL is a very similar thing of like, ooh, I don't want to give him too much space. I'm going to get to late game PL and then I'm going to have a problem. Oh, but I need 3 items before I'm really that scary. So that was my concern for it. But with so many offlaners banned out, I mean, you had to pick something. So I'm open to the Largo. I think Largo Rubik can be decent together.
Yeah.
It really comes down to, I think, this Maledict. Can you get like a good cast combo? Because the difference between a good cast combo and not is like 400 health, you know? And that kind of determines if you can stay in the lane or not.
Is there anything he can catchy lick in this lane? I'm trying to think.
I mean, you mostly just use it to secure CS.
Yeah. I guess it's like the Spirit Lance slow.
Yeah, but that's just not worth it.
Yeah,
so
that's about it, right?
You just save it for creeps. And you probably end up buying some extra regen.
All right. Interesting draft from both teams. I like it. We haven't really... You and I haven't been able to catch a PL game. The Manta Aghanim Scepter has been the kind of go-to build. It felt like the last few times I've seen it. Obviously, Diffusal no longer working via his illusions and everything, so... I like the Manta Ags. It makes him a little bit tankier. He farms very quickly, and he's able to get in and out of fights. We'll see what he's able to get done on it this game.
Yeah, I'm just checking his build last time looks to be that Manta Ags, and then he eventually got like the Scotty into... Well, I was working on the Bloodthorn, but they won the game before he got there.
Yeah, Bloodthorn still works. On the illusions, great late game item.
I do think that VP's draft can handle a PL, but you can't let him get out of control too quickly.
Yeah,
he has to have a bit of a slower start so that as you are picking up items, you can still threaten him and kill him. Like if he gets too quickly like tanked up, then you're just always a step behind and you never kill him anymore from there.
Yeah, that's kind of my concern because Largo in certain lanes can create a kill lane, right? If you have a really strong support that can hold people inside the Frog Stomp and you have a lot of burst damage. Witch Doctor is fairly durable. PL, you're not going to be able to keep in the Frog Stomp. So I'm wondering if it's going to end up being more of like a kind of just like a passive farm agreement in this bottom lane. Maybe you go like stack for the Largo, try and get him like closer to his item progression.
I wouldn't mind that. I'm going to have my eyes on Hellscream. I think this can be an exceptional Rubik game.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really good steals, but funny enough, that almost makes it more complicated in some of these games where you really have to figure out what is the right thing to wait for. Are you waiting too long to steal Black Hole and you should have just taken Mortimer's Kisses? Like, those decisions will determine some of these early team fights. So I want to see what he ends up doing, what build he goes for. I think sometimes into Black Hole, you kind of just want that blink to make sure you can steal it and then use your own Black Hole.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's likely just an early blink for him.
We've seen Essence Distiller a lot on Rubik too, though. That one's also very good. And you can use that to just scout the Enigma to know where that Black Hole is coming from. You can maybe do that into Blink.
Yeah, it's cheap enough, right? It's cheap enough, provides a lot of value in the mid-game. But I'm excited to see where this one's going to go. It should be an interesting game one. I think both these teams probably confident with this draft. I was surprised not to see Puck here. I really thought we would be seeing a Puck, but...
I'm ready for new heroes. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
I mean, Yandex's showing, right? They grabbed this PL, this Witch Doctor. Not all that common out there, but I feel like that's been the style of the team, right? They play some solid heroes, just normal meta things, but they put their own twist, and they believe in each other to do it. For example, this PL, or DM says, I want to play off-lane Phoenix. They trust each other to take out these kind of like weird heroes that the players know, like, I can have high impact this game. I can see my path to victory.
And here we go. It is going to be game number one, VP versus Yandex here. And a little bit of a pause, some sound issues, but we can take a look at some of the starting items.
Silencer did make it into the game.
I knew it. He always sneaks his way in.
I don't have that voice line.
I did not know that was a voice line. That's a good one. That's really good. I need to play some Hoodwink just to spam that with my pub teammates every game.
Indeed, indeed. Ooh, lots of lines being drawn. I always enjoy this. Who's the shot caller? It's, of course, Fly for his team. Mission top. The Eidolons are doing some scouting, but of course, they can't break the smokes. And VP... Okay, I thought they might camp this top rune to see if they could get a kill, because actually their level 1 is not too bad. I think it's almost stronger than Yandex's outside of the Maledict.
Maledict is always a risky thing to fight into level 1. Suddenly you're like, oh, I'm fine, and then like one like small stun, and you lose like a third of your health, and then you just die to the Maledict. So we'll see. Fly obviously has that bonus night vision on the Bane. A little bit more difficult to play into. Saberlight, aggressive positioning bottom. Will not be able to get the rune. It'll just be a 2 for 2. I like Soxa's positioning here. Gonna get a lot of damage, and they're not done. The lance comes out. Maledict is there. Body blocks. This is first blood, and it's gonna go the way of Malady. What a way to start the game.
Pretty sneaky, hiding up there. That's going to pay off a lot because we were saying that bottom lane could potentially go either way depending on how, like, what abilities are able to connect. But getting a first blood onto the Witch Doctor, very nice. That hero is scary if he can hit level 2 quickly.
So we are going to see this like support Snapfire. It's not as often. Like we've been seeing mostly core, but they pick it knowing that it's a flex option. And for them, they feel like they would rather just run the Earth Spirit mid.
I think you needed a little bit more of an active hero from that mid lane. Snapfire mid is scary. It brings a lot of early damage, but she isn't really a play starter. Whereas Earth Spirit with the roll-in, no cooldown, got a rune, go. No rune, maybe I still go, right? You want that kind of active gameplay to make space for a PL to farm, but also, this Enigma kind of also going to do some farming. We've seen it a lot. If you can take that early tower top, you go the drums, you get the shard, you just take over that entire top jungle. And you ask him, like, hey, can you come make a play? And he goes, no, I'm farming like 600 gold a minute. Why would I go make a play? You go make the play.
It's like, I'll come make the play once I have, like, BKB Octarine, you know, it'll be fine.
Dude, that's 25 minutes, please. Not Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit just rolled on in. Also, Abed's a roller, so you got to roll as well.
Yeah, so speaking of rolling on in, I'm curious what his build's going to be. We've seen some people kind of skip the diffusal, opt for a few other things, but bottom lane, Saberlight taking a beating again. And this is the threat of the Witch Doctor, right? Like, you try to make this trade, and he's just got that Voodoo Restoration running. They're just full health. Costs a lot of mana, of course, but keeping Saberlight low is a big deal.
You know, it'd be sick.
What?
If we had instant reactions, or back when they made, like, the AI with perfect play, if you saw Maledict coming in, you just dropped all your stat items, and then the Maledict hits you, and then you pick up your stat items so you take no damage. That's the next level. That's the future generation of Dota players.
That sounds like it would not be a... that sounds like a next, you know, cheat or something.
That's a 50-50. Either the most amazing play you've ever seen, or you just dropped all your items for the enemy to pick up.
Kyle would like to have a word with you.
They're doing okay down here so far.
Yeah, it's not bad. He's not having the best time farming on the PL, but they have done a good job at putting damage in. Saberlight, though, I mean, he's chilling.
Largo's got a lot of damage, so
yeah,
you're able to contest these. And Rubik does have an easier time casually harassing than a Witch Doctor. But Witch Doctor's full commitment trade is better than the Rubik's.
Yeah.
But so far, despite that early death, Saberlight's kind of been, okay, maybe cursed him.
Yeah, he went in pretty far for that one.
He might live. It's kind of close.
It's going to be really close. 100 damage with 73 left.
Do you think if you walk to the tier 2 for slightly more regen,
Nah, I don't think it is, though. It would have been the difference of like maybe 10 health.
Hey, sometimes that's all you need. But he would have had to go through the middle where there's no regen. So.
Yeah. Well, nice curse, Zach. Good job.
Yeah. Don't worry, he still got CS. It's fine.
That's true. That's true.
Tomato also got a lot of CS. Some of these are Eidolons, slightly misleading, but anytime you're not getting shut down by an Enigma, that's a good time.
He also got a kill.
That's true.
That's quite nice. Taking out the Snapfire here in the top lane. I mean, we've seen, right? Bane, Shadow Fiend, very strong. You obviously don't get like the benefit of like really killing the Bane. Or I'm sorry, killing the Enigma with the Bane. It's just too easy for him to dodge the Nightmare. So isolating the Snapfire really important.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about having summons versus Bane. He just cannot handle them.
Nice double stack there from Abed. That was slick. Uh-oh. No, nice telekinesis there from Hellscream. Doesn't let him get in range for the Spirit Lance.
Yeah, it seems like this has become... We can't kill them, but we'll just make sure they can't kill us.
Yeah.
Outside of that one time, he stepped up too far.
Except that one time.
Except that one time I cursed him.
So I think with this lane, like we talked about, the goal, in my opinion, from VP is just to farm and get Largo to his core items.
Yep.
I don't think you really have kill threat against the Witch Doctor, or especially Phantom Lance. You're never killing the PL with this combo. So it's really up to Malady to see if like he puts himself in a bad spot. I just don't see that happening anymore.
No, he's very solid. It's rare to see him step up too far.
Saberlight really wants to contest this Lotus, but PL pretty strong, and he does have a Lotus himself, so Watson will grab himself a second one.
I was so absorbed in that. Who ended up getting the rune?
An illusion? Yeah, Malady grabs it, an illusion.
And I think in some trouble here.
Yeah, Tomato
Very much in
super
trouble.
dead, but so is Saberlight.
That pretty much just a solo kill, or did Malady hit him with the... Oh, it was. Okay, Malady.
Yeah,
I see him
Malady
there.
walked over and got him with the Maledict.
Is that why that combo is so strong?
Yeah. I believe so.
There's only a few pro players who have the potential for a name buff in the game. I think Tanic is the other one that comes to mind right now.
True.
Oh, you can't lose this Wisdom Shrine. This is already a rough time down here. Rubik needs the level 6 early. They're going to lose this trade. You need people to come in.
The Frog Stomp's doing work here.
Abed's here.
Yeah, with Abed. Rolling Thunder being canceled at the moment, but they're not going to guess the right one. Okay, makes it barely up over the stairs. So with this, they will be able to punish Watson on the Phantom Lancer. A very good trade, and Saberlight gets the kill, so going to help him out a lot. So he's been struggling in this bottom lane. That kind of evens things out.
A very necessary rotation.
Yeah.
These are very level dependent supports on VP, and if you lost both of your Wisdom Shrines, or you lose one so the enemy gets both, really sets you back. Because the Index's supports are also quite level dependent. Like when the 6s come out, it is very scary. So they cannot be hitting it 2 minutes ahead of you.
Dude, Malady is so high level, actually. 8-minute power rune. Looks like VP more interested in trying to play for this top lane. It looks like Yandex has position to try and start pushing this tier 1 tower. The Invis rune could be big, though. The next roll should be up somewhat soon. Tomato.
Whew. It's not quite enough here. If those supports were higher level, they could go for it, but...
Yeah, Fly in trouble. Another roll. Silence, boulder kick. The rest of the heroes will collapse on top of him.
Goes to Malady again. Does he have a kill streak right now? What's he at?
5-1.
Oh, he's got a kill streak.
Perfect not kill streak. Okay.
Actually, I forget when he died. He may not. They do at least get the kill onto Watson, which kind of balances out this lane. They were pulling an early lead, but overextended on the Wisdom Shrine, and now a second kill, seeing the supports top.
That's a really, really smart check.
We were saying it's very important to not let this PL ball out of control. So to be able to get these 2 kills should keep him in check. I was thinking if Abed can rotate there. I almost said roll there, but I suppose that's accurate as well. If he can rotate there and also kill the PL, I think that's the place to go. I think it's almost too scary to go top into the Enigma because he could just black hole you. And if you end up rotating and feeding a kill to him, you're just going to feel pretty bad.
We'll see. I mean, they have vision of him, I believe. Yeah, Bane,
Okay.
that bonus. He didn't go for the Nightmare. Okay.
Yeah, Nightmare into the roll is how you can get close enough without being black holed.
That ward has actually done so much work for Yandex on that cliff. They've put 2 sentries here to try and find out where the vision is, and neither of them have scouted it.
Yeah, that's a sneaky observer. You can place it from the low ground as well, and it's hard to see it happen if you come from the left side of the pit.
Haste rune for Abed. Wins that 50-50. Cheer Jr. getting a little bit annoyed. He's like, come on, where's my rune?
He hasn't really rotated because he hasn't gotten one. So good attention from VP to slow down what I was saying. I wanted to see Cheer Jr. make these plays on the Earth Spirit. But without any runes, you got no extra buffs, you got no resources to make those rotations.
Abed's down here, smoked up with that haste rune. I don't know if they saw this or if they... Okay, they scanned it out. They know something's up now.
I missed where he came from, but there is a pretty deep observer behind that tier 1 mid. They may have seen him teleport over here.
I think you're right.
Or they may have just seen him like teleport and you know, okay, let's check and we scan and okay, now it is bottom. Either way.
I mean, Earth Spirit TP'd in for this. He's like, guys, I think they're going to go for the dive. There's no way. Does he have Diffusal done? Because if he does, it makes a lot of sense. He does. Okay. We'll see. No,
VP
giving it
now
up.
reads. They're down here.
I mean, space for Bane mid. Like, he's getting some solo XP, trying to get to his Fiend's Grip, which he desperately needs. Meanwhile, DM doing what he does best on these types of heroes, pushing the top lane on his way to killing the tier 2. They're going to smoke and kind of collapse onto the mid lane, knowing that 12-minute power rune about to spawn, roll in off the mark, but a big magnetize, and there's the Mortimer Kisses. Immediate death on the Pangolier, and Fly not going to be able to escape this one. Way too much damage. Malady now on that killing spree. And they get themselves the Amplify damage rune.
This is why controlling the enemy jungle is just so good. Are they just farming everything, or are they collapsing mid? You never really know. You can't just sit on your tower the entire time. At some point, you risk walking up, and then boom, they've got you. That should lead to a mid tower with these Eidolons. They're trying to rotate in some heroes, but I don't think you can really chase them away from here. Oh, they're trying. They're rotating in as they respawn. They're not going to make it in time, but maybe they can find a kill?
They're too late.
Oh. It's tough. Without a blink on Pango, can't really force it.
Well, Tomato's having a good time on the Shadow Fiend. It's not that uncommon. We see him at the top of the net worth, you know?
He does it a lot.
Very good at farming. But he needs heroes in front of him. He needs to be able to have teammates starting the fights instead of being the one that gets jumped, right? And it's going to be a little while before we see this Largo have like much impact. He's on his way to his Kaya, but then it's like Kaya Sanj, and then, you know, then it's like Ags or BKB.
A lot of Largo's items are really good this game, though.
Yeah, they are.
The Shivas would be amazing. The Ags will be great. If he can get that farm, all's well. But it just takes a while. PL almost done with the Manta. Starting to get a little scary. Farming speed going to go up a lot with that. 14-minute rune cheer, Junior. Finally, please.
No. I still gotta get it.
He still might get it, yeah. Regen, that's pretty good. I like his BKB rush. I think he knows, like, he needs to be able to just run in and, like, start the fight, get the magnetize, like, kind of disrupt any of these supports from getting their spells off with a silence.
He is the bait, right? He has to go set up the Mortimer's Kisses, the Black Hole, the Death Ward. All right, no setup required for this one.
Decent juke there. He almost actually got out of that one, but just enough damage at the end there from DM.
Soxa would Mortimer's Kisses him. Nobody escapes.
I like that Rubik has the Eidolons himself, and he's just farming away, working on the bottom tier 1 tower now.
It's actually so much farming speed for Rubik.
He has it for a little while longer. Might get like 2 more casts of it.
He'll get this bottom tower with it, so
yeah,
that's plenty for a stolen spell. Top tower taking a lot of pressure itself, though.
Dude, that's the tier 2. Down to half HP.
Maybe Rubik can do the same. Go back top, steal that again, go back bottom again.
Dude, look at where Soxa is.
This is sneaky. Can he stay out of sight, though, with the help of his ward?
I think Fly saw him. They know he's here somewhere. Soxa, nice cookie. Roll in instead. Oh my goodness. So much burst damage.
Cheer Jr. has that regen rune, too, so he didn't have to get out.
Dude, look at
the
double
get out
wards.
anyways. Yeah, they really want to look back there. That's where Shadow Fiend loves to live. The carries holding top. Maybe you can find those kills with these high mobility heroes like Earth Spirit. The Snapfire can follow up from so far away to make sure you have enough damage to convert it into a kill. So I like the idea. They're looking mid for their own play.
Ooh. Yoink. Mine. Saberlight. Very nice use of the catchy look to get the shield rune there.
I'm still getting used to the fact that he can do that.
I haven't played Largo like hardly at all, so this is like, those are the types of mechanics that are just very fun being in the game.
Yandex very content to be patient here. I actually thought they would want to go a little bit faster, and I say that they do have 10 kills, they're leading, so the Earth Spirit has been doing what he needs to do. But they know the longer the game goes on, you're going to have Black Hole, you're going to have a farmed PL, so they're not feeling a lot of pressure. As long as they're getting a lot of gold, the heroes are getting where they need to be, they're happy. It is going to be the man to Ags.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's a very good pick, item combo. They might just be giving up the tier 2 top. I don't know if they have plans to defend. They have a good ward, but like behind them, seeing them.
I think the fight's just too hard. Just think about the impact of the spells right now, comparing each other. Black Hole, Maldic, Death Ward, Mortimer's Kisses, Magnetize. It's just so much to fight into. On the other hand, what do you have? Roll? What's your damage follow-up?
I mean, if he has Blink, which he does, you might be able to just stay on top of the Enigma and prevent the Black Hole.
And everyone else is killing you.
Yeah, and then it's kind of on Hellscream to find a good spell, right? That's the other problem, is Rubik does not do enough yet until he has that good spell to steal. They get the Sentry. They know something's up. Like, they have way too much knowledge of where we are.
Why haven't I been able to kill anybody up here?
Yep. They'll drop a different ward in the river there. They're like, okay, you take the lane one, we'll get the river ward. I don't know if his Sentry sees that ward.
No, that one was too far.
Is it? Okay.
Oh, wait, you mean
the
VP Sentry might see.
Yeah.
I think it's just out of sight.
Yeah, they're both just out of range.
These guys are pros. They know. Tamada quietly farming away. He does this a lot, you know. You get distracted by his teammates and something like, oh, he's got a top net worth, a very scary hero. And he is working on what? His BKB? You do need that. I mean, you have to be able to mitigate the damage of the Mortimer's Kisses because you're not a mobile hero. So if she just chooses to dump it on you, you're dead.
Well, Saberlight finishing up his first item. There's going to be the Shadow Blade for Tomato. He'll start going the BKB after this.
Oh, this could be a little scary, actually.
This would be...
Who sees who? Roll into Death Ward, kills...
Oh, he sees them both. Big Requiem. Trying to follow it up, though, is the question. Saberlight with the hot feet, trying to get the kill. They got him.
I thought that was Yandex's sentry. I thought he was about to walk into them and they were going to destroy him, but that was his own, so they had no idea of the invis. You do get a kill, at least with your Shadowblade reveal. It was on to a Witch Doctor, but you'll take what you can get. Doesn't mean no Requiem as the Tormentor's getting close. But actually all of VP is coming down here. I think Abed is last, maybe going to teleport. If he tries to twin gate, he might actually run into people. I'm actually a little surprised Yandex doesn't seem interested in fighting for this Tormentor at all. But they're just really confident that if we hit our item timings without throwing too big a fight, we'll be in a good spot. And I can't really blame them, right? Anytime you have an Enigma on your team, you probably feel that way.
Well, VP definitely have the better Tormentor team, right? This is like one of the other reasons Shadow Fiend is so good. There's a lot of them already, but the fact that he provides so much value at actually killing Tormentor, it's such a great objective early on, and Hellscream's going to be the one that gets the Aghanim Shard, which is definitely not something he wants to buy right now or for quite some time, and now you have a save for your allies, which is pretty cool.
It's actually really good this game. As people are getting kicked away, you can pick them up, pull them back, pull them out of Death Ward if they're being chains done there. The distance is quite large, so Mortimer's kisses hitting a target suddenly has to like shift really far. She ends up missing a lot of kisses. Saberlight, kickback, a bit of trouble.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. Death Ward gets dropped as well. Okay, the Black Hole seemed a little unnecessary, but he is dead. And without the Largo for 40 seconds, they're going to look for another push here in the mid lane. They took the tier 2 top. We'll see how much more they can get.
I like his positioning on that before he black holed, though.
Yeah.
He moved further away from the tree line to make sure that a Rubik somewhere nearby would not be able to steal it. Good awareness. Cannot give that. That is a free kill tool if you give it to the enemy. Almost got the blink on Rubik. That'll allow him to steal spells a lot easier. All these spells are pretty long range, so he's having a hard time getting to them right now. But with that blink now finished, we might see some turnaround fights.
Oh, fly. He's like, get out of here. Not going to happen.
Nice try. I feel like you have to go with these kind of plays as Bane and Clockwork, you know? It's like, yeah, you just give it a shot, see if you can get it.
So now that Watson finishes the Aghanim Scepter, PL is going to get out of control very quickly. It increases his farm speed so much. Hellscream needs to be a little bit careful. The curse is going to be the Cookie, Malefice as well. Nice Rolling Thunder. He's going to survive for now, but Chira Jr. is going to come in, and with the help of the Mortimer Kisses, maybe... Oh, great telekinesis dodge. They know he's over here, though. The chase continuing. Vessel is out, and with this... Don't think he's going to be able to survive. Yep, dies, bleeds down in the trees. Meanwhile, bottom, Watson juking him out. They don't know which one is real, and Tomato is falling low. It is 4 versus 1. Looks like they finally found their target, and he will die for it.
A little close for comfort, though. I think that's a sign of times to come because
absolutely.
As PL picks up this Scotty, he's going to get even harder to kill. And actually something you and I have been talking about is the lack of anti-heal in the game right now. It's part of the reason why Necrophos and other healing heroes are so strong. A lot of heroes don't buy Scotty, but PL is actually one of them. So he is going to have that tool to be able to reduce Largo's healing. Are they going to Fiend's Grip this? He's just goofing. The rest of the team was not close enough. Yeah, that's the face of a guy who's like, I'm just goofing. Just having a good time. Just being a little silly.
Nothing wrong with being a little silly goose in Dota. You know what we should get? A goose hero.
Do we have anything like that?
We have, I mean, we have Kez, right? You know, but can we get a...
Is he a goose?
You know what would be real... Okay. Open up cosmetics for Kez.
Goose.
Turn him into a goose.
I'm up for that. Maybe Eidolon should be Geese.
The true bird samurai that we all thought he would be.
I'm a little torn. I feel like VP needs to push a little harder, but I understand it's really difficult. But PL is just getting scarier and scarier. And I'm not 100% sure what they're farming up for.
You almost have SF BKB. He's very close, which
he sure wishes he
had. Wishes he had it right now. Absolutely. He is dead. 55 seconds. And now I think that opens up your mid tower. I think right now VP are almost as strong as they're ever going to get. Saberlight. Well, Watts.
Got him again.
Oh, no. The Fiend's Grip as well. This guy absolutely destroying the side of VP is now Saberlight trying to run. Knows he can't. Will go for the TP instead, and he will make it out. The roll from Cheer Jr. somehow just teleporting onto the Rubik. The second roll to follow it up. They'll get themselves 3 kills, all set up from the Phantom Lancer.
That was very sneaky from Watson. Illusion first. Or sorry, real hero and an illusion first, with an illusion following behind. He mixes it up, so you're never sure. You see that, you're like, probably, right? The average player would do it. But Watson's not an average player. He mixes it up.
It's the sign of a good PL. Like, this guy's Grandmaster PL for a reason. You give this guy a PL in a good PL game, and you're going to be in this situation 7,000 behind at 25 minutes. And it's only going to get more difficult. Shadow Fiend cannot play this matchup. And we kind of said early on in the draft, right? Maybe Largo can tempo it if you manage to get like the Kaya Sange and the Aghanim Scepter, but now you're too far behind. It's really only Abed on the Pangolier that can clear the illusions now.
I feel like there were a couple early plays, but since then it's just been a lot of avoiding each other. And that there's always one team that is correct on that, right? They're like, oh, we outscale, we are good to go. I think it's Yandex this game, you know, and they're patient. I think VP is the one that needed to push a little harder. They do have tools, though. Like, I see the Aghanims done on the Pango. That is really good versus PL.
It is, yeah. So that's what I think they were trying to time, was the Ags on the Pango.
Plus
but they were
BKB on the SF?
Yeah, they were like 100 gold away from BKB when they found the Shadow Fiend, and so it kind of just killed the entire momentum. Roshan down to about a quarter HP, less than that now, and it looks like VP will be unable to contest. Great job from Chira Jr. Just no fear, rolling onto the high ground, making sure that they are not able to get down here. And Tomato, hold up, bud. This is a scary place to be.
I think they found him.
He just pops the BKB, the Requiem. I don't know if DM wanted to go over there, but that's fine. Watson gonna make some space in the fight. Saberlight is all alone. His BKB spent, trying to run, no escape. VP on different pages, it feels like.
Yandex may be there as well, because it looked like DM was going for the black hole. Chira says, no, this is not the one. They at least get the Largo.
And they got 2 BKBs? Like, these are fresh BKBs being spent like that.
And they're gonna get the mid tower. I think you could maybe poke a little bit, because there's no Requiem, no roll. But if you want to play it safe, I mean, you have a lot of Aegis time to find another pickoff. Seems to be the choice they're going for. Again, their late game scaling looks good, so why risk it now with a 10k lead? Draw this out, we can grow that, just make the game a little bit more comfortable for ourselves. He's also about 800 gold away from the Eye of Scotty. That's pretty scary. Oh, the roll connects just before he gets through the Twin Gate. And he kills the courier for good measure. Oh, no.
Cheer Jr. has absolutely destroyed them this game.
Yeah, he does have to use his BKB to finish
2-1. It's so last tick, man. The very last tick. Saberlight gets caught from the Maledict Death Ward. A little bit of help from the PL. Maybe a lot of help from the PL, but he's super dead.
All right, that's what they were being patient for. Can we find any kills? Yes. Now we can go poke away at this tower if we want, but...
Dude, this is a first pick Earth Spirit. This is the part where, like, it's a little bit weird in the draft. Like, overall first pick Earth Spirit. And look at how much impact he's had. Like, you just don't see that kind of same thing reflected on the Pangolier, which this is supposed to be your counter.
soon as he gets the Scotty, he's just straight to the high ground.
Yeah.
He knows they're dead. He knows he's strong. What else do you need to take?
Yeah, he's unstoppable.
Tier 3?
Watson's absolutely unstoppable. 2 minutes, 40 seconds of the Aegis. VP scratching their heads maybe a little bit here about what they can do to take Watson down. And you have a BKB Black Hole at the ready. Your only hope of stopping that being the Rubik.
That's the thing, right? Like, I think you could kill this PL once, maybe even twice, but to do it is going to take a whole team effort, and that is just the perfect condition for a Black Hole Mortimer's Kiss response. So at this point, Watson, yeah, he's taking buildings, but it's almost a bait as well. Like, please try to stop me. If you do, we're going to wipe you, and actually, we'll just win the game now.
They're going to find him, maybe. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Oh, no. It's just a dead Bane inside the base. Saberlight on the run. They catch him with the Maledict. I don't know if he can get out and find... I mean, the Rolling Thunder, it connected, but onto who? Tomato's all alone on the backside as well. Has the BKB. He's got to run. Meanwhile, Hellscream will telekinesis himself. Tried to TP. Will he make it the roll just in time again?
I just can't believe that. That teleport was done.
Where was the roll? I was waiting for it the whole time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it must have been used off screen. They did try to jump the back at the same time, but I mean, if you're 18k down, right? Like, even if you do make a good maneuver, they just have the items to fight you.
Yeah. You're not killing Phantom Lancer, it would seem. Too difficult. Black Hole, not necessary, as Watson will cut the top lane. And they continue to whittle down these tier 3 towers. And Malady just keeping everyone topped off.
Doing a little bit more than whittling right now. Look at this Eidolon army. And the catapults. Here to just close things out. This will be the mid barracks before Largo is back up. You can look top as well. I don't think you even have to leave because they won the last fight without even committing Black Hole, nor Mortimer's Kisses, nor Magnetize. That is a lot of ultimates to still have.
Yeah, you have 30 seconds on the Aegis. That's just mega creeps. 31 minutes.
To even leave?
Well, what do you do, VP?
Invite
you gotta
them to the
act.
fountain.
They go in with the Rolling Thunder, but who can you kill? He's trying to find the real PL. Saberlight's gonna pop the BKB. They do manage to find him. He's very low. The Aegis, it's gone. There's gonna be the Black Hole. It's taken. Hellscream, he gets it. Manages to grab the Enigma. Tomato's got to go in, go for the Requiem, but he's taking so much damage from the Death Ward. He's forced back into the fountain, and now the Mortimer Kisses are raining in. The Magnetize is there. Your fountain cannot protect you. What a disaster. A team wipe to finish off the game. Oh my goodness. Man, let it end.
They're not even laughing about that. That was a serious fountain dive. That wasn't even like, haha, we got him.
28-6, a 28,000 gold advantage.
Very well done.
I mean, this was... It seemed rough from the lanes, and then it only got worse.
Yeah, I think Malady and Watson play so well together. They got a lot down there. It was kind of slow from there, honestly, but that was totally fine with the Index. They completely understood the items they needed. I don't feel like it was a massive outdraft, but maybe the surprise of, like, you know, an uncommon PL, Witch Dog's a little out there, maybe that just threw VP off enough that they weren't sure how to go about it, and they were trying to hit their own item timings, but I think it was just a little too late. Or maybe it was just slightly off. Because like right before that BKB was about to hit,
it was so close.
He ended up getting killed.
Yeah, I mean, Dota's a game of a lot of little things, and yeah, maybe that BKB hitting Tomato as like the Aghanim Scepter was finished up on Abed, like that was the time to make a play, but losing the Shadow Fiend, then losing the Roshan, I mean, it all just kind of falls apart from there. Again, I come back to this Pangolier 1, 3, and 2. Like obviously you see the same scoreline on the Shadow Fiend, but you need your mid lane to get more active. And I just look at Chira Jr. 11, 0, and 9 as an overall first pick Earth Spirit.
That's pretty much what you want from it. And part of why, instead of the Snapfire going there, who also had a really good scoreline, but I mean, they won, so like, of course the scoreline's gonna look good. The mid Snapfire is just not gonna have that amount of kills, right? She's just not as fast in making plays, but the Earth Spirit was. I do think like up to here was like kind of okay, right? This is VP fighting back, getting the Wisdom Shrine. I think it was actually an overextension from Yandex there. And actually, like, after that, it just felt a lot slower. And I do think part of it comes down to just the ease of team fights. Like, hey, you press R, I press R. Does that seem like we can do that? Dude. Oh, it does. It's easy, guys. Just roll in and go.
This is like where you realize you're in trouble. When Phantom Lancer is baiting two heroes, he baits a Fiend's Grip, he kills one, kills another. Like, this game gets so difficult from here on out. Like, you're already a little bit behind, but Cheer Jr., like, level 17, just soloing heroes on the back line, and then we see him here just solo kill the Pangolier. The Spirit Vessel did so much work this whole game.
Yeah, so much damage coming in from him. Abed almost got out here, like one tick away.
Yeah, it was close.
I didn't even realize he actually lost the gem there. Wow, they had the problems besides that. Yeah, I just think it was the speed of it all. I think this PL was too... It put this time pressure on them, but they also knew they needed certain tools before they could deal with it, and they just couldn't get those fast enough.
Yeah, Watson's Phantom Lancer looking very good. We'll see if there's like, if it's something we'll see again. I mean, we're like, oh, we finally see the Black Hole come out this game and it gets stolen, and then, you know, where's your, you have no damage. Tomato like nearly dies to the Death Ward, and then you're hiding in your base, grouped up for Mortimer Kisses and a level 20 Magnetize, right? Like, yeah, it's rough.
I also think this is part of the issue with Rubik, is that Rubik wants to fight a lot, wants to steal spells, but someone has to go bait those spells.
Yeah.
They're not just going to use them for you to steal. And Pango can kind of do it, but Largo struggles a bit more. Largo really wants to farm up some items. So I feel like they weren't able to force enough fights to then get Rubik enough spells to then force more fights. And they were stuck in that loop of just, we haven't stolen the spell, we can't fight yet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And then the couple times we did see him get a stolen spell, one of them was like Eidolons, and then the next one I think was like Magnetic Grip from Earth Spirit, and you're like, all right, well, you know, I guess I can farm a little bit, you know, but you're not actually getting much use out of these. Yeah, it was a rough game all around from VP. I think Yandex just played super smooth. They come out with a pretty straightforward win, I would say, but there's still one game left here today. And with that, you know, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back, see if VP can draw the series or if Yandex is going to run away with a 2-0. We'll see y'all in just a bit.
Blades like play a little bit different. Yuma was on low HP. He was waiting to TP in to get an aggressive Sunder off. So it may not look like a lot because it's only 2 supports, but KJ gets to take the mid lane in the meantime. Everyone's kind of chilling. And BZM, very, very close to his blink, which means they're currently pinging the ground because it is time to smoke it up. Probably with him and Ari. Maybe even Whitemon as well, as the grip is available.
Yep, so smoke likely to come here pretty shortly. Oh, Tai Lung, he's going to show. Whitemon's going to connect, and obviously the puck is who they have their sights set on. The creep wave is there, setting up the Echo Slam with the Bramble. Oh, he does get the phase shift off with the Waning Rift as well, but the grip in time from Whitemon. They get the support on the sideline as well, and they should get this Tier 1 in addition. Nice sequence of events for 1W.
That was nicely played by Whitemon too, like just to, you know, not grip at the start, but just wait for everything to be over, and also BZM just echoes the entire wave plus Tai Lung. So they do get themselves the mid Tier 1, and everyone is still free farming on the 1W side. Of course, you know, Pure in the safe lane, 33. This is probably going to be the fastest hard of the tournament. It's going to have it at like minute 15, 16-ish.
That is like turbo timing right there. Goodness gracious.
It's going to be quite difficult to kill this man.
So you have knives. You're falling into the trap of KJ.
Yeah, but the Heart's going to outreach in that one, so they're going to need a little bit more of that. Maybe coil him up and have Yuma clap into him for a while.
Now, smoke coming out from LGD, looking like they want to make something happen.
They do
have the roar, have the coil.
Yeah, good Overlord timing with the BBD, of course.
Ari, he's going to pop one part of the smoke here on Theolacor, and they will find him. Roar is there. But if you're 1W, you'll take this. Having a support tank the gank, no problem.
No, it's very similar plays. You can see that both teams are utilizing their timings like very, very well. Whitemon on top of a ward that KJ got to place.
BZM has to blink away. Good dodge.
Yeah, didn't quite get to cancel his blink dagger there. Tai Lung, very deep here with the foil.
Foil with the knife to follow. Right next to the Tier 3 tower, and BZM just gets demolished. 33 with a late TP. Does get the double edge hood stomp, and that will be at least a support for 1W. And Pure actually joining the party. That's, again, a bit unusual to want to be able to fight right now on that bear. Does scare off the rest of LGD, but they get exactly what they wanted, which was that mid laner.
Yeah, they forced everybody here, as Whitemon isn't quite done yet. But I like this. This is the, you know, the LGD flair. These guys don't care. If they can find you anywhere, they will go for it. Also got 2 very aggressive wards out in the meantime. 33 is ultra fat in this game. 2,000 higher net worth than the next guy on the board. Also very high on the level department.
1,000 from Blink, and then the Shard will follow suit. And there's a Mjolnir. So what's the order? Mjolnir into Ags?
Yep.
And then Shadowblade.
Yeah. Shadowblade, Silver Edge, and then honestly kind of just whatever you need. Sometimes it can be a BKB, it can be a Basher. Maybe you need an MKB also eventually against TV.
Yeah.
Very high chance you may end up opting for a Butterfly.
Now Whisper might be getting ganked here. Grip right off the bat. BZM with Ori helping out. That Bedlam, is that even in range? No.
One or two
Whisper does get the roar up. He's going to TP out. He's fine. Oh my God.
Actually out.
That is insane. Thought he was dead for sure. That Bedlam was really unfortunate. It's just out of range.
Well,
definitely would have been enough for the kill.
Yeah, that's definitely a kill that they thought they had, you know, like they had some Terrorize available, even the Echo Slam if you did want to secure it fully. Well, good job.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
One game left here today for this stream, and it is going to be an important one if you're a VP fan. They are struggling in this series up against Yandex, but this could be the time to find that the drive that you need, because you need a win. The group is coming down to about that halfway point, and you do not want to be at the bottom of it.
I think with that game, that's literally the halfway point.
That is the halfway point,
Yeah,
yep.
So this is now the second half, technically, and it's time to do some like turning and burning, get some wins here, which I know they're capable of. It just feels like I really don't know what to identify it as. It's like not doing enough almost.
Yep.
Like it seems like they're set up. The drafts make sense. Sure, you can nitpick here and there, but you can see the tools, and it just sometimes just doesn't come together. But the times it does,
it looks so good.
Yeah, it makes sense. So I'm not really sure why sometimes it just seems better than the other. And I know from there, and it's probably the same thing, right? Like if they knew, they would fix it already.
Yeah.
But it is one of those things where it's like, if you are a VP fan, it feels like at any moment they could just start picking up the pace and, you know, get the job done.
I feel like that's a legacy feeling if you've been fans of these players and of their teams in the past, right? You're like, one moment is all you need, and then they just shine right through, and you have a great tournament. But they really have to turn it around in this series, because game one looked pretty rough. Like this Earth Spirit was able to get way too much done. The Phantom Lancer, forgot the name of a hero for a moment. I don't know.
He's
why.
so uncommon.
Yeah, we don't really see Phantom Lancer all that much, but it's obviously something Yandex play very well around, and they're like, yeah, we'll pick it later in the draft. It fits well. It's not something Shadow Fiend can deal with, so unless you have another answer, we're gonna have a free Phantom Lancer game, and the Pango wasn't enough. The offlane Largo wasn't able to get to his item timings. Like, he needs that Aghanim Scepter, following up that Kaya Sanj, and by the time you get there, your problem has already grown too far out of control.
In hindsight, it was pretty sneaky too, because they were banning all
the off lanes.
Yeah, all of Saberlight's off lanes, which you're like, okay, they're targeting me. But also, if you look at them, it's like, oh, these are actually all the ones versus PL, which then you grab PL at 18, you're like, well,
guys, the hero pool is kind of small now for the off lane.
Yeah, like what do I pick, guys? You could say, like, again, it's obvious in hindsight, but did you really think they were going to pull out PL? It's like, oh, they picked it before, but like, really? Was that like, you know, are they really going to do it again? Yes, they did.
Absolutely.
So I feel like that was a smart draft from Yandex. But now we are into the second draft, which I believe the bans are a little different, but of course the first pick is now different as well. So will they keep targeting those offlaners? There is one in there for now. No, but they're going to ban the Earth Spirit. They just played it. They're like, yeah, this here is awesome. We are not going to give that up.
It is very good, and I know a lot of teams are willing to first pick it. Hellscream's also a great 4 position that can take it. So it is, for teams that have a mid and a 4 that are both experts on Earth Spirit, I can understand wanting to pick it overall first. I have no problem with that. I do just believe that if you're going to let it through the draft, you have to have an answer, because he's becoming very strong. Very, very strong. They're going to get rid of the Drow. First pick here for VP. We saw them go the Shadow Fiend in the last game. There's a lot of options, though. You have the... I mean, you don't want to, like, first phase, you know, Saberlight's hero. I think you're looking at either, like, Clockwork. You're looking at the Shadow Fiends. I didn't even realize Lone Druid was not banned.
Bum, bum, bum. Yandex testing the waters here, perhaps?
So we've seen Lone Druid once, you and I, and it lost. It
did lose.
Hard countered by a Necrophos was the main thing, and there's the Enigma.
All right, so they want to test their game plan versus the Lone Druid.
This is exactly what LGD played into. LG played into the Lone Druid lane, right?
To be fair, they also had a Huskar in that game.
Yeah, it was also the Huskar that did a lot, but it does give you a way of dealing with the bear eventually, because it struggles to get rid of Malefice. You can always black hole the bear. Like, there are options. It didn't really win the lane against the bear, though.
Yeah, it was more the follow-up, which is why I highlight the Huskar. Because he won his lane, he was then able to run over. I do think you need a little bit more help than just Enigma +1. At least if you want to kill the bear and the hero multiple times. Because maybe, okay, black hole, I got it. Okay, now that's on cooldown for like 3 minutes, you know? So now the Lone Druid's going to farm forever. So you need to have more to help out to get kills. which that's fine. There's 4 more picks, but you know what you've gotten yourself into by allowing them to have the lone druid. I'm excited to see what Yandex's plan is, because they typically are a pretty draft smart team, right? They do their research, they prep it. I have to wonder if they still feel a little nervous letting the lone druid through, knowing what it can do.
It's wild seeing that slip through. But every team has lone druid plans. I feel like this point, to be competitive, every team has to be a lone druid team to an extent. I know Tomato likes this hero, so he's going to be comfortable for sure. We go for the Axe Ban. And they're going to have their next pick. It will be the Hoodwink. Okay, another great hero at dealing with the bear. So a decent offlane duo, I would say. What position 5 do you want to pick for Fly to try and deal with this?
The bear doesn't actually get to the Eidolons all that easily, so I do think a support who has some good wave clear can be good. I also think it doesn't have to be the support, but later on, to really enable this bear, you need people with catch so that it's scary. So take Lion, for example. He just sits in a tree line. He's waiting near the bear. The bear's farming. The bear's pushing. A hero walks up. Blink Hex stun. The bear kills him. That's how you really get the most out of this hero, is when not only is he farming and split pushing the map, but he's also threatening these kills if you don't bring enough heroes to deal with the bear.
Yeah.
Wyvern is not quite that hero I was thinking in mind, but she can kind of deal with the Eidolons, because you have Splinter Blast, you have really long range attacks when you use your Q. I don't mind it. There's also a lot of healing, so it's like, hey, we can't deal with the Eidolons, but I will just keep healing the bear, which already has so much health, and then I have the percent HP, which is usually not that great early when you have like 600 health, but the bear's got so much health, it's actually really good. So kind of a cool way to deal with it. And the Winter's Curse is then a way to stop Black Hole.
Well, we'll see where they want to go with these next picks. I would like to see them prioritize Saberlight's hero. Give him something here, because the offlane bans are starting to add up. And I think on 18, you can go for that. Okay, yeah, there's the Snapfire. I like this a lot, actually, because this is another mid lane support flex. We saw them run this on Yandex in the last game. Obviously, it ends up in the hands of Soxa, but very strong mid lane hero. You can keep it there. And then you still have the counter pick on 18 at the end of phase 2 here to decide where you want to move it. So I think a really strong draft already from VP. We'll see kind of how Yandex want to approach.
I feel like once you pick the Lone Druid, you can already say, this is a really strong draft. Very well thought out.
Kez Witch Doctor. That is a very cool answer. So we saw Witch Doctor last game do pretty well. I mean, didn't really struggle too much in the lane. They found a lot of kills with it. Kez combos exceptionally well. Super high damage carry that can follow up the Maledict from range. And they both play well in the Lone Druid.
Can kill his teammates into the Winter's Curse, so you have to be a little careful about that one.
Yeah.
But it is a very strong safe lane combo.
There we go.
Okay, I was about to say you have to pick your offlaner here. It's not going to get any easier. So now that you see the safe lane, what do you want? They go with Centaur. Centaur actually can be killed by this duo, so it's still a bit scary. But Centaur Snapfire, if you do want to run that combo, is quite strong. Kez is actually relatively squishy early on, and his parry is very good if your damage is coming from auto attacks, but just the spell combo of these two heroes is like 500 magic damage pretty early on, and that is going to be a lot of Kez's health pool. So you harass him a little bit, go for the kill. That could be a way to prevent Watson from getting out of control like he did in the last game.
Yeah, I think you should run this support Snapfire. I think this lane duo is so strong. You probably won't have kill threat on the Kez just because Witch Doctor is so annoying. Without, I guess, a mistake, right? Like, if they come out of position too far, the cookie into the stomp is a lot of damage. But I think for the most part, this is going to be a lane where they feel confident taking trades on VP. You're not going to see them be able to push Saberlight out of the lane as easily. And he's still going to find his farm, get to his items. And now they're going to see the mid-hero bans coming out, right? There's the Huskar ban. We see the Viper ban. Both heroes exceptional at dealing with the Lone Druid.
Honestly, the break also useful for Centaur. Yeah. And I think you need a playmaker, and all the typical playmakers do not like dealing with Huskar and Viper. So you're kind of keeping it open for who did not get banned. So we got like Storm, Puck is out. Actually, a lot of the...
Invoker is still here, though.
No, he's out too.
Is he? What?
Oh,
VP God, he is!
Yeah, so a playmaker from the mid lane. On the Yandex side, Necro's kind of cool, but I think pretty greedy. I'd rather just a typical playmaker for Chira Jr.
Yeah, I don't think you can blind pick the Necro, right?
No, they have the last pick. They have the last pick.
Yeah, oh, you're right, yeah. Honestly, last picking Necro, if it is a good Necro game, is perfectly fine. Oh, gosh. It's a good Necro game. I think you just pick Necro.
It's
actually
greedy, but you kind of could.
I mean, is it? The hero gets, like, bots at Radiance by, like, 20 minutes.
That's pretty greedy. Neither of those are playmaking items.
But he's so much stronger. Slardar, okay.
That's a playmaker.
That is a playmaker. Great combination with the Watson Kez, and likely to go Desolator if you're going to have something like a Slardar on your team, and then he'll play very active with the Kez hero.
Yeah, that synergy is very nice. Does well versus the Pango too. And honestly, the bear does not have that much armor and doesn't really want to build that much armor, so it's pretty annoying.
It really struggles to heroes like Slardar. I'm a little bit uninspired by the Pangolier, I'll be real. Like, this didn't feel super strong in the last game. And you're blind picking it this time, so you kind of know you're going to get countered. I don't see, like, the obvious reason to pick it up this game. It is good at finding Hoodwink and Witch Doctor, but we'll see if the follow-up is there this time. I think that's the big difference. If Abed can be enabled by some of his other heroes as well, I think he'll have a much better game. But I think you have to have a good game on your Pango because he is going to be kind of running the tempo for a little while.
I think last game, the combos were a little harder. Like, if you think about roll, the follow-up is then Rubik and
Mortimer
Bane,
Kisses. Yeah.
Which is, if you have a stolen spell, sure. This time, yeah, it's the Mortimer's Kisses, which is far more consistent. So it should be easier for him to get involved, and I think he has to get involved. You can't just be passive versus this Enigma again. This Kez is going to farm up. I think the Lone Druid is going to be the greedy one, right? Like, he's going to be farming, trying to hit that critical mass.
Yeah, I mean, he needs the Mjolnir. He needs the Aghanim Scepter. Like, he'll run Tread's Mjolnir right into Ags, and, like, you have to just wait for that timing. Like, there's not much that this Lone Druid hero wants to do until he has it. And then he is split pushing like crazy, and he's having a good time. I think the Lone Druid will do a lot better at keeping his tower alive, because last game we saw DM just bulldoze the top lane, and he was pressuring that tier 2 tower, and there was absolutely nothing that VP felt like they could do to stop it. So I think with the Lone Druid, his ability to entangle the Eidolons and kill them is actually really nice. So you do have to be careful microing the Eidolons to not feed these to the Lone Druid.
I think Wyvern's also a little better at dealing with Eidolons compared to Bane. She's not the best, but it's a step up.
All right. Here we go. Game number 2. Both teams smoked up. Yandex up 1-0 in this series. If they get this win, I mean, they're top of the group. They're feeling really strong.
I think they kind of feel strong even if they do lose this game.
VP getting a win here would definitely be a sigh of relief, though. Potential fight for the top rune? No. Okay, they're going to give it up. They do not want to fight the Slardar in the river. Watson does get stomped. Taking a lot of damage here. He'll be sending out some tangos ASAP. Dude, okay, I'm very confused. Where is this voice line coming from?
I assume Dark Carnival. I also don't have it.
Oh, it's a Dark Carnival one. Okay, thank you. I'm like sitting here, I'm like, no one's playing Hoodwink. There's no, it's not a caster voice. I was so lost. Okay, thank you. I
Maybe
appreciate
you are the idiot.
I am the idiot. Thank you, Abed. Appreciate it.
Put your headset back. How did you know I'm an idiot?
Oh, no. It's obvious. Okay. the level 2 timing in this lane, there it is. Okay, so I was going to say the level 2 timing is important, but it's mostly making sure that the bear is in range to cast the entangle and get the eidolons. It's not enough damage yet to kill them, but at like level 2, level 3, they just get one shot. So you have to be careful to micro these. And once you have Splinter Blast, it's easy. They die no matter what.
What's the cooldown?
No, it's not long enough, apparently. I don't know. That's good. I love that voice line. Good job, Valve. Keep it up.
Been pretty even so far. Over time, I think it gets easier for Slardar. Just the scaling and the river buff is a lot. But Pango won't get totally shut down.
Yeah.
And down here, again, could be a volatile lane, but I think taking off half of Kez's health right off the bat has helped set them up.
And they're getting some denies, right? Like, they've got 3 denies on the Centaur.
You're just going to be careful not to, because the way it looks like they're building up a wave to pull it back. You just got to make sure you don't die into level 2 with the Witch Doctor Maledict Cask. If you're careful of that, you're now in a good spot. Yeah, looks like a much smoother start for
Abed. He should be fine. I mean, he's in a pretty good spot here with the Swashbuckle at the ready, but we'll just head top for the rune. That's not going to get old, actually.
Yeah, this Wyvern, so annoying now with the change to Arctic Burn. You just get a lot more harassing.
Oh, there we go. No, we do not have Splinter Blast, I guess. He's holding the point.
They're getting chatty. Well, he's in the line. They're going for the Witch Doctor. The heal is going. This thing can be deceptive. Does he have another Fairy Fire?
We just need one more hit. I mean, there's a blood grenade available, but using it, I mean, you probably die. Stacking up a lot of damage on Watson. He's going to go ahead and get that Maledict off. The Stomp does come out. Dude, no way. He gets the Lotus off just in time, but now Saberlight, he's burning. That Maledict, one more tick, also has 30 more damage coming out from this Kez. He will survive underneath his tower. Obviously, Centaur, a lot of HP regen on this hero. But that was so close. A really good attempt there to try and bail him out with the Lotus. But this is why we see the Centaur snap. A really strong lane. They get themselves the first blood.
It was pretty close. The Maledict just barely missed the Snapfire. Otherwise, I think they would have killed her, at least in exchange. But you see how long that trade takes? That's the sneaky part about Witch Doctor and his heal. You think you've got it, but
it is so much healing.
Yeah, it just adds up so quickly when you can't finish the Witch Doctor off in your burst.
I'm actually pretty okay with how this lane is going for Abed. Right, your counter pick is this Slardar into it, and he's having a pretty good time. Top lane, Fly is in trouble. Tomato's Bear is in trouble. Hold up. Will be able to get away. Nice body blocks there from Saksa. They'll turn their attention on over to the Wyvern and get the kill. Going in a little bit too far. And Tomato's going to have to send his Bear home. Does not have the mana to resummon it.
Unironically, though, I think better for a Wyvern to die than the Bear.
Oh, absolutely. The Wyvern's worth what? Like 150 gold? The Bear's worth like 300?
A little less than that, but something similar. Saberlight taking some damage, but this is the nice thing about Centaur. It's just such a high health hero. Look at that heal. The Lone Druid itself doesn't even have that much health. The heal is just still so ridiculous. Blood Grenade for the slow, but Malefice actually turning this on the fly.
That's a really nice turnaround, though, with the Bear. They just still don't have the damage quite yet. Saksa's going to go in. He's got a Lotus. He just gets a double kill with the Eidolons. DM baits them. Saksa, I guess, the mastermind behind it all. Double kill in the top lane, and now Hellscream burning to the Maledict underneath the tower. That should get him, and it does. 4-1 now in the lane stage. It was a little bit quiet for a while. You know, you get the first blood bottom here for VP, but they have responded in kind.
This heal is just so strong. You're tower diving with the Kez.
Yeah, you can't.
Tower diving a Snapfire and a Centaur. You don't usually say that. We weren't sure, but I mean, this, you know, you let the Lone Druid through, it's always scary, but they pick up the Enigma really quickly, and they're showing why. These Eidolons just do so much.
I guess they're a little bit tankier than I imagined. I thought you would be able to kill them with the Entangle, but you didn't go Splinter Blast in this lane, right? You opted for the 2 points Arctic Burn. Uh-oh, level 6 from Chiro Jr. is very scary. Nice dodge there from Abed. We'll be able to get away from the Bushwhack. Who got the power rune, or did it get denied? Oh, it's on Slardar. I'm blind.
Arcane not the most exciting for him, though. Nah. But it's all about that regen and denying it from your opponents.
Yeah. Pango, on the other hand, would love to have an Arcane rune right about now.
He's jelly. 7 minutes. Last time there was a bit of an overextension from Yandex here, but this time they're rotating the heroes. I see
they're bringing down numbers, though.
And Chira Jr. on their way. Does VP know about this? Right now it's just Saberlight.
You're going to have to TP in on the Pango. There's no way you can afford to give up this shrine and lose this many heroes. They're going to be able to cookie Saberlight away, but he's already dead.
Hoodwink.
There's Fly. Abed's coming in as well. They're going to go ahead, try to get the shrine, but doesn't make it in time. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Malady's going to go down first, but can they get anyone else? Great Cold Embrace from Fly to try and buy some space. They're just going to sack on this. And nah, there's too much here. We're not connecting on the roll.
Yeah, he was so close to getting in there as well at the last second. Maybe they can then steal it. But otherwise, good patience from Yandex. They didn't want to get comboed by the roll.
Abed. I mean, he knows they're coming. Can he survive? Gets the shield crash, tries to swashbuckle towards his teammate. The cookie was not there. He's dead.
Got the D award, but
worth? What do you think?
I think that Observer was worth losing. Kill the
value
mid-Pango.
Bottom lane, Hellscream still has that Corrosive Haze, but way too deep. Watson.
He was not expecting Saberlight to be here, but Saberlight was walking back after respawning earlier. A bit too over-aggressive after
how close is he to 6, actually?
Success down here.
He's like 1 creep away. Okay, he might have thought he was going to get 6 on the wave and then go for a Raptor Dance.
Oh, and he loses his courier, too. That's a lot. I punished hard for some inaccurate math. What can you do?
So lane stage, obviously, going quite well for Yandex. I think all 3 of their cores having a great time. To me, it's DM once again on the Enigma. He's got the drums done. He's going for the urn into what I'm assuming will be eventually a Spirit Vessel. So a little bit of a different build. And I said earlier, you know, Lone Druid luckily will keep his tower alive, but your tower's dead. And
Is
now
Fly
dead? He will be.
He doesn't really have any teammates nearby. Pango's on the way. Maybe you can fly up the... Never mind.
That is level 3 Crush and a Corrosive Haze. He's dead.
He was going to hope to, like, fly up to the high ground, you know, but... Yeah, that Crush is just so much when the negative armor's already applied to you. That's why the Shard is so good.
Yeah.
Soon you won't even have to use your ultimate. Well, that's the top tower down. I think it did live a little longer than last game.
It lived longer by like 2 minutes, but...
Still ultimately falls, which is going to restrict the Lone Druid space.
I mean, he's 1,000 gold up on the safe lane Lone Druid. Mid lane, down 1,000 gold as well. And who contests? Like, you have Rolling Thunder. It's got to be Abed, but you're not quite level 6 on either of these supports. It's still pretty early.
The nice thing about Snapfire ult is that when you get it, even if it's late, it is enough damage to kill anybody.
Yeah.
So that's the next play for VP. You got to get that level 6.
Abed, Rolling Thunder. I mean,
you can't kill him through this.
He has no damage. He has to just leave, go towards the mid lane, look for Soxa. Hellscream gets bashed underneath the tower, and he will die in the process. Oh, no. Saberlight gonna be forced to pop the Stampede. Well played from Watson. Forcing out the important spells, and that's gonna be a mid-tier 1 tower as well. And they're just keeping up the pressure. Yandex seemingly unbothered by the strategy here from VP.
I think not only unbothered, but well planned for. We will leave the Lone Druid in, and I know they're going to take it. And they clearly had the heroes they wanted in mind.
Yeah.
They grabbed the Enigma. They're showing exactly why it works. I thought the Wyvern combo might be a little better, but I guess not. So maybe you need a stronger support to deal with the Eidolons next time.
Bottom lane,
Still
they
need
really
kisses.
want to get Watson, but they don't find the connection off the cookie. And yeah, like you said, still no Mortimer kisses. Saberlight gets a very fortunate stun. I think that's the blink reveal coming in from Chira Jr. It doesn't quite connect, but he will have the follow-up eventually. Here comes the Raptor dance with the Maledict. Saberlight tries to get cookied away. He might burn down here. Just needs a little bit more damage. Chira Jr. will be able to drop it in, and Fly will get picked off by DM. 2 dead on VP. Can you stem the bleeding? Because it is falling apart very quickly here.
You still need kisses. You've got to get Mortimer's kisses because I mean, just look at the health bars, right? Like 1,000 health on Kez, but you often take some damage, so 768. That is like 3 kisses landing. That is 1 stun. It is doable if you get that, but it's getting later and later. Any kills you get will be a lot of gold if you look at this gold difference.
Oh, gosh. They just took a
who's in
huge
the
stack
as well. VP needs to get Hellscream level 6. They need to stun for him. They need to Mortimer's kisses. Then they chill. Then you repeat 5 stacks, but actually for Yandex.
Nothing worse than stacking for the enemy team. Can we see the Kez build one more time? I think it's...
Mage Slayer.
Yeah, Mage Slayer first. Okay. So a little bit more like reserved, like a little bit more defensive. I thought he was just going to go straight into...
Wow, Croaker on Team Yandex?
I didn't realize...
Oh, maybe it's on Team VP.
No, that was a VP Croaker I've ever seen. Chira Jr., his crush got interrupted. Otherwise, that's probably a dead lone druid.
Still, you're getting kicked out of your own jungle. You're not farming well. And, oh, actually an Invis rune. Now sneaking in.
I have no idea.
Do they have a sentry up here? Fly might be about to place one. Not soon enough, though.
Nah, that is so much damage. Once again, Chira Jr. finding a kill.
Okay, they have Mortimer's kisses and they instantly smoke. They need to find something. They're moving into the enemy jungle, but nobody is
The Radiant
actually
just scanned this
there.
out completely. I mean, there's
Maybe you can get the tower at least? How low is it? Yeah, okay. You can at least get the tower with this. Oh, they're rotating through the Twin Gate. They're going to try to punish it, actually. I'm going to send Watson first.
Okay,
Counter scan, but they might think it's just Watson still. They will... Okay, no, I don't think they've seen Malady quite yet.
He's baiting so hard on this Kez. They're not going to find anybody. The smoke's about to expire. They put this deep ward down here. Saberlight's coming through. Maybe, but no, they'll just cut the wave instead.
Now it's actually Saberlight who might be in some trouble. Soxa.
Nice
use.
stun. Yeah. Oh, man, it hurts so much. Beautiful bait. Great setup there from Soxa.
Watson gets the kill. That was 99% the support.
I didn't even realize it went to Watson. Just throws like a dagger. Mine, thank you. Carry contribution.
I suppose, to be fair, there have been several kills. That Malady is just... he's picked up thanks to... Well, namesake.
Top lane. Looking for the Rolling Thunder. I mean, getting anything at this point would be value. Chira Jr. We'll see Hellscream. Abed with the swashbuckle, trying to make some space. Good dodge there on the cookie, but he needs some help. Abed still holding off on using the Rolling Thunder and might regret it as he immediately dies to follow it up. And here comes DM. Veered away for the moment, but Chira Jr. just continuing the chase, looking for one more hero.
Watson chasing Saberlight on his own.
I mean, he's got this, surely, right? The backstab, 300 gold,
block.
or 300 damage stacked up. Yeah, there's nothing he can do to this.
This is the annoying thing about Kez. As soon as he gets out of control, you almost can't deal with it on your own.
Fly's trying to Winter's Curse the Enigma. He's like, maybe this will kill him. Is it going to be enough? It's a lot of damage, but where's the follow-up? DM looking for the black hole, but it's going to be the Mortimer Kisses. They finally managed to connect on something.
It's 1,000 gold.
That is a lot of gold. But now you have to run, and I don't know if you can because Saksa is ready and waiting. Nice cookie, able to dodge out for the moment.
All right, one Mortimer's Kisses kill. 15 minutes in. Feels a little bad.
You need like 10 more of those.
Yeah, but it's doable for a little longer. That's the thing. That's why it was important to get it sooner. Kill them, slow them down. They're doing so well, they're actually quickly reaching the point where one Mortimer's Kisses will not kill them anymore. And once that's out of the picture, I don't know where the damage is coming from. I suppose if they're all together for a Winter's Curse, you can still get a couple kills that way, but Yandex has been positioning really well. They will rarely ever give you an important kill to that.
That's a lot of bounty runes. Shows how little time they've had to spend that deep on their side of the map.
I like the Hellscream sneaking over here. You don't have the Mortimer's Kisses. There's no reason to play with your team. You got to get some gold. You can't take it from your own half of the map because that's where your courts are trying to farm. So just sneak your way over to the enemy half, farm what you can, snipe what creep camps you can.
Dude, Saksa is level 10?
No. I mean, he's been very involved in these plays. 2-0 and 11.
Oh my word. That's not good. Top lane, Tomato in trouble.
Solo kill?
I mean, he's going to get a nice save there from the Cold Embrace, but Fly just two-tapped. Here comes the black hole. And yeah, your Lone Druid ain't making it out of this one alive. Abed, they're looking for a mid. The Bushwhack's going to connect. Malady comes in, drops the Death Ward. And, well, your Pangolier in trouble. Will get one kill, looking for the Rolling Thunder. I mean, he has damage to kill the Hoodwink. The question is, will he be able to stun him up with Kez coming through? Uh-oh. Abed.
He might. Oh, not quite enough.
I mean, you get some kills. Like, this isn't actually that bad. You know, the two supports dying in the mid lane, but you did, you lost Lone Druid right before it.
It's something, but I think you can see by Watson stacking the enemy triangle, the confidence they feel to remain in control despite losing a couple heroes. Yeah, this is our jungle.
Yeah, the Kez is out of control, man. I don't know how you deal with him at this point.
He's still a little bit squishy right now. If you bring enough heroes and kill, like, just dump it all, for example, the Mortimer's Kisses that is about to be up, you can do it. It's just that Watson's a very good player. They've been reading the map quite well. I doubt he will make it easy for them. Saksa.
What a read.
This is so mean.
What a read.
Saberlight doesn't even know, I think.
There's going to be
now he knows.
The Essence Distiller, the Bushwhack. In comes Chira Jr. He's able to dodge the Stomp and just a couple of auto attacks. Godlike spree now on the Slardar. And they're eyeballing Tomato top. You have a Blink Dagger here on DM. He's got the Spirit Vessel.
That's so smart. I mean, we've seen like Hellscream sneak over there. We saw Saberlight obviously trying to do the same thing. They know you can't really fight directly without your ultimate, so they're trying to sneak around, just get what farm they can. And what's the easiest way to get there? Through that Twin Gate section. So he's putting some wards down just to look for this, even though they're playing further up from there. The Aegis will now go over to Watson, who's already been playing quite aggressive even without it, and now he'll have a bit more comfort in doing so. Stampede will get him out of here.
But it's just another Stampede used to, for
just
what?
Live.
Yeah. There's going to be tier 2 bottom falling in just a moment. They do have a fortification to buy themselves like a couple of seconds, but your Aghanim Scepter is nearly completed on the Kez.
They're all TPing over. They're trying to catch Abed. They've caught him.
They've got him. There is no way out thanks to the Malefice coming through. And the kills continue to rack up 24-6.
So it's a question we ask ourselves. How broken is Lone Druid?
Not broken enough
for
this
one. He's working on Ags, but it's quite a ways away. Yeah, I think if he gets it, this is what's going to happen to the bear when he tries to creep cut. I think it's pretty far behind. The Slardar almost just 100-0 the Bear.
Not to mention Enigma with like just Malefice and a Spirit Vessel. Like your Bear can never get away. It's one of the reasons we saw it lose in that game is every time he went to split push, the Enigma just walks over, drops the Malefice on it, keeps spawning Eidolons, and you can't get away. Hellscream waiting for the Wisdom Shrine to spawn, get something out of his current predicament, but Sox not going to let that happen.
Yeah, Sox has been really on it. He's like in their minds. He knows exactly what they need to do in this kind of desperate situation where they can try to sneak value in, and he's making sure they don't get it. And in the meantime, his team is just covering the bases up front.
You just get absolutely collapsed on the moment you show in one of these lanes.
Fast smoke. Looking for more.
Yeah, the line's drawn. They want to go back up behind the tier 2 tower, look for someone farming, and they are going to find Fly. Junior smoke
Maybe
might
just
pop.
miss him. Oh, I think they see the tail end.
Yeah, they got him now. I mean, they were so close to popping the smoke, like near the tower. Is he going to get the bash?
Oh,
my
he didn't have one.
goodness, he didn't have one. Okay.
It was used on the Wyvern. All right, Tomato gets out, but this tier 2 tower does not have the ability to teleport, so there's going to be another one claimed.
Oh, Saberlight is dead.
Watson's going to have Saberlight here. Unless the greatest game of Ring Around the Rosie?
No. You can't juke a Kez for that long.
He had to commit to it. He had to keep going around the trees. Yeah, they're trying. They know what they need to try to do, which is to avoid Yandex, but Yandex is a step ahead of that.
I mean, you're at the stage now where you do not have any ability to survive against the Kez.
The bashes are so much damage. When you reach this level discrepancy and item discrepancy, they have no armor. It's half their health when you're crushing them.
A minute, 47 seconds, still on the Aegis, as Watson's just going to taunt them on the high ground, dare them to come fight him.
You cannot.
No, you can't.
You cannot.
You might kill him once, but you are not killing him a second time.
What you're actually hoping, I think what you hope for is you bait, they go and respond, and you Winter's Curse someone next to Watson.
Yeah.
That would be your best bet.
The highest damage dealer on VP is definitely Watson being Winter's Cursed.
Feels bad.
They're going to smoke up. See if they can make their way over. I mean, you gotta do something. The range barracks dies very quickly. They're gonna find Chiro Jr. mid. Rolling Thunder into the Mortimer Kisses. There's gonna be some good chainsaws, but he's got a BKB at the ready. Goodbye, Saberlight dies so quick. Up on the high ground now, Watson
not
just
afraid
gonna
to
chase
dive.
Abed, and
He might get it.
Oh, it's so close.
I think he's still gonna tick.
Yeah, he's still gonna tick down.
At the edge of his fountain.
Dude, he's not done. He's gonna chase them into the fountain. Look for the kill. The parry protects him.
Whose fountain is this?
This is a repeat of game one, man. 32-6, 18,000 gold lead, finishes off 23 minutes into the game.
I mean, I think it's a good showcase of why we say Yandex is certainly one of the top teams in this tournament. That was very well done. And into the dreaded Lone Druid. So many teams are scared to give this hero away. But Yandex, they've got their plan. We actually want them. Please, I'm begging you, take the Lone Druid. I have a plan for it.
Twice we've seen it picked, and twice it has lost to an Enigma offlane. I mean, there's obviously a lot more that goes into it. It's not that one-dimensional, but it does seem like, especially in the hands of DM, he's one of the best Enigma players in the world. Give him a comfort pick into a matchup that he's like, yeah, I got this, dude. Just trust me. Yandex have no problem dealing with this. The last pick, Slardar, absolutely destroyed them. The Kez has no threats this game. It's a rough one for VP. Like, it just didn't really feel like they had any kind of agency in this game. Like, they were just kind of at the mercy of Yandex.
I think I like this draft a little bit more. I, too, am still a little iffy on Pango, but I know it does work for different teams. But, yeah, it seems like connecting. It's like from the lanes into those early plays that Yandex was ahead of them. Yeah. And this time you had like a little bit easier tools like Mortimer's Kisses, but if you're losing the lane and you're losing some early fights, that Mortimer's Kisses doesn't come online till 12, 13 minutes, something like that, right? Which, if you're having a better game, it's coming online at 10 minutes. And if you're using an off cooldown, that's the difference of 1 or 2 kills and you just repeat that for all the small stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I mean, Chiro Jr. just played an incredible series.
Did he die last game either? Actually,
I think he died once. He had one death, I think, on the Earth Spirit, maybe two, but just such a clean series from him overall. Saksa also everywhere on the map on the Hoodwink this time. And it's... I mean, just look at his damage. 14,500 damage from the Hoodwink. Where's the damage on VP? It's non-existent.
Yeah, it is kind of on that Snapfire, though. I'll tell you what, 8K, it's a lot of damage, right? But yeah, struggling to get it online soon enough and then to use it frequently off cooldown. And once you fall behind, to be fair, right? Like once they fall behind, they're being 2-tapped by Chiro Jr. There's not a lot of time to do damage back to Yandex when you just have to avoid and try to farm somewhere else on the map.
And that's the strength of the Slardar pick, man. You know it's going to win the lane, and the moment this hero has level 6, it is time to turn up the pressure. He goes straight into the Blink Dagger. He has so many heroes that can play around it, right? And the fact that your side lane's, won as well, it just enables his Chiro Jr. to kind of take over the game.
Yeah, we floated the idea of like that Necro, right? It looked like, okay, a lot of tanky heroes we could deal with, but Necro would not do what this Slardar did.
No, he'd be way more passive.
Yeah, he might win his lane, but then he would just be farming up, whereas this Slardar was able to just get involved everywhere. He got that blink. We saw him just crushing the supports, and they just... Like, where you go, everywhere you're just hoping, like, please, Chiro Jr., don't be looking at me, you're going to kill me. And Necro just doesn't provide that same level of active threat early on.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, we see, right, like, the Enigma, anytime, like, you want to try and, like, find a kill onto the Lone Druid, it's pretty easy. And at this point, you're just too far ahead, right? Like, you're already 16k ahead, 23 minutes. Centaur gets, like, 2-tapped by the Slardar, and Watson has no fear diving the base. Like, he knows he has tons of damage coming through.
Again, this is Yandex's base.
yeah, my apologies. Yeah, I forgot. This was Yandex.
Why should I fear my own fountain, man?
Oh, man. What a game and what a series from Yandex overall. I mean, this was an absolute beatdown, and we're happy to say we've got ourselves an interview with Saksa. How you doing, man? Congratulations. This looked pretty easy for you guys. How you feeling?
I was getting warmed up and the series was over, so yeah.
Oh no. Okay, so let's talk through it. The game 2 draft seemed pretty one-sided. You give them the Lone Druid. How prepared were you guys for that to be the pick this time around?
We usually expect it for the team to come out, so I think we were well prepared. I think, yeah. We knew it was going to come, and I think we had a good idea how to counter it.
Very nice. So in game 1, it seemed like you guys overall, I mean, you specifically just seemed to be playing like all over the map, kind of reading the movements, I think, better than a lot of other people. Are you kind of orchestrating your team's plans a little bit more, or are you relying on like your cores to kind of make some calls?
I think sometimes like I make some calls to do, but I think I try to empower my cores to make their own calls and to follow like their ideas. So I think mostly we follow their calls now, I would say.
Nice. I'll let Zach ask some questions.
Actually, that's interesting, because I was actually going to say, oftentimes I feel like I hear them say like, oh no, Saksa tells us like we can like make these plays. And I was going to ask you, how do you grow that skill? Like that's not always like the most straight, like laning, okay, like I practice timings and mechanics, but how do you improve shot calling and reading the map?
I think experience and also confidence. I think if you're confident in yourself and like what your idea of the game is, I think it becomes a lot easier. And I feel like I've always had the skill, but the more experience I have, and I feel like I also feel super confident, like I feel super empowered to do it on this team, so it's very easy for me to do.
Is that maybe something that's changed since when you first joined that team? You were the one with the confidence, and you've now shared that to the cores, that they can now also make some of the calls for you to follow?
I think so. I think we've talked about what's important for us in the game, so they kind of make calls around that, so it becomes a lot easier, I think, for everyone.
Is there anything you guys do to build? Because I've heard you guys always have like, you guys like the team, you know, you're good with the vibes. Is there anything you did to work on that, like team bonding exercises?
No, I think I think all of these guys are super chill. Like we almost never have fights. Like it's kind of crazy. Maybe we should for like, you know, to build team chemistry, but I think overall it just comes easy for us, I guess.
Oh, that's good. That's good. How are other teams? Is that rare for you? Like, is it the first team that is
been that easy for you to just gel with everybody?
I think so. I don't know. Usually there's like some beef or something. Somebody is like on the team is pissed off at somebody else, but I mean, maybe I just notice it. But like the Kazakhs, sometimes they have beef with each other, so I just don't pay too much attention to that.
So you guys came into this event, I would say you guys have had some huge wins this year, and then you've had like a couple tournaments where you like struggled a little bit. How was the confidence coming into EWC this time around as roster? Did you guys feel fully prepared? Was there like any question marks?
I think our confidence is high, you know.
Yeah.
Our bootcamp went well, like I think our ideas went well, like everything was working perfect, except now Watson got sick. He's been sick for like a week, so yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, and we're hoping he gets better sooner.
Well, if he's playing like this while sick, I think if he gets better, you guys are going to be in a good spot.
I mean, he does have some moments now where he's like kind of dying, like super out of position, like that he didn't have before. Before he was like 0 deaths, now he has a few deaths, so I think it's because of the sickness part.
All right, well, fair enough. Well, let's hope he gets better, you know. I mean, that's an uphill strategy for you guys. How do you feel about the format coming into this? Because the group stage and everything is very different than what we've seen in the last year. So you get a couple eliminations early, but you also have that playoff spot. So do you like that kind of option of potentially like that first seed going directly through?
I think so. I think this year we've had like a lot of different formats, thanks to Blast, mostly. So I think it's fine. It's kind of similar to last year's, I guess. And there's also single elim. I think almost always double elim is better, but I think for one tournament, single elim it's fine to have.
Well, this has been a super fun series. It felt like it ended faster than we would expect, but you know, best of luck, obviously, for the rest of the event. You guys have looked amazing. You guys are looking really good. So, Soxa, have a good rest of your night, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that is it, man. We have brought it to the end of the day, group stage number 3. And, I mean, if you're a Yandex fan, you're going to be very happy sitting at the top of that bracket. VP are going to have to bring it tomorrow because there's not much left before we're at the elimination stage. So if you guys are still enjoying the content, make sure to head on over to the main stream. They've still got some games going, but for us here on the B stream, we're going to call it an evening. So thank you all so much for watching. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time.